Will join. All right. Cool. I don't know what's going on with this. Might give me 1 second. Oh, okay, it is working. Okay, so let's get some background. What age were you born in the nation or did you join?
No, I wasn't born until it was 1992.
Okay, and what was the event that caused you to say, you know, I'm going to turn my life to the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad?
It wasn't. I just had an opportunity to study it.
Right. So what what helped put you on that path? Like what was the deciding moment? Like
I just had an opportunity to study it. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't. I mean, I hear when some people say, you know, now that's cool. You know what I mean? But it's like if you meet somebody and they introduce you to anything, right? You know, just because you got introduced to it, you like, oh, I never knew that. And you like, let me. Or if you meet somebody and just in general, and you start talking to them and they telling you what, and you get an introduction to something. So that's more or less what it was to me. It wasn't something that I had an event and it was like, oh, I wish it was. I mean, sometimes, but it wasn't. You know what I mean? I mean, it was just me and a brother talking, and he wasn't necessarily in the nation, but he believed, I guess. So, and it was just from that. You know, I had an opportunity to study it.
Okay, interesting. And
because I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody that, you know, you meet somebody with anything, they come knock on your door to Jehovah. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I just didn't have a life altering event.
Right, I got you.
It was life altering though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Right, yeah, no doubt. That shit was that was like wow. But it wasn't, I mean, wasn't nothing special to me at all.
I got you. Okay.
You know, when I started studying.
So there are some brothers, you know, that also accept the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, but they don't follow the guidance of the Minister Louis Farrakhan. You know, I ask brothers why not, and you get a whole bunch of different reasons. Like, you know, they're not really consistent, or I'm sorry, as a collective, the people who chose not to follow the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, they're not consistent as a collective on the reasons why. Okay, so, but are you familiar with those individuals? Like, you know, that decide.
I mean, yeah, you know, I don't have because you know the minister says he's only I mean, it's not his house, it's not his share. He's told us that up until now. You know, and even when he talks, he says the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said this and taught him that. He's constantly reminded us, you know, that I'm not. This is recently, just like similar to the messenger before he departed, like with the Theology of Time series lecture. That was like he said things in that he never said previously.
Hmm. Yeah, brother, I don't know if that's you breaking up or is that me? Yeah.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah, you was breaking up for like the last, let's say, 30 seconds.
Okay. No, I mean, you know, and I mean, I mean, even like I say, with the minister, you know, our sole purpose is to deliver the 30, 40 to 50 million dead to him so he can take them to the Lamb of God.
Right.
You know what I mean? So the objective is to take them to the Lamb of God so we can, now, if a person has I mean, whatever their reason is for whoever they follow, I mean, I really don't have a problem with. And
Right.
I don't think the minister has a problem with it. As long as they're not being attacking your brother, you don't have to hate the minister not to not follow the minister. I don't hate Silas and
Right.
Morgan. I don't hate them, even though all they do is talk about the minister. You know what I mean? Like they build speeches on the minister in their publications. So, you know, I like that is weird to me because, you know, it's impossible for us to know what the minister knows from the messenger. That was the messenger's number 2 man. We have no idea what private instructions he gave. And we don't supposed to, if you give me an instructions and you over top of me, I'm not supposed to tell people what you told me with my whole I'm just supposed to execute. You know, so if we're looking at the messenger and getting to know him, in my opinion,
Right.
it's not too many people that were here in a close enough position to the messenger outside of the minister.
Yeah.
And most of the ministers of the messenger that were close enough to the messenger went with the minister.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the ones that were right there that had that, you know, they went with the minister. So it's like the fringe ones, I have to ask them, like, what was your position then in the first resurrection? Because if everybody loved the minister, everybody thought in 1975 that the minister was going to take over in February at the end when the messengers departed. If everybody was waiting on, like, that's even the ones that don't like the minister now, they stay admit that part. It's just they'll say, well, when Scientology or when he did the Ramadan or he did this, you know, it's like certain one or two. It's not when it'd be a move that he made for us, which they don't really understand that. Like, you know, we sick. We weren't never healthy. Master Farad Muhammad found us. We were sick, dead. He described us, deaf, dumb, and blind. When did we not get deaf, dumb, and blind? You know what I mean? So, like, I mean, that's me. You know, I mean, you know, that's me. Because I didn't know the messenger or Master Farad Muhammad without Minister Farrakhan. So, you know what I mean? Like, I can't never not acknowledge that, man. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, you know?
Yeah, so
I'm listening to go. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, so you brought up Scientology, and you just reminded me, like, so that was some brothers' reason for not following the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. They said that you know, whatever their reason was, like, but that was one of the reasons.
Oh yeah, because on any platform they bring it up. You know what I mean? Like they don't have but a couple of points. The Scientology, Ramadan. Yeah. Ramadan, because they still say we do it. I mean, and they missed the whole concept of how to eat to live where this is talked about. Because he says in there, the righteous don't need to fast at all.
Really? He said that?
Yeah. Book two is going in the. Oh, yes. He was like, in fact, there is no need for. And then if you flip the next page, he says, as long as we are amongst the unrighteous, we can fast. But he said it says, in fact, the fasting is not for the rights. And when he talks about Ramadan, he was like, why do we fast for something we already had? That makes no sense to me. It's like, if you're eating to live one meal a day, you don't need to fast.
Right. Every day is a fast. Yeah.
Right. You in a perpetual state of fasting.
Right. I get it. Yeah.
So I don't even have a, because he says fast is good. It doesn't matter when you fast.
Right.
He says that no matter the reason of it, whether it's Ramadan, Christmas, fasting is so, the minister bringing us into fasting that doesn't make, how's that wrong?
Yeah.
So it's like, that's crazy. You're like, those arguments, like, that's stupid, man. I mean, that, I can respond to them. I don't care,
Yeah. I think they might be nitpicking on that one. But what about Scientology?
I mean, he said, if we listen to the lectures, even Brother Dr. Wesley broke it down a couple years ago when it was first in the uproar. And he clearly said, because he gave a lecture, he was like, the minister didn't give that for everybody. It was initially for the officials, because the officials was mishandling the believers.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah.
He said this publicly, that when he was introduced to this technology, he receiving all of these letters about the abuse of the leadership all across the nation. So it was initially all the laborers had to undergo this.
Okay.
So from there, because this is why Dr. Wesley made his thing, because he was like, it wasn't meant for, because everybody else was attaching to it, speaking the language. Like, you never spoke supreme wisdom, but now all of a sudden you speak in Dianetics. That doesn't make sense. I had a problem with that.
Yeah, right.
Because we have a language. That's a technology to get to somewhere so we can use our language better. And when them people, and it wasn't I haven't heard no ministers from any podium go on Dianetics. I haven't, all of the Sunday, I tune into number 12. I like brother up there. Of course, headquarters, I flip on Sundays, because I like some of the student ministers, the ones that, I like their teaching method or whatever. But I've never heard them talk about Dianetics. It's those that got into it and love it. That's cool too. They the ones that made it seem like the minister switched us to Scientology. To me, because that's all they would talk about.
Facts.
You get audited. If you ain't audited, you ain't shit. Like, what? like, come on, man. So you saying we all have to get audited? Like, if I don't believe in that technology, I have a mental health degree. Like, I teach on the brain.
Right.
And I got 5 books on neuroscience.
Okay.
You feel what I'm saying? So I got differences of opinion based on what I was taught in school, because everybody's school has different books. So, I got personally 6 different models of the brain in my house, in my office, right?
Right.
I can show you everything I've read about. You can't show me where some of this stuff that you can't show me, id, ego, subconscious. You can't show me. There's no places. All of these neurons have a function in the brain. They hook the electrodes up to almost all of them to see what it does in the body. Right?
Yep.
We can find emotions. We can find the thought part. Can't find the neurons responsible for these other things. I have a like, you know, because that's science. Science is show me, not tell me. You dig what I mean? So it's like, hey, man, not going against nobody, but in support of supreme wisdom. In support, because that's all my books are. I got 30-something books I've written. All of them are in support different aspects, mainly how to eat to live. You know.
Got you. Very, very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So you believe that's the two main things that got the brothers, a little confused and going the other way, the Ramadan thing and Scientology. And I think the Ramadan thing I never heard before. So that's like I said, I think that's nitpicking. But I definitely did hear the Scientology reason.
Yeah. Prayer.
So let me ask you, because I keep
go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, because I kept hearing this.
Mm-hmm.
I kept hearing this. Is it true that white folk? Because this is what I'm hearing, right? People, they just say stuff sometimes.
Right.
I'm saying hearing that white people are also in the mosque now.
No. And that was I was ready to say. Father Flager is the next one. Father Flager is another.
What's the problem with him? Like, first of all, Father Flager. First of all, Father Flager is not a member of the Nation of Islam. Like, we all know that he does his own thing. He's part of the church, and he's an activist in his community. Like, if somebody Google Father Flager, he goes around. He's an activist. Like, he actually does a lot of good things, in the hoods.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I mean it's because of, I can tell you exactly. It was before this, but when the minister stood him up and said, "The white man is the devil, but not this one."
Got you.
That sparked a lot. And then they beat up because Brother Joshua's wife.
Okay. Yep. That's another. Yep. Thank you. That's another. Okay. So Father Flagan, they're gonna lose in that one because, in my mind, because the dude is an activist in the black community. So, what about Brother Joshua's wife? Like, how do we justify that one? Because I'm hearing a lot of bad things. She's white, and
Yeah, because that has nothing to do with that has nothing to do with the minister. First and foremost, you know what I mean? Because what my children do I can't, they're adults. So just like the messenger's children, how many followed him? None. They followed Wallace or Brother Wolf Dean. Soon as Dad left, they followed Wolf Dean. All of them that was alive went with their little brother. So
got it. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, you know what I mean? So with that's how they lose. And Brother Joshua technically isn't in a leadership position of the FOI. He's the minister's assistant. You know what I mean? So that's how we was like, hey, you can't, and not using Master Farah Muhammad in his mouth. But it was, you can't say why somebody pick somebody and blame it on the minister. That's not the minister.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Even if you know what I'm saying, and even if you do got a problem with it,
wait a minute.
You gotta be respectful.
Wait, hold on. But so now that you say that, I would think that it's hypocrisy, because when Warf Dean went away from his dad, nobody blamed his dad.
No. No.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
They held Warf Dean to his own actions.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's a great point.
Yeah. I'm like, that's you can't, like I say, I mean, the minister has used his family as an example. The drugs, the homosexuality, he's used his family
Yeah,
as an example. He's never not used his family as an example.
right.
You know what I mean? Like, so for them to attack him on something that he's publicly already used, that like, you don't, you know, that's not, you can easily call him or write him. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't like he's, you can't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's a public figure. He has an address and a phone number, man. Like, yo, if you know what I mean? Like, so that's how I really see, you know, like, y'all don't really hate the minister. You hate that you got a voice and you might be articulate and intelligent. You can express. We're gods.
Yeah.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that God doesn't use the wisdom of the God before him. He uses his own wisdom to show and prove that he's God.
Right.
So that's in our nature. We've been doing it since the moon. That's how the moon got out there. You feel what I'm saying? Because a God wanted everybody to follow him. And when they said no, that shit, you don't know what you're going to do. We practice. So I practice like martial arts. I practice different things, but so I don't know what I don't know what you're going to do in a fight, and I really don't know what I'm going to do because I don't know how tall, how big, where you're going to be at, what I'm going to be wearing. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of these things have a factor on how I'm going to fight. I ain't got no fighting clothes on, man. You good?
Right,
so
right.
I got time today. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So we don't know. And that's the whole purpose of this experimentation from the moon to now. We get away from that. See, the lessons say, what is the duty of a civilized person? So all of us that say we believe, it doesn't matter. The minister's fulfilling his duty as a civilized person. If I don't like it, that doesn't matter. I have my own duty. Because the very next question says, if a civilized person fails to perform their duty, what must be done? They must be punished with a severe punishment by the Nation of Islam. Woo! And it gives 2 biblical scriptures to support it. So, like, when they have them type of conversations, I gotta flip it back because we got lessons, man. We got a job to do. And it says in there, the uncivilized is held, or the uncivilized is held responsible by the civilized. So when we look at all these people in that condition that we walk by every day, that's the grace period. Because we got a just God that came to get all of us. But it ain't through no magical, it's through, hey, me getting it and me loving it and every fucking body around me saying, hey, let's come on and wake up. Not me going out trying to find and fish a teacher or a doctor or a lawyer. See, that's where I think we get this concept messed up at, and we steadily in a severe punishment individually, not whole.
Yeah.
You feel this? Because we got the introduction to How to Eat to Live, book 2 says that How to Eat to Live, book 1, it's a tool to show the power of the black man's God, that he could take a people in a dead condition and just by regulating their dietary habits, raise them up spiritually and physically above everybody. So if we ain't even grasping this, see, this is how we show the world Master Farad Muhammad is God, not through lip service, because we were dead when he found us. We just got off the slave plantation in 1930. Eating the wrong thing, which is in the problem book, popping pills in the problem book, breathing wrong in the problem book, blood pressure wrong in the problem book. He cleaned out the medicine cabinets. He ate with us, taught us how to eat to live, and he changed us from a dead state into a living state. And from that, the world is looking at them niggas and y'all don't look like everybody else. Yeah. Not that y'all don't sound like everybody else, because Marcus Garvey sounded different. He didn't look different.
Right.
You see, so he was. This ain't the first time we had some new knowledge. Big Daddy Grace was around that time. You know what I mean? He sounded different. Noble Drew Ali, but they didn't have that dietary plan to free the mind and the body, because fasting advances you mentally and spiritually. We didn't have that, bro. You can tell those who don't do it with how they acting today. You could tell. I could tell. Because I'm like, oh, you see, y'all ain't even at the basics, man. That's when I kill them. When they come at me with the minister, hey, okay, let's bust how to eat the live.
Yeah.
Let's see what we are doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's see what we doing. You know, not our brother. Let's see, and then we can get to our brother.
Yeah, right. Good. Yep.
Yeah.
So okay, cool.
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish up what you was gonna say.
No. I was just, because I love these teachings, man. You know, when you go from a state of dead, you can't say you was dead and these are life-giving teachings, and then you don't have life. It's not the teachings that's messed up. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta have that type of conversation. Like, this is COVID-19. We're supposed to be showing the world the power of the teachings of the art through how to eat the live. It's okay if we get sick, but hey, we supposed to be recovering. Boom. How did you do that? How to eat to live.
Right. So, yeah. So, what do you think about Dr. Sebi and what he says about health and things like that?
Might be, Doctor, I mean, that's funny because all right, so when I went to my college and stuff, I didn't know who Dr. Sebi was until after I started my health business, and everybody kept saying either I sounded similar to him or what about him?
Right.
And I would be like, hey. So I had to research really quick on him. I mean, I don't see how that stuff, that's not how the body works. When we look at anatomy and physiology, that's not how the body works with food. Food is the thing. You can go the longest out of all of the things. Look at if you stop eating right now, you got a month at least before you starve to death. If you stop drinking, you got about a week to 10 days. If you stop breathing, you got 2 to 4 minutes.
Dang.
So when we looking at, and I'm 75% water, not food.
Yeah.
Okay, so you feel like if something goes wrong in me, it can't be a food thing unless I'm eating too much.
Right. Okay, I get what you're doing.
You know what I mean? Like, so his things on making you feel better, yeah, that might be true. It's some things that you can take that can get rid of decongestion or congestion and inflammation. Yes. But if you get rid of that and you still die, did he fix you?
Right.
How to Eat to Live deals with death. Because page 102, book 2 says the main purpose of this teaching, How to Eat to Live, is to prolong your life. This is to make you live. Page 52, he desires to extend your life from a short span averaging 62 to one of 1,000, or for however long you desire to live. Woo! Man! That's my business is built on that page 52, How to Eat to Live, chapter 19, How to Live More Than 100 Years. I got my supreme wealth, health, and wellness business is built on that.
Wow, that's deep.
You feel what I'm saying? Because he says we kill ourselves. He says the next sentence is there's no set time. He said there's no set time for us to die. We kill ourselves daily by means of what we think, what we eat, and what we drink. That's our lifestyle.
So let me ask
what I'm saying.
Yeah. So did
Yes,
you prescribe the raw milk?
He didn't say. He said per milk.
Right.
So,
but do you prescribe raw milk?
No, I drink per milk.
And what is that?
Drink it.
What is that? What is per milk?
You raw milk is straight off the cow,
right,
without it being pasteurized or boiled. He said boil your milk to make sure you get rid of any potential harmful elements in it, which is the pasteurization process.
Yeah. Who said the most honorable optimist said that?
It's in How to Eat to Live.
Okay.
He doesn't say How to Eat to Live. Does not say raw milk.
Oh.
When it mentions milk, that's what I don't understand. That's what I'm saying. It says per milk in there. So when it talks about milk, it never says raw milk, because it says unless you have to boil your milk to get rid of any of the impurities in there. And he taught how to boil the milk.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a sister, Sultana out California. She said she was in the first resurrection, and she was building with me, and she was like, yeah, that was a class on how to boil the water in the milk.
A word? Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know and it's coming, a lot of it come from Dr. Lean on the raw milk.
Yeah, definitely.
He didn't that's not, and Dr. Lean got a so-called scientific bean soup.
Yep.
How to Eat to Live, page 71. Do not put a lot of spices or seasonings in your food.
Yeah.
It says, he said, look, basically, just put the beans on, cook them, and eat them, because it's the beans. Not that other, you got to know your body needs that stuff before you put it in it. The things that's in the beans are the basic building blocks of your body. They don't represent anything your body doesn't need. So if you put something in your body that it doesn't want or need, we got to understand that that's cause and effect.
Yeah.
That can't be so they talk about that's why fasting is our cure. Fasting with the right foods is our cure. Because you give your body, we know that it takes 36 hours for your body to completely digest a meal. So if you're eating one meal every 24 hours, you're still overeating. And he says in there, page 53, if you eat one meal a day, that's where the fasting 3 days a month come from. Said if you eat one meal a day, you have enough, you have to fast 3 days out of a month to let your body rest. So that's where the unity fast and stuff comes from.
Okay.
That's born out of there. Because one meal a day, he says, only gets you to 140 years. That's not a lot.
Right.
That's not a lot. He said, if Noah heard a man 200 and 300 years old, talking about they were old, he said Noah and Methuselah would laugh at him. Because we're made of cells. Cells they don't die. They're not. If they die, that's when the problem comes in that. They're not made to, you know what I'm saying? They're made to reproduce themselves so you can keep living as long as you want. There's an endless reproduction process. You know, we cause it to stop.
Yeah, and that's what like things like virus. Okay, that makes sense now. The viruses attack your cells.
No. Okay, all right. So what does your body do then? So you got an immune right now, all your life. You got white blood cells in your arteries, pushing around in your bloodstream, just looking for something to do. You test. One of the easiest ways to test your immune system is to do a white blood count. Easy. They just take a little bit of blood and they can count how many white blood cells. That's the easiest way to test the strength of your immune system.
Okay.
Because that's your first line of defense. Is the white blood cells are always in your bloodstream, just looking for something.
Yeah.
Right. So if COVID gets in you, okay. See, they talk about what COVID attacks your body. Okay, well, what the fuck? I'm sorry. What does my body do then? It just it attacks my body. Well, what does my body do? You feel like, what is my immune system? Like, how does that feel? You telling me COVID and the symptoms of COVID? Well, what are the symptoms of my immune system working? If it's a fight, it's not supposed to feel good.
Right.
Right, you see what I'm saying? If you say my immune system is fighting, that's not supposed. So what you saying are symptoms might be my body working. Ooh, see, because they trying to get you to buy the pills, the vaccine, the supplement, the Paximune, the ivermectin, the quercetin, whatever the hell it is.
So what do you propose if not that?
I got a 10-year-old daughter sitting right here beside me. We both had COVID. We fasted. Took her she didn't even feel it. 6 days of me not doing nothing. My body is doing it. What COVID has a 97, it always had a 99% recovery rate. This is before people started having the vaccines and all of these supplements and herbs, right? Yeah. And amongst the unhealthiest people on the planet Earth. It's still our body, and the only people that were dying were people that had pre-existing conditions, right? Yeah. So we don't need to do. We already was winning. We listened to our favorite doctor.
So, but what about those with the preconditions? Like, what's their safeguard?
They went. COVID didn't. Where did they die at?
In the hospital.
Oh. Now you got Now look up the third leading cause of death, and it will tell you medical errors. Since they started taking that statistic in 1996, and since then, the third leading heart disease #1, cancer's #2. Over 250,000 people die every year from medical errors. If you look up misdiagnosis, right? Over 12 million people get misdiagnosed every year. This is before COVID. Before COVID, doctors didn't know what the fuck they was doing. They didn't know. They was killing people, misdiagnosing people. Man, you gotta search for it to know it, right? So in COVID, how would they be more competent? They trying to sell a medication. You feel like they're not selling. They've always sold the medication.
Yeah, but as far as COVID, isn't it free?
What's that?
COVID, the vaccine for COVID.
I mean, my dad used to tell me ain't nothing free in life.
I mean, I'm sure they go after the insurance companies, but I'm saying for the American public, it's free. From what I heard,
most your doctor visits are free, right?
Yeah.
You go to because you swipe your insurance card. The doctor bills your insurance company. You don't know what the doctor bills. Till you get that big ass bill from your insurance, you're like, man, what What, $300 for what? See, see, you dig what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
this is money, man. And the doctors don't make the medicine. See, this is the thing. The drug people come to the doctor's office and say, hey, I got a new drug. The doctors don't make that. The lab, the
Yeah, the manufacturer.
biochemists.
Yeah.
No, those biochemists that you go to school. That's who makes those. Because they went to school for that. See, so when you see these doctors giving out and saying take this, take that, they didn't make it.
Nah, right. They didn't make it. Yeah, they just prescribed.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't make ivermectin. They didn't make quercetin. They didn't make none of that stuff. Aspirin, nothing. So they just going off of what the label says.
Yeah, like the studies. Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying. How safe is that?
But shouldn't they trust? The biochemists and those people? Like,
now
the doctors, shouldn't they trust?
You ever heard of stress?
Yeah.
You ever heard of love?
Yeah.
And okay, now those have frequencies and effects on your body, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now you can change how your body is right now just by having one of them two thoughts. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you figure that drug is working inside of something that I'm controlling with my thoughts and my emotions? I might not even be sick. I might have just stressed the fuck myself out. That's still how does stress feel? Look up the symptoms of stress. Runny nose, fever, all that stuff can have an effect on my body. So if I take my blood out of my body, right?
Yeah.
Can you control something outside of your body?
No.
Okay. So under that microscope, whatever drug you got might work because my stress ain't affecting the blood cell no more. So if you put a drug in me and I'm stressed out, my circulatory system isn't working properly. So it's not going to be circulated throughout my body. My digestive system isn't working properly. So it's going to sit there in my stomach longer than normal because under stress, your digestive system doesn't work. Like these things here.
So do you believe that the coronavirus is real? Like, is it a real virus?
I've had it in my daughter.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So in September.
My question would be this then. Do you think that it actually killed people, without a doctor malpractice? Do you think the virus actually killed people with preconditions?
See, and that's where, because cancer doesn't kill you. What they do to try to get rid of the cancer kills you.
But if they don't get rid of the cancer, doesn't the cancer eventually kill you?
I mean, okay, now, no. People have been living with that lump for years. They ain't know the lump was there until the doctor started fucking with them. Then it killed them. You ever seen some tumors be like the size of a basketball?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You can live with that shit. Until chemotherapy is hard, kills you. Radiation kills you. When they cut it out of you, it usually spreads because it's no longer contained.
Interesting.
So if you're not eating to live, what do you want a pill to do?
Yeah.
Your body fixes itself. So that's why we have How to Eat to Live. So we don't need, that's why he can eliminate doctors. Your body, what do you do for a cut? What do you do for a broken bone? Why would you need something else in all your life? Your nails grow, your hair grow. You don't cut yourself 1,000 times growing up, right? All you got to do is keep it clean. See, these are people that want to sell something, not tell you how to. If you're not exercising, what is that? If you're not getting sun, if you don't get enough sleep, what is the pill going to do? He says in there, we take the pills and we still die from the same old stuff. You still dying from heart disease. You still dying from cancer. Your body, you just didn't want to feel uncomfortable. That's why you went to the doctor. Give me something, because I'm hurt. Give me something. Give me something. You ain't dying. You don't want to hurt. You don't like how healing feels.
Yeah.
Yes. Is your body cuts hurt? Yeah, cuts. That scab is the most uncomfortable. It makes you want to pick it off.
Hell yeah. I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of always peeling off my damn scab.
Because it hurt. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, I always end up scratching it off.
But your body's healing, though. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Broken bones, that hurt. That's an uncomfortable feel. You got about an hour to set that bone, or your bone is going to heal however condition is in. Look at healing happens. They talk about something attacking your fucking body. Man, that don't even make sense, man. When you cut your finger, you got about 30 minutes. Not even that, to clean it. Because it will heal with that dirt inside of it, right? It will close the wound with that. You got to wash out the wound so it won't close with the dirt and debris inside, right? That happens instantaneously, bro. Instantaneously, man. But they talk about some stuff like that don't even make sense, bro. That don't even make sense.
So, brother, the other brother just called in, brother Fatir. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so brother Fatir, I'm Ron Harrison, by the way, and we have brother Sean, and we just building on different things. I'm just picking brother Sean's brain, So brother Fatir, I want to ask you, because I see your name is brother Fatir Muhammad. So I'm gonna ask you like I asked brother Sean. Are you a registered active Muslim under the guidance of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. All right. Well, peace. Assalamu alaikum. Nice to meet
you. It wasn't a problem if you were, bro. Yeah.
It just getting background.
Yeah.
So anyway, brother Sean is also he is a member and active as well under the guidance and leadership of the not the most, but I don't know how you want to title it, but the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Okay, so brother, so I want to get a little background from you as well. I heard, brother Sean seems very intellectual. He knows a lot about the teaching and things like that, and he's into the health. Like health is, I could tell health is his main thing, and I could tell the way he likes to talk about it. You did, like he's real passionate. And when I mentioned other things, he was good with that too. But when it came to the health, you can tell that he was really, really excited to discuss health. So, brother Fatir, just a little. Wait, am I saying your name right? Correct? Is it Fatir? Is it Fatir, brother? Am I saying it correctly?
Yes, sir. You saying my name correctly, Fatir.
Okay, so just a little background, real quick, and then we'll catch up to where we're at. When did you? Are you born in the nation, or did you join? And if you did, at what age did you join, and why?
Okay, well, let me get to a quiet place. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was born in the Nation of Islam. My parents, they was not born in the nation. They joined the nation, and once they got married, I was born in the nation. But in the nation we have something called registered, and you can only really be registered and going through the official training when you're 16. At 14, I wrote my letter and it was accepted. but I wasn't able to participate in the full training. I could like sell papers and stuff like that, and I could be enlisted, but I just couldn't do the full training until I was 16. And I've been I'm inshallah I'm going to be 17 this February 19th coming up. So almost a year I have been actively registered in the nation.
Yeah, brother, because
Awesome.
I was going to say, brother, it sounds like you're under 30. I was going to say that. I was say, brother, how old are you? Because it sounds like you're under 30. Okay, cool. So you're a young brother. All right, that's great. So you're 17, you said?
No, I'm 16.
Oh, really?
Right now I'm 16.
You see, hey, brother Sean, we got the youth on here.
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
know,
sir. That's all. That's awesome.
Yeah, wow. That's amazing, bro. Yeah, I think you're the first person I ever talked to that was under like maybe 25. So
That's
this is a great bill. Okay. Born in the nation. All right. So wow, that's interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't know where to
Yeah.
start.
Hey, brother Fatir.
Yes, sir.
Yo, that's you know, and that's see with my son, I kind of like I didn't know what because I've seen like looking at the minister and he put his family on display. We were talking about this earlier, and how he's used, you know, his family as an example. We got the messenger's family, you know, we got different other various believers that's in a public position, you know, that we can see their families, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I didn't, and sometimes the children follow and sometimes they don't. And it was like with my own children, I was like, man, you know, what do I do? Because I want them to follow me. You know what I mean? Like, because this is the best thing ever. So it's like, I mean, was it hard for you to follow in your parents' footsteps?
I'm glad you asked that question, brother. That's a very, very intelligent and good question. Well, I always wanted to be a member of the Nation of Islam when I was a baby because I always, when I was young, I always used to copy the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I saw him as a hero because on how he was able to teach, and I always wanted to be a minister, you know. But I always wanted to be that. However, what happened was somewhere in the middle of my life, you know, when I was going to public school, different things was happening to me, and this world's light was pulling on me. I mean, I wasn't smoking or drinking or nothing, but at one point, I kind of wanted to become a boxer, like Muhammad Ali. Is still doing nation work, but also being a boxer like Muhammad Ali. And at one point, I was going there, and it was hard because I had to give that up because Minister, I thought about it. You know, a lot of us, we have a lot of entertainers, we have a lot of boxers and sports people, but we don't really have people who stand up for the total liberation struggle of our people. So I decided to give that up and to keep on going to be a student minister under the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I'm still working to that goal. So until I get there, I'm using my the online platform, the Youthful Perspective, to be able to spread his truth, the truth of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan to the rest of my people. But it was rough. You know what I mean? It's not easy. You know what I mean? Being young in the Nation of Islam, because see, a lot of things pull down on you. You know, sometimes you may have your urges may kick in. Sometimes different things may come, and it's not easy to stay steadfast. But you just gotta stay the course and keep on going. You know, and if I may say, sometimes I was interviewing a brother. His name was Brother Abdul Mustakir Muhammad. He's formerly known as Brother Anthony Muhammad. He's Minister Farrakhan's student minister in Mosque number 55 in Memphis.
Okay.
And he told me, he said that, sometimes with our youth, you know, you could say certain things, you could speak the truth, but maybe it's the way you deliver it. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. Have you ever had a time where you was trying to tell your son something, and your son didn't really understand it, but when his mother came and told him it, the same thing that you said, he understood?
Mm.
Well,
Yes, sir.
that's the same thing with human beings. Sometimes, brother, when they think it's just dad, sometimes I guess they may think dad is being hard on me. So, he just saying that to just get on me. But sometimes when they hear it, from different people, or sometimes when they hear it from, young people in particular in the nation who are striving to be steadfast in the work, when they hear that, they'll be like, now I understand. Now I get it. Now I get it. Because see, sometimes, and this has happened to me, there were times where I thought that my father was just doing certain things that he was doing, just to be hard on me and stuff like that. And then I had to realize that he was doing that, because he wanted me to, be on the right path, and he wanted me to do certain things right, And that's what I think that's what I think our youth need. Our youth need to know that they're loved, and I think if you could put the truth in modern terms, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, when he was making a speech, right, and the minister, when he first came to Savior's Day, this was in 1955, and he wasn't in the nation then, but he came in and he said, "Man, this man can't speak," because he was splitting verbs, and the messenger looked up at him, and he didn't even say it out loud. He said, "It is mine." The messenger looked right up at him, and he said, "Brother, I didn't get that chance to get that mighty fine education that you got. When I got to the school door, it was closing." He said, listen to this. He said, brother, don't you pay attention to how I'm saying it. You pay attention to what I'm saying. And then you take it and put it in that mighty fine language that only try to understand what I'm saying. But notice he said, then you take it, put it in that fine language that you know. See, a lot of times the youth may not understand a lot of the elders' language sometimes. They need a different language, but the same truth. If you can put the truth in their language, I think it can be able to cause them to say, "Oh, maybe this is what we need to do." You know what I mean? And once you do that, I believe they'll be all right.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Hey, brother, you're very smart, bro. I gotta say that, man. And I'm gonna tell you this, right? If you get now, I'm glad you brought this up, because in this, me and Brother Ron was talking about the importance of knowing the anatomy and your physiology. This is knowledge of self, right? So
yes, sir.
If you don't know how your brain controls your body, you will never be effectively able to control it like Master Farad Muhammad can, which he came to give us that. Supreme wisdom takes us into the mind of God. Why? So we can think like a God. And your thinking moves your body, right? So
right.
If we had, and I'm glad you, because and like you say, with my children mimic adults.
Yeah.
Because that's how they learn. Outside of, we usually tell them stop, no, don't. But usually everything else they pick up from seeing us doing. We didn't say, hey, do this, or hey, do that. Right? So they see us walk. I like how he walk. I'm gonna mimic that. They see us eating, holding the fork, holding the bottle. Everybody copied Michael Jordan with the tongue out, trying to do the Jumpman slam. We do that. So the messenger said, put a clean glass next to the dirty glass. And when the people are ready to drink, they're going to, a wise or a sane person is going to reach for a clean glass to drink out of. That's where that disconnect of the language is at. Because you can't fool no youngin' today, man. They know that bull crap. They know the motherfucker trying to be slick. I mean, so when you don't have that clean glass and you're not talking that clean glass language,
Right.
you're not going to attract the cleanness in the other person you're talking to. If you talking slick, you're going to attract that slick part of them.
Right.
You
Yes,
feel what I'm
sir.
saying? Well, you see what I'm saying? So, and that's the love. The love is on the clean part. Hey, man, I'm talking. I don't have to have that mean mug to get you to do something.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to disrespect you, like, because you're God, and a young
That's right.
person is only being God, an adult, like without the restraints. You just God. Just pop it out. You know what I mean? Like, so, I don't, we can't restrict that. We gotta grow it. So you lose your godhood by they put dirty, oh, don't get your clothes dirty. Don't get these shoes dirty. Don't do this. Stop. Don't. Stop. No, don't. Stop. No. See, when we that, and I'm saying this because in as you go, bro, and as you continue to grow, right? You're God. We write our history in advance, right? 1 mile for every year, 24,896 miles. So we round it all. So each of us have the ability to write history 25,000 years in advance and then go live it.
That's right.
You don't start that you start that when you come out of the womb. You couldn't move none of your fingers 16 years ago. 16 years ago, you couldn't get up and walk. You couldn't scoot. You barely could open your eyes. You barely could cry. It took you a couple days out of the womb to get your vocal cords together to even cry. But you did all that. If you got somebody that got a 2-year-old child right now, if you go to that house and that child can't walk, who you gonna blame? The parents or God? You gonna blame? Hey man, what's wrong with y'all baby? So y'all baby supposed to be walking, man. What y'all doing? You ain't gonna. God don't even come in the equation. Right? If that baby can't talk by 3, 4, 5, who you gonna blame, God or the parents?
That's right. That's right, brother.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying this to say, we come out the womb, God ready. He said our brains are created to think right. You come out of the womb with right thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like you come out of the womb, nobody moved you in your whole 16 years but you. The schools you didn't want to go to, the hanging out you didn't, everything that you said when you had that pull of the world, it don't matter. You moved yourself everywhere you went, including to the nation. That's your power. So anywhere you're going to go in the future, you got to know it's already in you, bro.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Because you did it since you came out of when you first took that first step. Oh, look at my baby. Oh, do it again. Ho. Hey, ho. You see, like they was excited when you took your first step, man.
Yes,
I got
sir.
children. You can't wait for them to walk. You try to hold them up. They don't want to walk when you want to make them walk. You hold them up, they fall down. Legs don't walk. But you turn around and they done pulled themselves up and took it because you saw something that you wanted. See, you sitting there on the look at the picture this now. You sitting there, they got you on the little blanket. You see something shiny across the room. You flip yourself over. Now you're scooting across the room. They pick you up, put you back. You go back. Stop. You pick you up, put you back. See, that's how we move ourselves on our wants. That's why the Nation of Islam, we got the restrictive laws to control those things.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? Like, so the things that you want will take you to heaven instead of hell.
Sure.
Because that's just a condition of your mind. You feel what I mean? I ain't mean to preach. I'm sorry, bro. It's just when you
No, bro. We here to they say we here to learn from one another. You know what I mean? There's no big eyes and no little U's. I'm here to learn from you. You here to learn from me. You know, because we all guys. You know what I mean? You know something, and I know something. So I'm learning something from you, and I hope by Allah's submission that you'll learn something from me as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, hey, brother Ron, I got it. We already learned from the other brother, didn't we?
Yeah.
Brothers, this is a very good conversation, brothers. I really wish I could stay, but I gotta get off this time. I really gotta do. I'm so busy.
I'm saying, man, this brother Ron, I appreciate the time. You know what I mean? I had just responded to you on instant messenger. So again, we're gonna link up again. So I think me and Brother Sean gonna build a little more until he's ready to go. But again, I appreciate you, Brother Sean. You wanna?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Yes,
brother,
sir.
for today, man. Appreciate you, brother. Salam alaikum.
All praise due to Allah. One more thing. To brother Ron, the brother who invited me.
Yeah.
Brother Ron.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you a question? Are you a member of the Nation of Islam under the leadership of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, right?
No, I'm not, but I am. I do associate with a lot of brothers and sisters. Yes, I do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, I just wanted to ask that question, brother.
Yes.
Hey, brother. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send you a friend request.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes,
send
sir.
me one too, bro. I mean, I'm registered, bro. So you know.
Yeah. So look.
Okay. I don't. Whether y'all register or not, I'm gonna send all of y'all friend requests. I just need to know all y'all need.
So, brother, if I tell you what I'm gonna do is this, because since I got both y'all names, I'm gonna tag y'all both. Like I'm gonna make a post and tag you both in it, so we can, you dig, and then we could know who each other are. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
That'll
sir.
work.
All right, brothers. Hopefully, we can do more of these in the future.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have a lot of brothers that I built already. So it's about 20 something brothers so far, bro. So yeah, we're gonna have a large build one day. All right. So right now I'm just vetting, making sure everybody's, a mild manner, mature, and I'm just vetting, and then we definitely gonna have like a large build.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, brother.
Beloved. Yes, sir.
All right. Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
Yeah, brother Sean, like that was a real treat. I didn't know the brother was. I didn't know he was 16. I didn't know.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah. Sharp young brother.
I feel a little proud that I was able to get a 16-year-old. You know what I mean? On the call.
Yeah. Sharp young brother, man. I mean,
kind of pat myself on the back, like, all right, the youth pulled up.
Yeah. But see, we ain't we don't feed them right, man. So
yeah, facts. Yeah. So the brother came on. He didn't come on like how some youth come on like where they're unsure of themselves and they just like the brother came on level headed, like he's 100%. He's in like
no doubt. I mean, see, you could tell. You like I said, you got children, you got examples, man. Where some children follow and some don't, man. So it's like when you're seeing that, you can't ignore that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a parent and you ready to repeat or follow that same path with your children. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, we can't, you know what I mean? Seeing a brother that, because I don't really think it's a difference having parents that came through it.
Right.
Especially if you're not eating to live, that's like a big part of it, man. I mean, you can't escape the cover of the book, the title on the book, the fact that it's two of them.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't escape that, man. Like, and that's life or death. So if we say these are life-giving teachings,
right?
Mental giants are dying, bro. How many mental giants we done buried on from believing just Africa, the Layla Africa, Dr. Sadie, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Johan, brother Johan, you know what I mean? Like we burying mental giants, bro.
Yeah.
So it's not the supreme wisdom. That's the life-saving part. It's how to eat to live. Feel what I mean? So if we're not wise enough to save our own life, then we gotta really look at that, man. How smart am I?
Yeah.
You feel what I mean? Like that's personally, bro. That's like how smart am I if I'm not eating to live to say? Because if you either eating to live or you eating to die, it's no he. You know what I mean? That's basic. You know what I mean? So because if I'm eating to die, they call that suicide.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so we talking about COVID and all. Like, hold up. If I'm eating to live, he says in there when he talks about his own sicknesses, he said when we were eating to live, we didn't have no doctors, no doctor bill. We didn't have nothing. When we stopped, that's when we started to call on the doctors and their medicines, and they got worse. He says, in fact, I would not be suffering from bronchial asthma had I not broke the dietary habits.
Interesting.
So if we talking about COVID, like, because he gives us a way to not, he says that, and he says, I asked him about eating one meal every 3 days, and he said you would never be sick. So we got a way to never be sick.
Right.
And he says the only way I got sick is because I broke the dietary habits.
He said that.
We get sick. You
That.
know what I mean?
You said that. Right. Where you said that at?
I'm mad because I made a meme out of it.
Really?
Yeah, I made a meme out of almost the whole book. Because I got taught, because we don't see, we keep talking about diabetes and obesity. Nah, man, this is about life and death, man. This ain't about no dang on diseases. He says diabetes, stop eating the stuff they call diabetes. Hey, that ain't hard.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
so the brother so he was in the group, the Elijah fan club. Are you in that group also?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a little light post. I'm probably say like salam alaikum, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna tag you two. So y'all could, because he just sent me a friend request, and then he'll know who you are. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but finish.
Say that again, bro.
You can finish. I cut you off, but you can finish.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that. I'm just gonna create a little post real quick, and in the group, I'm gonna tag both of you, and then we, you know what I mean? Oh yeah. Look his picture. You know, yeah, this dude. His profile picture is so yeah. Like I'm a guy who don't look at profile pictures. Like I will be chatting with somebody. I'll be chatting with a woman. I never look at your picture. I don't know if you're black, white, Chinese, fat, gay, Republican, Democrat. I don't never look at profile. So his profile picture, he's clearly 16. There's no doubt about that. You dig? He's clearly 16 in his profile pic. I never looked to just now. Yeah, I'm dying, yo. He looked every bit 16, bro. All right. This is okay, so I think we got someone called in.
Page 55.
You say that again?
Say that again, bro. Page 55.
On which book?
1.
Oh, okay. I'll look at it right now. We got our sister, Lil A just called in. How you doing?
Okay, yes.
Says you want to add to anything?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Yeah.
Hey, peace and blessings, sis.
Peace. I don't have nothing to add right now. I'm just listening in, enjoying the show.
Okay. Well, brothers.
Oh man. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm saying finish.
No, see, and that's the because he has another part where he says, and he's talking about us, and he says, "You think I can't see and look at you, and that you're not eating to live?" Like, you know, and of course he was going to make it a law. You know, he says in the book that on this hereafter, I'm enforcing these dietary laws on my followers and I, because we're not supposed to die. And if you do die, you're supposed to die when you want to die. He said, when we died, we died when we were ready to die, we broke the dietary laws. So if you look up you got two causes of death. You got the what they put on your death certificate as the condition: heart disease, cancer, respiratory infections, things like that. But then you have another list which is called the actual causes of death. Those are the things we do. Number one on that list is smoking. Number two is poor diet and lack of exercise. Number three is alcohol. So when we look at in number four is microbial agents, but that's only 1%. So they usually don't even include that one.
Okay.
Alcohol is 3%. Poor smoking is number one at 16. Poor diet, lack of exercise at number two is at 14% of the. So they're saying that these are the things that we do that cause heart disease, cancer. So if we eliminate these things, we eliminate heart disease, cancer. So then how do you die? You feel so this is the system of our cells and how we are biologically created. Because the cell always reproduces. So in the reproduction process, we have a cycle. Of course, you got life and death, right? Because anything that's created has an end date, right? So you have meiosis, mitosis that deal with life and reproduction. You have apoptosis and necrosis that deal with death. Apoptosis is programmed death. We're born with a certain amount of cells, right? So if one of those cells become worn, infected, COVID, disease, injured, apoptosis programs the death so the body can make a brand new one and keep us healthy and strong without aging and sicknesses and diseases. Necrosis is when it's unprogrammed, cancer, frostbite, gangrene, that your body can't get rid of.
Right.
That's what eventually causes somebody's death. Because they're living with something that, so when we're looking at this, how we eat interferes with apoptosis. The body can't digest food all day long and do other things at the same time. Person that eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it takes 36 hours to digest one meal completely. Like, you know, you got boo, boo, boo. It's like that's what interferes with us being able to have cellular health and strength. Then we start to decay and die. And that's the purpose of these books, man. They're science books. Like, you know, we just don't have a lot of teachers that break it down scientifically.
Yeah.
Right. It's not popular. It's popular to use and promote and hold up in your video.
Right.
You dig? But it says, don't listen to, you know, once you, even with the herbology and stuff, you know, it talks about that, you know, but I'm sorry. I don't want to be, you know, go ahead, bro.
Nah, you supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm not shy, and I would interject quickly if I had something to say or to add on. I'm just hearing you out. But since you did stop,
yes, sir.
You did stop. Let me. Where was I going? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna shift gears a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
This is a question I like to ask. I like to just see where everybody's at. So Malcolm X, like, what's your overall view on him?
You want to go first, sis?
Lil A?
My overall view on him is I like his energy. Uh, I feel like he was very intelligent and articulate. I don't necessarily agree with the religious affiliation, but as an activist, I'm with it.
Okay. Bro.Sean, how about you?
I mean, he was. I mean, I really didn't know who he was until around 90 something like that, and I mean, I think he was a good brother. I didn't like his style of teaching too much.
Explain.
I really, like Brother Khalid, that rough instead of the teaching part. You know, I don't like that beating up some and some of like. I mean, because I'm more of a student, so I like somebody that teaches me like a teacher.
Yeah,
So
so
that tough love thing, you wasn't really feeling.
Because I think I'm tough, and that hits me hard. Like, now you triggering something in me. You know what I mean? Like, you're not teaching me, you're challenging me. And I want to be taught. I didn't come in here to be taught. I mean, challenged. I came in here to be taught.
But you don't think that being challenged is a part of being taught?
It can be, because we teach that discipline is an honor to be disciplined. So I don't mind that. You know what I mean? If it's something, I don't want to sit in an audience and I get those type of, not saying whether it's for me or other people. You know what I mean? Like I want to sit, I want to come in here and relax and build and feel comfortable. So and there's a bunch of teachers. That's just some, not all of his speeches, but some of them.
yeah, because I was definitely going to ask you which speech, because I don't know what you can reference. So can you get?
Then I didn't really, 65. I came into the 92. I was 19.
I damn near watch everything, even audio cassette, and I don't know a lecture that he was like being hard like Dr. Khaled. So I would like
no, not exactly. No. I'm saying I was using those as an example. Like anybody in the
community. So he got two famous speeches, right? He got Battle of Mrs. Grassroots. That's his two famous. Do you appreciate those? Because he's definitely.
I did. I appreciate his standpoint. Yeah. But
so you didn't like his method. You didn't like his method of teaching, but
yeah. I mean, I could. Yeah, there you go. Nothing against the brother. Nothing at all. You know what I mean? Because I read the dictionary like he did when I was in prison. Like I copied how he became studious. You feel what I'm saying? Like I copied that because I was in prison like he was, and I'm like, oh shit. When I found out what he did to be as articulate and studious as he was, I said, I dig that. Oh, that's dope. That's yeah.
Sister Lil A, did you hear his message to the grassroots speech?
If I did, I don't know about that title. I've listened to. I don't think I've ever listened to any of his speeches in their entirety, though.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this: most of the things they quote about Malcolm X comes from his I think the ballot of the bullet speech. I think that's what he do, the coffee. He said you mix it with water. I mean, mix it with milk. You don't have coffee anymore. Like all those famous analogies that people love to quote from Malcolm X. I believe a lot of them come from the ballot of the bullet.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so
Can I ask you a question?
yeah,
Bro, Ron?
yeah.
Okay, hey, sis, I gotta ask you a question, right? You too. Because now when it comes, how do you identify? Like when it comes to God or goddess, do you use the term goddess to identify yourself?
I mean, I have, but at this point, I'm not so dead set on. I feel like I did that at a time when I kind of wanted to reaffirm myself. But when I realized that I didn't really need to reaffirm myself as being higher, I could just be that. Now I just identify myself as who I am.
No doubt. No, and I just because I hear like I know. I mean, I don't know what your affiliation is. Like I know some brothers and some sisters use the term goddess, and I know as a Muslim 5%er, civilized person, God is the English word for Allah. There is no Arabic word for goddess. So the black woman is God because Allah incorporates the feminine and the masculine. That's why I was asking. That's all. Just to pick your brain. Not it wasn't the wrong answer.
Yeah, I don't. So for me, I don't even subscribe to a God or Allah ideology anymore. So therefore, I don't even feel the need to try to reaffirm myself as being a goddess or a god or Black women are a god. I just try to be a good human being.
Got you. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm with you on that part. Oh, you missed the young brother, sis? Brother.
Say, yeah. You said, did I what?
We had a young brother on with us a few minutes ago. Sharp young brother, man, 16 years old.
So he has your thoughts on the brother if you heard him.
I heard a little bit of what he said. I was simultaneously chatting, so I didn't hear all of what he said. But yeah, he seemed like a bright young man. Definitely, definitely not of the norm, from what we typically see or hear from that age group, and that excites me.
Yeah.
It seems like somebody's
What'd you say, bro?
It seems like somebody's like really involved in his life and guided him correctly,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just mimicked the right person. I mean, like, he didn't mimic, I guess he didn't have the wrong image. He had the right image to mimic.
Yeah.
And he sounds like it. You know what I mean? He sounds like the people he talked to have to sound like that.
Or I mean, to be perfect. Now, I don't necessarily believe that he has to have someone. I feel like as kids, and we don't give enough credit to this, that you can either mimic people around you, or you can see that these people around me are not like me, and you can search for something that feels more like you. So I don't want to just give credit to whoever's around him is influencing him, because it could be internal. It could be his own motivation to do and be the man he sees himself as becoming that has driven him to, be attracted to certain things. So I don't want to take that away from him. But either way, whatever it is, whether it's influence or self-motivation, he seems to be accept us.
Yeah, by the way, Brother Sean, if you go to your Facebook notifications, I made a post and I tagged you. I tagged the brother and I tagged like 2 other people who I was in contact with. I think you will have a nice bill with.
Yes, sir. That's I'm a brother Fatir.
Yeah. And I got him, I got brother Elamine in there, and I think one other person I got in there. And I had tagged. So you'll see me in the tag. I tagged everybody.
That's what's up. Yeah, I got yeah. What location you in, bro?
Man, I'm in New Jersey.
What location you in, sis, if you don't mind? I mean, I'm in Maryland.
I'm in Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. It's cold there. It's cold here, man. It's cold here right now.
Of course.
It was 18 degrees here, man.
Man, yeah, man. It's it's cold here. Shoot. You gonna stay there?
No.
That's where you from? That's where you from at right there?
No, I'm originally from Indiana. So yeah, it's 9 degrees here.
Man.
Yeah, that's the low for me.
And that's actually a warm day. It's been like -14 last week.
My God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never live here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's tough.
I can't even imagine that. I mean, I know it ain't that. I mean, y'all probably used to it or whatever, but man.
Yeah, it was 18 degrees.
I will never get used to it. Ever.
My limit was today. My limit is 18 degrees. I can't go no colder than that.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, but it's even cold down south though, so they got a cold wave down there.
Yeah, but they be having like little jackets, little North Faces on, little things on. Like I wish I would. I wish I could wear something like that.
Man, listen. I still be trying to dress like it ain't that cold outside, you know. Then I get outside like, woo.
Uh-huh.
Night hitting.
Yeah, ain't that something? Hey, you thinking you could change the weather with your mind? Like, boom, it ain't.
It ain't even that. I don't know. I've never like really bought like winter clothes. Like I have stuff that's more like fall, and then I feel like I can make it winter. Like I'll just throw a coat on. I had some scarf.
Yeah,
It'll be working. You know, it don't be working.
Got you. Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah.
So I asked you about Malcolm. What about Dr. Khalid? Well, since we are
Hold on, you never told us how you felt about Malcolm.
Oh yeah, you never did.
No, you didn't.
No, you never did.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
I appreciated Malcolm. I think he was he was a strategist. You know, he implemented a lot of things in the Nation of Islam. You know, gave them you could say a sense of direction. Like he implemented the Muhammad Speaks, the militancy, all that type of stuff. Like he really, and then he was a what they call a soldier. Like he was out there fishing for fruit. Man, he was the main fisherman out there. He brought more people in the nation than anybody, you know. So he those type of activisms, like I appreciate. That's something I can only dream of doing, and be, you know, and I can aspire to do and aspire to do one day. I believe he was sharp. He was very, very witty. You know, when he had his little discussions, I believe he was very, very witty and sharp. Like he was prepared for almost any discussion. And most of the discussion was political because they used to ask him in the interview, like when they asked him questions, like the reporter would really say, "Okay, we're going to ask you questions, please. Nothing religious, no religion. Give us, you know, non-religious answers." And he'll be on point. you know. So yeah, I look at him as a sharp.
I have a question. Of all the people that could or have influenced people, and I'm not talking about like on no personal level, like my brother was NOI, but the known characters. Um, how many people, and give their names, would you say have been the major influences on the impact of people joining or aligning themselves with Nation of Islam?
Sean?
Oh, choose the minister for me. And I mean, he got the Randall's Island speech from the 70s. You know, it was 70,000 people there. Million Man March. You know, the name, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, which was his objective, is to get people to see his name. I mean, from 70, when the messenger left, Solace was one of the only people who didn't go with Wallace, Brother O'Wolf Dean. And he gets recognition for that. But as far as, for me, as the worldwide knowing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or Master Farad Muhammad, I mean, we have a Savior's Day every year. And their pictures, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, I mean, yeah. What about you, sis?
I wanted to ask unbiased first. Do you agree with that?
No, I would say the minister, of course, Minister Louis Farrakhan. I would say Dr. Khalid Muhammad definitely did a lot of work out there, a lot of activism in the streets. Like that's we know that. I would say Minister Malcolm X and maybe some other guys, but off the top, of course, outside of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, we're talking about Minister Louis Farrakhan. We're talking about Dr. Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X. I think they brought the most people in the nation. They influenced the most people to join the Nation of Islam. Like their activism is like undeniable. Like other people, it might just be stories, but these guys, you could clearly see like their work.
Now, I would say, as far as I'm concerned, because I've never been in the nation and I'm a little younger than both of you, I would say for me, the names that are notable to me, Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, Farrakhan. Although I've heard of Khalil, I'm not familiar as much like with his work, what he's done. So those would be like the three names that stick out to me. But of all of the people named, who would you say has the single most influence as far as drawing people into the nation?
Brother Sean?
And I mean, and I agree with both of y'all answers, right? And the only reason I didn't say Malcolm or Khalid, Brother Khalid, is if you compare their positions. Brother Minister Malcolm was the national representative. So, and if you look at his speeches, they were the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, as everybody else. Dr. Khalid was in the same kind of position. And if you look at his speeches, and before he left the nation, it was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I mean, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. And that's where he got his name from. So, I mean, yes, I agree with you, but the single most, because before Khalid, that 70, that from when the minister, he had a period when Khalid wasn't there. You know, so I mean, but I definitely, I'm just saying that not to say I don't love the brothers, I love them, but yeah, that's just my answer. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so yeah, I think unanimously from people I spoke with, like from people I spoke with, I think like hands down, no matter how they feel about this, no matter how they feel about Minister Malcolm X, I think most members, active or inactive, I ever spoke to, they all say Malcolm X was the top fisherman. And I'm going to agree with that. I'm going to say Malcolm X brought the most people in the nation, like hands down.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify. I kind of get what you're saying as far as but I think that lends more credit to once they're in the nation, who is like the top person in the nation. But that's not the same as who's drawing people to the nation for them to even learn, the teachings. You understand what I'm saying? Like, once I'm in and then I learn the teachings, then that's one thing. But I have to become interested in learning the teachings. So I'm saying, like, who really driving force for people even wanting to learn the teachings or wanting to become a part of the nation. And that's kind of more of the question I was asking.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. You got the Randall, the minister has had public speakings. When the messenger was here, he had 70,000 people at Randall Island in New York. When he's on a Monday, he had 2 million men, you know what I mean, at the Million Man March. They responded. As a member, I don't know how many members we have. I mean, only certain people are privileged to that. So I don't know how many people, but when the minister has spoken, nobody else, no other member of the Nation of Islam has attracted larger audiences at one time than him.
Yeah. The most honorable Elijah Muhammad said when he was on the scene, he was teaching. He said, as far as his fishermen goes, his members can fit in a van. Okay. So the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said his when he was on the scene recruiting, he had about enough people to fit in, a van. Like you think like Mexicans hop in a van. Okay. So that's why I said like it's widely known that Malcolm X, when he came on the scene, he started to recruit and bring everybody, within. Had Malcolm X never had a falling out with the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, I don't think, this is my opinion, I think he also would have brought 1 million people to Washington. And to this day, you have all people from all different like belief systems, faiths, like they all love Malcolm X. So I really don't believe he'd have had a problem bringing 1 million people to Washington.
Okay, all right.
I do want to ask. I just wanted to ask, do we think that it was ever, maybe this is known or not known, I don't know. Do we think that it was ever Elijah Muhammad's intent to build the nation to as large as it did, or is that just something that kind of happened?
Oh, no, it was the intent. I mean, that was his order from Master Farad Muhammad to get all of us, to teach all of us this, And along the way, he just said, take it or leave it alone. And those that wanted to take it, he just built a place for them. Those that didn't, he just said, whatever happens to y'all, happens to y'all. Y'all on your own. But yeah, I the objective is to get all of us.
Yeah, so when I look back at, the teachings and the stories, Master Muhammad teaching Elijah Muhammad every day for 3 years, right? So we had a discussion before, and Lil Egg pointed out how she went to school for business. And another brother was already in business, and he thought that he had the advantage. And I'm like, nah, brother. when you're in business without going to school for business, you're learning on the job. You're making mistakes, things that's unavoidable. Okay, because how would you know? So if I correlate that to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, he would have hoped to have, 22 so-called million people, black, black people with it on the side. But I don't think he was ever prepared for that, because you would have to like have some type of preparation for that. And until that happens, it's going to be, just here they are. Now what? And then you got to adapt. So I believe he was just learning on the job. Like as people joined, it was growing, and he was just learning on the job, like how people be in business now without some type of business school, or some business education prior.
I mean, we got the history of the nation, right, bro?
Yeah.
And his work, I mean, so it's not, we believe that Master Fard Muhammad is God.
Right.
We don't believe that we don't believe in happenstance and luck. We believe in the fulfillment of what he came to do.
Yeah.
So he had 25,000. It was in Detroit. He had registered 25,000 followers before the messenger started in 1934. But the first 7 years, that's how we got the mosque all over they're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. That's because he went around the world. I mean, America, and everywhere he went, the people he stayed with became followers and built the mosque right there.
You talking about Master Fard Muhammad, right?
No, I'm saying the Honorable Master Fard Muhammad is 1930 to 1934. In that time period, he had registered 25,000 followers in Detroit. From 1934, that's when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was leading the Nation of Islam. So from that point on, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was gonna say I have a question because earlier you said God or Allah, like there's no feminine word for Allah. So was if he's God, where does the feminine aspect come in?
We have an X and Y chromosome. The female, the woman is nothing but biologically, chromosomally, DNA. I mean, is the X chromosome. We have that. So,
the woman is XX, right?
Yeah, and the man is X. We have X. That's the feminine. In us. That's not masculine. The Y is masculine in us. This is why we could. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead.
So women don't have any masculine if we're XX, but men have masculine and feminine.
Yeah, that's what the X chromosome is the female. The Y chromosome is the male. We have an X and an Y. So chromosomally, we have both in us. I don't know why that is. I can't go too deep because I didn't make us.
But then chromosomally, we don't have both.
Right. I mean, right. So and that's not a difference. That's just how we reproduce for reproduction measures, not for anything else.
Do you believe that men and women are equal?
Yes. The Nation of Islam teaches that the woman is the second self of God. The first thing he created was the woman. When he created himself, the first thing, the very first act of creation is the black woman. He
Do
saw
you
the X
subscribe to the
chromosome.
belief of the 7.5 ounce brain versus the 6 ounce brain?
That wasn't talking about actual brain matter, because the brain matter is heavier than 7.5 ounces. The brain weighs more than that.
Can you tell us what it was talking about?
I think it might be the thinking part, the prefrontal lobe, because the parietal lobe is your sensory, your occipital is your eyesight, and your temporal is dealing with your hearing. But the prefrontal, that's our thinking. So if we dealing with God and high knowledge, it has to come from the frontal lobe, because that's where the thinking part comes at. Now, when we looking at the limbic system, the thalamus coordinates everything in the brain, so that would have to be a part of it. But when we can find the parts of the brain that actually deal with that, and if we weigh them, they'd probably be 7 around there.
And what kind of distinction does that make between the male and female brain? Like what's the...
I never heard that the female, I don't know where that came from. That the female, I know the white man's brain is lighter. I never read what the female brain is different than the males. I only know that it's a difference between the white man and us. The 6 was with white man, to my understanding, not the woman.
Okay. Bias, do you have a reference for that?
It's in the lessons. It's in, I want to say it's the 1 through 40 ink mark lost found Muslim lesson number 2, 1 through 40.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me say that one more time. You said the 1 through 40, which degree?
It's number 32. Tell us the mental and physical power of a real devil. The mental power of a real devil is nothing in comparison with the original man. He only has 6 ounces of brain, while the original man has 7.5 ounces of brain, which are original.
Yeah. And then it says the devil. Yeah. So that's interesting, because we had a brother come on here and tell us that the black woman brain was 6 ounces as well.
Oh, that ain't in the lessons. That's not in Supreme Wisdom. I don't know where you got that from. I ain't seen that message to the black man or nothing.
I'm looking at it, and that's not in here. Yeah, it just say the devil has 6 ounces. And
yeah. And like I said, when it says that are original, that could. I'm sorry, bro. What you say?
I said he about to be in trouble. But go ahead, finish, bro.
No, when we look, because from the fetus on up, the brain stem is considered, or that reptilian part of the brain is considered the original brain. And so when you're looking at that 7.5, because it says which are original. So, in the coming out of the womb, the brain is smaller. But I do know it's not talking about the total brain that we have as adults. Because that's, we weighed it. It's more than 7.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
Because
I do have a question from the chat. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, from my research, from what I can recall, I think a newborn baby brain is even heavier than 7 ounces, 7.5 ounces.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Yeah. So, what question you have for somebody?
Yes. So I have a question from the chat. Saru wanted to know if why the NOI did not ask for reparations when they were $1 million deep.
You talking about Washington?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I think he's talking about Washington.
on the back of every final, since the Nation of Islam has been established, we've had what's called once in belief. What every Muslim want, what every Muslim, and then we carry that tradition on the back of the final call, and that's from the honor, and it has nothing about reparations. We want to separate. We don't. We say we need to get 8 to 10 states, and you should make sure we're equipped with the right equipment and such, so we can have a good start. Since we help you build this country, but it's the Muslim program. That's the thing of it. It's what a Muslim wants and what a Muslim believes. 10 wants and 12 believes.
So you don't believe that that is to a degree reparations though? Even if you want to be separate.
We didn't have that word. When that word came up, we never used it. I mean,
so you're saying that you all did, it just wasn't, you just didn't use that word.
Right. I mean, because that's been like those 10 wants have been there since the Nation of Islam has been established. You know what I'm saying? And the 12 beliefs, because it explains to the public what we want and what we believe in. Because we was asked those questions. So he made, you feel what I mean? So
yeah. So you're saying in essence the march was about that. It just wasn't under the banner of reparations. Yeah.
No, the Million Man March was the Day of Atonement. That was the subtitle. It was so we as Black men could say, hey, I'm sorry to each other. I'm sorry to my community for not being the man I should have been. And then when we go home, we taking a pledge to go home and join some type of Black organization to clean up my community. We didn't ask the government. It was to make Black men responsible. To say, hey, we as Black men, as a Black man, I'm calling to say other Black men, we need to be Black men. You don't have to join the nation.
I think that's the question that he's asking in the chat. If you're able to draw those kind of power in numbers, with that power in numbers, why didn't you make a formal request as to
the man we call the devil?
Well, yeah, if part of the plan is to separate, if part of the plan is to separate and add and request of the man that you call the devil to assist in setting up that society or nation where you're separated, I don't see much difference.
See, we didn't. No. See, you don't have the once in front of you. I didn't say that. I said we in the once. It said we believe that they should give us some states and help us. But we teach that our unity is all we need because we have, $1 trillion that goes in the Black community? All we have to do is, we have the 3-year economic program that's been in place since the Honorable Elijah. He said, he said, give me your pennies. So everything that he built, he didn't never get nothing from nobody but ourselves. And he was showing us, like, we don't need them. If they ain't gonna help us anyway. If they do, it's gonna be some trickery. Look what they did with the Indians and the smallpox and the blankets. We don't let them in the door. He was trying to, Master Farah Muhammad didn't tell us to go. He said, nah, do for self. So I mean,
just a quick side note. I love history and I love American history, like Black and white, Hispanic, like whoever contribute to America. Like I love reading that history. So this is like just a fun fact. The smallpox blanket, that was a general. Like that was a particular general. That wasn't like white folks like colluded and came together and that was just a general individual decision. He didn't ask anybody. Right. No, I'm just saying, like, he didn't ask anybody. He didn't come together. And And but I'm saying like the way I hear it, it's almost like white folks all together got together and they passed out blankets. No, it was one general acting on his own, and he did what he did.
No, it's not. No,
Yeah,
no. The nation. Yeah, we don't. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sis, you go first. I'm sorry. I want to hear you.
I was going to say, I know specifically on a previous show, Bias played a video of Elijah Muhammad talking during an interview, and he was very clear on what he felt the so-called devil or the government needed to do for Blacks. And he pretty much said that they should be willing to provide institutions, help us learn how to run these institutions in our own nation, but build us a nation, teach us how to run the nation, and then leave us to our own devices. That was pretty much the gist of it.
Mm-hmm. For the 400 years of free labor, that's the least you could do. Of blood, sweat, and tears.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So we're saying, like, why didn't they make a formal request for that?
What did that do with anybody else? Like, why would they listen to the Nation of Islam? They locked the Honorable Elijah Muhammad up for World War II, and he was well over the age of the draft. He did 6 years. They locked Master Fard Muhammad up, kicked him out of Detroit. Like, what was we gonna do? They locked him up in Chicago. Well, they was gonna lock him up in Chicago when we built the school and started the Muhammad University of Islam. Like, they ran in the mosque in New York. They ran in the mosque in California and killed the brother. They ran in the mosque in down south, almost killed the minister, Minister Bay. Like, we don't have guns. What were we gonna do?
So even asking poses a problem?
Ask
for a threat?
We got God. We believe Master Fard Muhammad. He gave us the knowledge to set us. See, we got 13 instructions that start the supreme wisdom. It says, take some of this mathematical theology and set yourself in heaven at once. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, if you start to do for yourself, white people will be like a string around your pinky. You got to look and say, oh, y'all still here? So that we teach that time ended in 1914. This is a transition. This is a grace period. So, and from a belief perspective, I don't see I don't see them listening.
Okay.
Now I support those in Cobra. I'm with them. I mean, I've donated to them in the past. I haven't seen much from them recently, but when they were active, the Nation of it. Now the minister has always gave them a platform in the final call. They've always been supported. He's been there invite him to the Black Summit meetings. He's there. When Tavis Smiley used to do it with the Black leaders, I mean, he's always been there. He has a book called The Torchlight for America, where he laid out a program. He offered it like, hey, this is. I mean, that's from the.
So I do have to ask, what does the power of God or Allah grant you? What does it grant? Like, what is the benefit to being the original Black man?
there's no beginning, no ending. We can do whatever we want. The original man is the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner. So I make something, I own it. We're made of material that we can control. I mean, that's what it is about.
So if that's the
Being
case,
able,
then technically white people came from blacks, right? You subscribe
yes,
to that?
of
So if we're
course.
the original owner, meaning they came from us, I don't see how um, all of the different things that you just detailed as far as Elijah Muhammad going to jail and them running up into a mosque, I don't see how that would be a deterrent considering you are the owner of or you're the original man. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how you can be the original man, um, be eternal and infinite, but also be limited.
What do you mean?
Meaning, if you truly have this power, that you don't even have to do anything for, this is just who you are. I don't see why asking for reparations or making a formal request would be would be deterred by the actions
For
of
who?
the devil that came from you for the nation.
No, it's not. You're acting. See, man is God. The Bible says you are all God. The Bible is not from the Nation of Islam. Psalms 82:6. The Bible opens Genesis 1:26, and God created man and woman in His image after His likeness. Then if you go to 1:28, it says He blessed them with dominion over the fish of the sea, with the power to subdue the earth, multiply it, replenish it. That's what biblical say. If you're a Muslim, you open up the Holy Quran. He says He made man Khalifa. Khalifa means a ruler in place of the ruler. He told the angels to bow down and submit, and they bowed down and submitted. That's a power. Along the way in our history, if you look, we only lost that during this window of our history of enslavement, of the conquering of the European and them destroying our artifacts, killing our teachers. They had a scorched earth military tactic where they destroyed everything. So we know this through history. So we know that we got to where we are at, not on our own accord. My name, Sean. Sean is an Irish name. No way, it's no way that's my original name. It's no way. So when we looking at, I don't English, it's how do I speak this? How does this become my family language? So that is something that the Nation of Islam is we have scripture that teaches us who we are. The Nation of Islam is the reawakening of that Bible, because we use those scriptures to support saying man is God.
But you do mean the black man or non-whites are
The
God.
white man, how can the white man not? Yes, he's the God of this world. We teach that.
Oh, so the white man is the God of this world?
Of course. This is his world. He was given the time to rule. Yeah. See, and I love what I love about the nation and the teachings of when he teaches, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He always say you could take it or leave it alone. He's like, I'm not here to force you to believe, but this is a history outside of Europeans. Like a black history outside of Europeans. They don't teach black history anyhow.
So it's your belief that when you're under different rulership, right? Or when we fell out of rule, I guess, and were conquered by the whites, then it then became the white man's world? Or do
No.
you just mean America is the white man's world?
Yes, because they didn't conquer. They still looking to explore places on the earth. They ain't been underwater all the way. There's certain land masses they haven't conquered. They can't conquer the jungle. So it's places, many places, the deserts, many places that we go that they don't today. So this is not, they were given the time of rule. So, but their time is up. It's our rule now. Well, we got to want to get back. So that's where we're at. We're in that valley of decision. Those that want to return to their original self according to Bible and scripture saying you're God, and those who don't. That's cool if you don't. I don't, because you're God, you can do what you want to do. That's why he says take it or let it alone, because you're God.
So you said their time is up, and I guess that's why I'm confused. So if their time is up, then I'm still confused as to why the nation built the numbers. They've been able to, and I think the guy said in the chat he meant overall with the nation, not just the march. He meant overall. If the time is up and you have this collective that agrees that the time is up, they have learned and accepted that they are the original, then I guess I'm confused as to why with that collective effort.
First, I can only speak about what I choose to accept and believe. Everybody, when I was in church, everybody didn't believe everything. I don't expect everybody to believe everything in here. We was talking earlier about how to eat to live, and everybody not following that. So, I mean, I can only account for.
And you're talking about as far as the nation, right? So you're saying that even everyone in the nation doesn't necessarily subscribe to.
No, I'm saying I can't. I have no idea what anybody else do subscribe to but me. And if I do, we're taught to settle on the best part. So if I do have to imagine, I'm going to imagine on the best, but I don't want to put
that
myself,
for sure.
Right. I'd rather speak on what you know what I'm saying? Because I can't speak for the whole nation in all situations because I don't know. I'm not privy to, I'm not no rank, and I don't have privy to.
I think that's fair. You don't have to explain yourself.
Right,
I think that's fair.
Right. But I'm trying to I want to answer everything. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure I'm coming from the right perspective to do justice for everybody. You dig what I'm saying?
That is the best answer. So I can accept and respect that. It is different than a lot of people that come on the show and they attempt to speak for all as if they are a representation of the whole. So I can respect that.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, and that's not to, because I love answering I have no problem, because like I said, he's always said, my job is to deliver a clear message. My job is just to be a warner, to let you know our Savior has arrived. So within that, he's never, because the Quran says there's no compulsion in Islam. So we don't compel anybody. We respect the fact that who you are is God. So we try to strive to be righteous gods. If that makes sense. So you feel what I'm saying? So within that, because we teach that there's different tribes. So if there's different tribes, that implies different cultures, different foods, different languages even. So we're one as one people, but we weren't one. Everybody didn't speak the same language. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so some people roamed, some people didn't. Some people were mathematic geniuses, some were science geniuses. So in our expression of life, we different multitude. We had different attributes just manifesting.
Okay.
I mean, but that's the beauty. That's what I love about the nation, because it doesn't compel me to do anything but to be righteous Muslim, righteous God. The restrictive laws keep us away from gambling, no staring, patting, rubbing on the sister, no dice, games of chance, no weed, drugs, alcohol, no worshiping false gods. You feel what I'm saying? Like none of the stuff that makes a bad person. Like I love, because nothing else gave me that. Nothing else like said, hey, this is the road to your success. That's how the restrictive laws, the road to our success. Like I love that.
Okay.
But this is. I mean, I didn't know y'all do this on the regular. I'm glad I quit, bro. I'm glad. See, whatever made me move that way, I'm glad, because I didn't even know the group. I tagged in the group today. I just joined the group earlier.
Oh yeah,
because I saw it posted on my timeline. I didn't even know the group existed.
wow.
I was like, oh, that joint's dope. That's a dope group. Let me get in there. Like, yeah.
Yes. So you know, in the group, you know, you got Sunni Muslims, you got Nation Islam, who are under the guidance and leadership of the Honorable Ms. Louis Farrakhan. You got people who are just under the influence of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So you have a lot of debates and a lot of arguments and a lot of confusion there. So I'm like, hey man, let's just talk about it, because you know, when you're texting, you know, messages get mixed up, people ain't reading, and people just want to be right. But when you got to articulate your thoughts and express yourself, it's you know, I think you do a better job talking to each other, you know. So I'll be trying to get the brothers on here to hash it out. Like, yo, just talk. Stop typing and talk. You know, a lot of guys, you know, don't want to do that. And so to me, they just trolling. But I'll say about 20 something brothers came on here and talked with us, you know, and it's been productive. We met some good people. So yeah, so my goal is, and like I said, every person I talk to, I'm vetting, right? Because some people are not as well behaved as you, not as mature as you, and you know, so those people would not be invited back, you know, to build. But my goal is to get a bunch of brothers on, and we're gonna talk about some serious topics, and we're gonna talk about the differences out here, like, you know, we're gonna have a real build about real stuff.
See, I don't mind you being right too, because like me, my medical school, right? The books I used were only at that school.
Right.
And when I seen books from other schools, they completely different information and whole. So, but we can only go off of what we studied and how, you know, that right there. So it was like, hey, your book might have said 1 + 3 is 4, and mine said 2 + 2.
Yeah.
We both right. I don't mind. I want my people to win, because
Right.
that's the objective. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if we have an exchange, I don't mind learning.
Yeah. So
You know?
what I try to be is a mediator, and I try to be a true journalist, okay, where I don't have a dog in the fight. I try to be unbiased as possible. I try to be gray. And what I try to do is make sure the person's logic is consistent. So whatever their reason is to be anti, be pro, I really don't care. Like the logic should be consistent. It shouldn't be contradictory. So I'm talking about for whatever it is, whether they anti-gay, anti-Republican, whatever it is, like the logic should be consistent. It shouldn't oppose it itself. But I find when people express themselves, we're no longer typing. You got to talk now. I see people talk in circles. People have a hard time expressing themselves, and people pretty much just contradict themselves. Like they're not even clear on their stance. Like that they have opposing views within their own belief systems. Like, dude, you got to get that correct.
Yes, sir. Hey, you conflicting in your own views, yo, in your own answer.
Exactly.
Yep.
No, but go ahead. Yes.
Nah, sis be asking them, man. When she was like, I got another question. I was like, man, I ain't gonna lie. Sis, she had me over here like my armpits was getting a little sweaty. I'm like, man.
Hey, bro, she was all over me yesterday, man. And you know what I did when she was all over me? Guess what I did? I went on mute. I went on mute.
Yeah. I love the questions though. That's where you don't know what you don't really get a chance to practice what you know unless you ask something.
Oh, and by the way, just a sidebar for Lil A, that says Sean hit me up and he pretty much told me his position, and he pretty much told me the confusion because we're all still confused. So brother, this is a topic we was dealing with, so it's kind of hard to catch you up. But it was he basically told me like his position and what they were saying opposed to what the other side is saying. And I get it now. Like I totally get what they're saying, So that's just it.
Was it anything close to what I was saying?
Yeah, but
what I was trying to explain.
Yeah, and it's very clear. Okay, it's very clear, and like he mentioned terminologies that you need to know in advance. It's simple stuff. Just Google it, and you'll get it. And it's just to me, it's like it's more clear now what they were saying, and I ain't got a problem with it. So now whether somebody agree with it or not, that's personal. But the whole point is that you understand what somebody's saying. That's it.
Right.
That's the important part.
Best part of life.
Yep. That's right. And I think that's where we can't get along at. Like this unified effort can't be realistic without the understanding of each other's thoughts. Like, 'cause it's okay, look, when it comes like to sports, look how petty we are. You a Yankee fan, this person a Atlanta Braves fan, and we'll argue over that. It's like, listen, man, we're not gonna agree on everything, but that's not enough to be disunified because you disagree on something. And even with religious faiths, like I like your attitude on that. Like your attitude was like, listen, if you with the minister or if you're not, that's on you. And that's pretty much what I got from you. Like, life goes on.
Right. Because, okay, now from the Nation of Islam perspective, that's how the moon got out there. Because a black man wanted everybody to speak the language he wanted them to speak. When they said no, the emotions rate that a murder came in and suicide, because we teach that he dug a hole, drilled the hole into the earth, placed dynamite, because we had way more high explosives back then, and tried to kill everybody because they didn't want to speak the same language. That's what got us into the experimentation that eventually led to the making of the European. So we could see all of the stuff we were capable of doing, so we could eventually learn how to perfect ourselves.
So let me add to that, because what I'm good with is hearing something today. I've been hearing something in November, same this year, and then I could correlate the two. Like, oh, wait, I remember this. So anyway, so when I hear those teachings, right, and So let me give you an example. We just talked about the wants and beliefs a minute ago. And we talked about, you talked about a separate state, 20, 25 years, of assistance. And then when I read the Yakub story, I'm like, okay, I heard that right there. The king asked Yakub, what did he want? He said the same exact thing. Separate state, 20, 25 years assistance, same thing. Okay, so members kind of missed that. So now when you said the moon, right? The deportation of the moon, you said he was upset because he wanted us all to speak the same language, all to speak the same language. To me, he wanted us to unify. And because we unify, he got murderous, right, intentions. So, but the language today is what? We all got unified. You see, so what's going to happen? Murderous intentions, because when we don't unify. So I say we're all not going to do one thing. Like that's just far fetched. I say just get as much people you can on board, and then do something with it. Do something constructive with it. But if we're waiting for all, then we're going to be like that scientist on the moon.
We're not waiting for all. The Honorable and How to Eat to Live was written in 1965. It says in here, nearly all of my followers, nearly me and all of my followers are in heaven. It's not a wait. It's a separation process because America has to answer. So if it's fulfilling the prophecy of Abraham, my seed will be enslaved in a strange land by strange people for 400 years, and at the end I will come and I will deal with those that enslaved them and raise my people up. We fit the 400-year description, so who is the I that comes? But America has to be dealt with. So if you got a righteous God that loves the people enough to say, hey, I want to get those who don't want to be destroyed a chance to separate versus those that don't care. Just like with Sodom and Gomorrah and Lot, just like with every other prophecy or story of a place getting destroyed, there was a warner to get the righteous out and kill the rest. We don't care about everything. Only the righteous will survive. That's what we teach. Black, white, it doesn't matter. So this is a separation process because we want to get rid of that destructive behavior. So if we through our history have learned everything we could go through, it's been explored. There's no more wickedness that we could see or witness. There's no more destruction that we could see or witness. Man has done every low thing we could do. He sold, how they say, sowing my wild oats. That's what they get that to men before. Oh, let me go and get my thanks, sow my wild oats before I settle down. See, that's what we had to do. Now we at a process. We don't, those that want to be righteous. Platform. That's all it is. It's a platform. For those that believe. If you don't, that's great. That's beautiful. We still work with you because you are brothers and sisters. But if for those that look at those Bible scriptures and see them, well, that wasn't the Egypt and the Jews. We know that. So that we fit that 400-year period. At the end, God said, I will come. We believe that's Master Farad Muhammad. Because what he gave us, he left the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So from 1934 to 1975, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad called the white man a devil. He said, you my open enemy. And he wouldn't let them in our meetings. And didn't have a gun, a knife, Nothing. It's like to see that, and his own brother was trying to. He had members of the Nation of Islam trying to kill him. He didn't go on the run for white people. He went on the run because when Master Fard Muhammad left, the things he said, the other members didn't like it, and his own brother was trying to kill him. So he went on. He left. That's how the first 7 mosques got this from Milwaukee, DC number 4, going up to number 7, New York. I'm just saying, like, and I'm not being preachy, and I don't mean to. I'm just saying, for me, once I learned that history, that he didn't care. He didn't ask permission. He started the school. He didn't ask them, could he start the school? He started, he said, I changed my name. If God gave me the name Muhammad, I don't need to ask you to change it, and you can't change it. So he didn't, those members at that time, they did things that to me were like, wow, because at that time they were openly killing black people.
Yeah.
Mega Evers. You know what I'm saying? You was getting people openly killing black men for doing less, wanting to integrate, wanting to sit at your counter. We talking about a black man and say, I don't want integration. He said integration was a sin. It's separation, because integration, that's not equality. Separation, let us be us, because being with y'all, you are made to destroy us. And he got a speech on it. Like, you guys were made to show us the worst in us. So we could just, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
Do you think Dr. King wanted to actually integrate, or you think that was words placed on his movement by let's say white people?
His objective was he wanted to be on a bus seat?
Nah.
On a countertop?
No.
I don't know what his objective was.
So let me help you with that, okay? So the civil rights movement, if you Google it right now, by definition, is based on 2 different events: racial segregation, racial discrimination. Had nothing to do with integration. So he was saying no different than the Black Panthers. He was saying, if I'm American, according to the 14th Amendment, he was calling white folks hypocrites. He said, if we're Americans, according to your Constitution in 1866, 68, all those years right there, I think 68, but whatever, I'm not nitpicking. He was pointing out the hypocrisy within the country. He said, if we are indeed Americans, according to your own Constitution, then why are we segregated? Okay. I should have the right to go wherever I want to go. I'm not necessarily trying to integrate, but if I'm truly an American, I have the right to travel and go places state to state. Okay. Also, if I'm American, then why am I being discriminated against? So in other words, my constitutional rights are being violated on a regular basis, and I don't have the protection that I said I was supposed to have. When your rights are violated, you're supposed to be protected. Well, they're supposed to be protected, and the violator is supposed to be, punished, persecuted, prosecuted.
Right.
So his demonstration was like, "Yo, what's up?"
Right.
So yeah, so that's what they were doing. They was demonstrating. No, I'm not even demonstrating. They was exercising their rights, and then demonstrating how their rights are not being protected.
Hey, brother, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What has white people always told us? Go back where?
Africa?
Yes.
Which white folks? Because the country's divided. You got the North and the South.
A lot of them.
No,
a lot of them.
No, but I'm asking you.
I don't know, but it only takes one.
Well, I don't.
They got TV shows. They got.
I don't agree, because Jim Crow was where? It's the South or the North?
No, they've always told us to go back to Africa.
No. I don't agree.
It's a reference. I'm making it because this ain't ours.
Yeah, but
I've never looked at this as ours.
I got you. Wait, no, your ancestors did because they built the country. So it's definitely
No. I don't have that in my veins. A lot of my family didn't make. We were received the worst part of slavery.
No, what I'm saying is, so 400 years of slave labor is in vain now. We just leave and let the white man.
Okay, now, like I told the sister, I can't speak for everybody.
Speak for you.
Now, what was in my bloodline received the worst. We were in the country. We didn't build America. We had the worst on this plantation because we traced it back, right? So I'm saying we didn't. That ain't in my blood. A lot of my family died trying to get back at America.
Wait. Back up. When you build it, when you tie ancestry back to slavery, can they go back to slavery?
Yes, we got.
What were they producing in slavery?
Tobacco.
Okay, they helped build America. Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying we're that's dealing with because we dealing with detail. We help get somebody because we still do it. They still deal with the same family, and that ain't dealing with America. That's dealing with Maryland. Because remember, each state is different. Like when you say we got the right to travel from state to state, that's not true because Maryland and Virginia has different traveling laws.
Okay, wait, no. Back up, brother.
Like each governor, I'm saying on a political level.
No, back. Right, I got you, brother. This is what I've been reading. Okay, so the United States, we're not united for a long while. Okay, yeah. So each state had their own currency. So $10 in Georgia ain't $10 in California.
Yes.
All right. So they were not technically united until the Great Depression. And that's because, that the bank runs and all that type of stuff caused this country to go to depression. So after that, that's when the government stepped in and got stronger. It gained more power over the states. Right. So after that point, you start to get United States. They start to get united on everything. Okay. Everything major. That can get this war, things like that. Like things that make this country go. They were united on that. That they were united that way. They were not united every way. Like state got different state laws, things like that. I get it. Different.
They ain't even united on COVID, bro.
Well, again, so
my state is wide open.
Now, wait, hold up, brother. I'm pointing out something to you. So look, brother. What I did was federalism. You know what federalism is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's a hierarchy in this country. The government laws or the Constitution laws are first. The government is first, right? There's nobody above him. He's first. The state is second, and then you got ordinances, cities, and all that stuff. It's an order. It's a hierarchy. So the government is first. So now, but the government don't control everything from the state. It just controls the most important things on the state. But other things the state can decide for themselves. So they are united because they're in agreement on what the government has jurisdiction over, and a lot of times they share jurisdiction. So either one is not over the other. So it's very deep and it's very interesting. I love this type of history. So
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So you got things like that going on, right? So states have rights where they could do something without the government looking over them, because again, like they didn't want the government to have too much power. So they said you gotta have checks and balances too, and we're sovereign states, so we have the right to do things differently here without violating federal law, without violating the Constitution. So everything the state wants to do, they can't violate or contradict federal law or anything dealing with the Constitution and all 27 amendments.
Okay, can I give you an example real quick?
Yes, sir.
Maryland and medical marijuana. Marijuana is a federal crime.
All across the United
But
States,
the
by the way.
state-
All 50 states. All 50 states. Marijuana is a federal crime. All 50 states.
But they sell it.
Okay.
DC is recreational. Maryland is medicinal. Virginia is recreational and medicinal.
Right.
California. So I'm just saying, they can violate a federal.
No.
You can get arrested.
Yeah, but
by the federal authorities.
Yeah, okay, so let me explain
the
that.
state authorities won't arrest you.
Let me explain that because the state said it's legal, but the Fed said, but there's checks and balances on what you can do. What you can do with marijuana. You still can't sell a ton of marijuana from your trunk. And if you do, we're coming to get you. Not your state. We're coming to get you. So that's what
I'm saying. But no. It's illegal to have marijuana. It's a federal charge, regardless. The states, certain states have chosen not to make it a crime, and you can. But if you get caught, the feds can still lock you up. They choose not to because it's not a high crime. But this is what I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just giving an instance where that's a violation, because when you like medical marijuana, you can't pay for it with a credit card because that's regulated by the FDIC. It's a cash only business, even though it's medical marijuana. That's how they get around the federal regulations. Even though they have to file federal taxes for the business, they only accept cash.
Okay, so here we go. While the federal prohibition of cannabis clearly is not preventing states and territories from enacting cannabis legalization laws, federal prohibition is still creating a number of hurdles for states, for businesses, and for consumers. Right.
Because it's a cash only business. That's one of the inconveniences. People want to pay with a credit card, but they can't.
So what I'm reading is that the government is saying we're not going to impede. We're not going to pull jurisdiction on this marijuana stuff. We're going to give you, going to let you do what you do, but it's going to be based off our criteria.
That's what you read out of that?
Right. Well, no,
but that's what you get. That ain't what you read. Yeah. That's what you got out of that?
No, but that's what I was explaining earlier. I'm saying that the federal government, they provide the guidelines to how it's going to get done, like what you can do. That's why I said you can't sell 2 tons out your trunk. They're going to come get you. So
you can't sell anyway. Only a dispensary.
Of course. Bro, that's
only a dispensary can sell it, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
You can have up to 7 plants. That's according to the state. The feds didn't give regulations because it's illegal. The state gives the regulations. Each state has their own regulations. Like Maryland is strictly medicinal. So that means you're only limited by what your prescription is. In DC, where it's recreational, you can grow 7 plants, up to 7 plants in your house. And you can have up to like a couple of ounces at one time. But that's from DC, not, even though that's the feds, but that's the city regulations, not the federal government. So Virginia, they just made it recreation. So they set guidelines of how much you can have, but it's coming from Virginia, not the federal government. Like Washington State, they have their own guidelines. California, each one is different. So I'm saying that, I'm just saying we in the same hole. We digging in the same hole. We're not digging against each other. You know what I mean? So we digging in the same spot.
So look.
And
so I'm at Maryland now. Legality by state statute. Defendants who cannot prove medical necessity at trial face a maximum penalty of $100. defendants in possession of an ounce or less of marijuana are permitted to raise an affirmative defense to the possession charge if they can prove they suffer from a specific debilitating medical condition. So now they go to case law. In Pacheco versus State, okay, the Maryland Court of Appeals determined that the mere odor, okay, I already know about that, right? Cops can't. So again, like, if you read into it, which I'm doing, it explains it explains what's going on, like the government involvement and
yeah, I'm just saying it's the state government, not the federal government.
right.
It doesn't mention the federal government.
Right, but
The federal government is not regulating anything because that's why they don't use credit cards. So the federal government won't be involved because it's illegal to them.
That's what I was telling you earlier. I was saying that there's some things that the federal government can impede on the state. There's some things where they share jurisdiction, and there's some things where the federal government just back away totally. Like the mandate thing, a state can mandate face masks, a state can say no face masks, and the federal government just let them do what they do.
No doubt. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. Like I say, we're in the same hole. So we just, we're in the same hole digging.
But it is a good question though.
Oh, no doubt. Because I mean, like I say, what I study and what you study can only bring about a better understanding for each other.
Exactly. That's what I'm doing.
You know what I'm saying? Right. So I'm just, I appreciate the exchange because to me it's not, like I said, I'm not trying to prove you wrong.
You're highlighting what you're highlighting, and it's interesting because I'm like, yeah, that's a good point, and I'm looking up as we talk. You dig? Because it does seem a little foggy.
But yeah, I mean that's yeah.
They do. So I see that some of them do accept debit transactions, but they do it like an ATM transaction.
Yes, the debit part, not the credit card part.
Yeah.
Because that's going straight out to, that's almost cash. Right. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
But look, hey sis, I was like, okay, but you gotta file taxes for your business. You feel, because it's a business, like like how do you file taxes?
Well,
selling marijuana?
No, so they can accept the money from it, but the FDIC is with insuring like losses. You know what I'm saying? So like, if you put it in the bank, they'll guarantee insurance for your money to a certain point. So right. I think that's more of the thing. Like they probably can't hold a business account because the FDIC ain't going to insure be made from the sale of marijuana because technically the federal level it's illegal.
Yeah,
and they can't insure legal funds.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But how do you file taxes for it though? Like how do you file federal?
No, but you can file federal taxes even on illegal income. That's not, they don't mind taking your money because they don't.
True that.
You're supposed to file taxes on illegal.
There's something called a crack tax. There's filing taxes on selling crack. So
True that. Because that's where they got one of them famous gangsters from back in the day on tax evasion.
Yeah. So look.
Guys.
So what I'm reading is this. I'm reading that the way your marijuana is processed can be under the federal government radar. And the way, so just like that. So the way it's processed. So I give you an example. Check this out. It says It says classifying cannabis under federal law. The plant cannabis sativa L and products derived from the plant have a number of uses and may be subject to several overlapping legal regimes. Some of the chemicals found in cannabis, known as cannabinoids, produce a psychoactive effect. Thus, varietals of cannabis containing significant amounts of those chemicals, particularly they point out the psychoactive cannabinoid delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinoid THC, may be used as a recreational drug. So it's telling you that one is good. Cannabis and cannabis derivatives, including the non-psychoactive cannabinoid cannabidiol CBD, may also be used for medical purposes. They see that as good. In addition, low THC, for telling you, varietals of cannabis, often called hemp, have varied commercial and industrial applications, including use in building materials, fibers, and personal care products. So those particular cannabis, the feds look at that as good. Okay. Then it goes down. If a product, it says marijuana under the CSA. If a product falls within the CSA's definition of marijuana, that product is a Schedule I controlled substance under the statute and is subject to the most stringent federal substance controls. So it says, as background, the CSA imposes comprehensive regulatory controls on drugs and other substances that pose a risk of abuse and dependence. So it's the levels, it's the way it's being processed, right? And we just read what's in it and what levels. The levels of THC, CBD, and your marijuana is going to cause you to not be locked up federal charges and be locked up federal charges. Okay, so it's the way it's processed. So if they test your shit, if you don't fall under these guidelines, you're doing federal time. Because they look at it as an addictive drug. It's no longer recreational. It's no longer dealing with your psyche to help you psych you out, whatever pain you in. You are now smoking for, and this is most likely it's going to cause an addiction rather than solving a problem. It's creating a problem. So they test your marijuana. Like they test crack and everything else out there, methamphetamines, crystal meth. Like they test it, and if that thing is more of the drug than the mixture or whatever they added to it, the add-ons, your ass going to prison.
Hey, bro, my man got 48 months federal time for 7 pounds.
Let me ask you this question.
They didn't do no testing.
Let me ask you a question, brother, because this is what I study right here. What year was he arrested?
Not that long ago, man. But he was pushing.
Just give me the year. Just give me the year.
I think 2010.
Okay, my brother, I'm glad you said that. Now it matters what month. Because the Fair Sentencing Act, that's why I said this is my reading right here. Yeah, so you're at where I play at. The Fair Sentencing Act signed by Obama and Joe Biden was 2010. So it was signed then that they started to reduce the sentences. They start to rescale crack, cocaine, and reduce the sentences. That's why people came out of jail. You know, at that time.
With you.
Yeah. So
I've been locked up.
Yeah, and then I'm only saying it's because this is where I play. You dig? So this right.
I'm saying I've been locked up, right? I've been locked up in the midst of laws changing, and the parole guidelines changing.
Yes, sir.
And Maryland went from this lit and try because they were overcrowded.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean I understand, but that's not an overnight process.
Now, of course not. You're gonna need lawyers.
I was in, you know what I mean? Like Yeah. I'm just saying,
It's
like you say,
slavery.
we're in the same hole.
It's
But
like
I mean, like you say, I feel
you ain't get out right away. It took some
oh
folks
no.
12, 20 years. You did. Yeah, it's gonna be like you said, it's gonna be a process.
Yeah.
You got to hire lawyers
Yeah.
to look in your case and get you out. Yeah, right. It's like unemployment. Look, I can't get one dime. So it's a process. You dig? When everybody.
Yeah.
You
Oh
dig?
no doubt, and that's the part that makes a lot, especially with monetary civil problems don't have the police enforcement. You get a civil judgment against you right now, and you say, I don't care, I'm not going to pay. There's no enforcement.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? Like you can, there's no compulsion to make you pay.
Right. It's going to affect your credit. And look, we talked about this yesterday, somewhat. You know what I mean? But we were talking about credit. It affect your credit and things like that. And they could possibly come at your bank account, seize it. I don't know. I'm just saying these are the things that's possible.
That's state to state.
Right.
But I'm saying, because as a business, like, and I own a business, so it was at a meeting, little business owner, like a little luncheon thing, and so I was talking to an owner of a Jiffy Lube, and he was talking about insurance and stuff like that, and customers trying to get over on him, but he was like, shoot, if we do mess up a car or whatever, and somebody wins the judgment, I don't have to pay.
Right.
Like, yeah, I mean, it's nothing they can do. But I do try to. That's what he was saying, and he was just letting me know what his ethics was. Like, he was like, I do try to get it straight, but I don't have to.
Now he's right. Like, wow. He's right, and we touched on that yesterday, and we was talking about, if remember. Look, what you just said just now was my analogy yesterday. That's why I said when people try to fix their credit and somebody lie to you and say they could get all the shit off their line, because I can go F somebody over like you're just saying right now and don't pay. And I can hire some crazy Negro on the internet who thinks they can take it off illegally for $250. So now I could just F you over for the contract I went in with you with. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you did the job and I ain't pay you. And I said, F you, nigga. I'm going to go pay my $20 and get this off my credit report. You dig? So for those reasons, so I'm glad you said that, because you just, validated my point from yesterday.
Right. Yeah, and that's where, people would be like, sue them and that, or win. Like, that's cool, but you only on paper on certain.
Right. That's it.
Yeah, that you just won on paper. It's no enforcement behind it.
Yeah, you ain't got no dime extra out that man's pocket. You got nothing.
Right. And a lot of the states are like a lot of the stuff that we could win would be on the civil side, like with the civil rights.
Yeah.
So anything on that side, it really isn't no enforcement.
Yeah.
It's the job, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless they put and they were fighting for that to have enforcements behind it. You know what I mean? Because don't just give me a paper or puppet something. Put some enforcement, make jobs get enforced if they don't have enough black people, make schools and businesses. You know what I mean? So, but even then, it wasn't as strong as it could have been.
No, I agree. Because you're no different than a credit card company or somebody else that can't legally do nothing to you. Cable bill, you did your cable company, your Verizon. You can say, I ain't paying y'all shit. I got your phone, so what? Kick rocks. And they can't go get the cops to arrest you. That's it. You're just going to keep the phone, and that's it. And they're going to say, you owe us so-and-so.
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, we gotta keep it real, man. White people don't care about white people. They warred amongst each other
Of course.
long before they started. So that's why these laws are in place, because
Of course.
they know what they're going to do and what they're capable of doing. So
they learned from living in Britain. They're like, all right, look, never again.
Yeah. But like business-wise, okay, you got something called a trade name, right? Where you can sign legal documents.
Yeah.
And do all kind of business under this trade name, and it cannot be traced back to your real name.
That's right.
Do you know how many people? But I'm like, you didn't make that for black people.
No. Stop.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's the common.
They did. No, they actually did. That was part of the 14th Amendment. So yeah, so that was for everybody. Yeah, so they did make it black folks, because 14th Amendment was granting black folks their rights and everything, and that was included also the person thing. Yeah, so so according to their look, now I'm saying wait, so let me just clear it up. They didn't make it for black folks because they didn't protect us, so we know that. But writing wise, documentation wise, they were supposedly be including us. So history shows that they end up not doing it for us because they didn't protect us at all. You dig? But writing wise, documentation wise, we were on record in the filing system in the filing cabinet to supposedly be able to also take advantage of that what you just said. Right. So I make that very clear. It wasn't forced because they forcibly made it not for us, but on paper it was supposed to be for us.
I mean, but that's dealing with business.
Yeah.
They didn't. From that point on to where they started letting us into really business, they did not put that's a con man's clause. They did not put that in for black people. We were not con artists. We were not the snake oil salesmen. We were not the people that came up with aliases.
So I would say this. I do not believe that when that was written there, it was for diabolical purposes. All right. I do believe it could be used for diabolical.
What, their trade names?
Yeah. I don't believe that. But I do believe.
Oh shit.
Okay, now it didn't.
It wasn't for diabolical purposes.
I mean, you don't understand business,
protect
bro. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
No, I do. It wasn't for diabolical purposes. It wasn't for diabolical purposes. I mean, there was a time when you had your business name and it was attached to you. But when you have issues or problems with product and people began to sue businesses, it goes back to a person, right? So people's assets are being wiped out when the problem wasn't necessarily something that was their fault. It may have been the business's fault, but it wasn't their personal fault.
Yeah, exactly.
So then they started to separate the business as an entity in itself from the person, as to protect that person from going bankrupt or losing all of their personal assets. You could still do that. It's still an option.
Right.
You could still do that, but they've adapted these other forms of businesses that you can register under if you want to protect yourself and your assets from that of the business.
And let me answer that real quick. Add on. So if myself, Sean, we got sis, we're in business. I screw up. I beat somebody to a living pulp. I kill them. We were in business together. Let's say we sell soap, African soap. They're not going to make you guys, they're not going to go ahead and attack you guys personally for what I did. So, but they're going to go after the business or me personally, something like that. But it might be, so vice versa. So it might be they attack me personally, but the business don't suffer. So I said that backwards because the business, you guys are involved and you had nothing to do with that. So they're going to separate me from the business. They're going to attack me personally because, of course, the person who's injured or dead, their family member is going to want to go after me and the business. everything. So they separate, when Amber said, they separate the person from the business depending on the scenario. So now if it's me beat somebody ass, it's me beat somebody ass. They're going to come after me personally only. Now, if I'm in a multi-membership LLC, you guys are protected. They won't extract the cash from the business, just my personal income only. And that's, so she gave a scenario that was true. And this scenario is true also. It protects the scenario she gave, it protects the business. No, it protects the person from the business. But in my scenario, it protects the business from the person.
Okay. I have a trade name. That's not in any of the definition of a trade.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally a fictitious name for you to do business other than under a registered business.
But you do know you can use, nothing stopping you from using your name if you want to do that.
I'm saying they created this clause because it's a fictitious name for you to do business other than in a registered business. So you're doing business, you're not registered. It's no repercussions if you mess up. Because
that's not necessarily
legally.
How about that? I'm gonna call Cap on that one.
I mean, this is
I can go with that.
But that doesn't mean that you're not liable if
I didn't
you
know.
can have a trade name and you cannot be registered.
Ahead.
What I'm saying is that does not necessarily mean that you won't be liable if something happens under the trade name. That's what I'm saying.
I can only be liable personally because this is a fictitious business. It's not a real business. That's the definition of it. It's a fictitious.
Wait. So let us back it real fast. When you say trade name, what are you saying to me? What are you saying? What's your trade name?
Okay. If you go, I don't know. I'm speaking for Maryland. If you go on to you got to register your business with the Secretary of State.
Right.
You got your sole proprietor, LLC,
LLC, all that stuff.
You also have your trade name.
Mm-hmm.
And because I was like, what the hell is this? So you can have a name because Sean Ali is my trade name. So you can have a trade name, which is a unregistered business name. But they allow you to do business this way.
So
do you mean like a DBA, like a doing business as? Because you mentioned the Secretary of State, and I'm trying to figure out why you would be on the Secretary of State for any reason if you just picking the name and doing business.
Trade business. Maryland calls it trade name.
Okay, so now, like me, I have a registered LLC, right?
Okay, yes.
I can do business under that name, or I can also do business by another name, but still under that LLC, right?
DBA, by the way, it definitely is. Okay.
Yeah.
See, no, this is a completely separate entity. Like Sean Ali is not connected to any of. It's a completely separate entity.
I can read it for you.
But so what I'm saying is, so like, if you go to my LLC, you'll see my name, my information, right? I can then create another separate, distinct business under that LLC, create a separate name for that, and it's a DBA, right? It's going to take you back to that LLC, but not necessarily back to me. You would have to go back to that LLC to see me. You understand what I'm saying? But if you look up that name that I'm doing business as, you're going to go back to that LLC. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm saying this is not necessarily. I'm saying I don't know how. I can only speak.
Okay.
You know, those state laws are different. You know what I mean? So go ahead, brother.
I got it now. So a trade name, right? I'm looking at it, and I was going to ask this question anyway because I have an LLC also. All right, I'm a single membership, but a trade name is pretty much that means you're pretty much a sole proprietor, right? Because I was going to ask you that question anyway. Because
and that would almost be basically what it is, but you don't have to you have the option of registering for a sole proprietor or not. And it would, as the best example, it would be like registering for a sole proprietorship without, because it's the legal, like the definition, okay, for Maryland is is used by companies that do not operate under their registered company name.
Yeah, but they still have a registered company name. You missing that part.
The term for this the term for this type of alternative name is a fictitious business name. Registering a fictitious name with a relevant government is often required. A company typically uses a trade name to conduct business using a simpler name rather than using their formal or often lengthier name. Usually it's a variation of your name. Trade names are also used when a preferred name cannot be registered, often because it may already be registered or is too similar to a name that is already
registered. Like John Smith.
Right.
Got it. I got it. So
yeah, in the United States, the phrase "doing business as" DBA is used among others, such as assumed business name or fictitious business name. But the piece you're missing is that they're not doing it under their registered business name. Okay. So that's what I was talking. Like my registered business name is my LLC. Then I can go in underneath that and do a DBA, doing business as. My business is still registered. I'm just doing business under a fictitious. You missed that part of the definition, sir.
Okay, now because it said it's used by companies that do not operate under the. I don't have a registered business. I have a trade name.
But what I'm saying is
my trade. I don't have a. I don't have a registered business to attach Sean Ali to.
But what I'm saying is you're supposed to, though. So it's not like you don't.
Because listen, okay, let me show you the legal aspect. Okay. This is Maryland we're talking about. It says the distinction between a registered legal name and a fictitious business name or trade name is important because fictitious business names do not always identify the entity that is legally responsible. They hide under that. There was a way for business to hide under this term trade name, at least here in Maryland, because you don't know who is legally responsible with the name. You can get lost in it because it's only one piece of paper that you fill out.
But what I'm saying is, though, if you're doing, I think some people may be interpreting it wrong. If you're doing it correctly, you do have some entity that is responsible for that entity. Now, you may go to that entity and you still don't know technically who is responsible because you look at the DBA and then you go to search it and you come up with another business name, right? So in that sense, you could be hiding. But the reality is when you look up that DBA, you should be able to find something, whether it's a person, whether it's another business, like you should be able to find something. So if you're not registered at all with the state, what I'm saying is you're not necessarily protecting yourself from liability. Because if you're filing taxes
especially, brother. So now you just said this. You said you don't have a registered business, but you got DBA. So here's your issue.
I say I don't have first of all, it's not a DBA. It's called a trade name.
No, the same thing.
But it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
But you're okay. I have one, and what you're telling me that I did. I had a trade name since 2008.
Look,
and and you're telling me something that's not how Maryland operates.
Okay, no,
I had my trade name first. I didn't have my business. I didn't know what my business was going.
I got you. Look, brother, I'm on Maryland. Okay, he kept saying Maryland. So California, Maryland, these certain states are unique. Got you. A DBA is not a legal entity. If you register a DBA without first forming, which you just said you did, if you register a DBA without first forming some type of legal entity, your state will automatically recognize you, your business as you, a sole proprietorship. Right. So you are, so you, the person, you are legally responsible for that, whatever happened to that DBA, you're gonna pay for that. You. So you're not hired.
A civil suit is not enforced.
Huh?
Remember, a civil suit is not enforceable.
Okay.
So people use that because my point was people.
But you're not.
I said my point was people use that for the wrong reason. They use it to get a trade name, do damage, and you can't do nothing about it.
I don't agree. I don't think anybody who's trying to be successful in business would do that. I think scammers would do that. So what happens is right, yeah, but they law, like scammers don't win. So what I'm saying is this: you go out there and I mean, ain't much you can do. Like what you think you can do with this?
Do you know how laws are passed, beloved? Somebody pushes a something through. You got people that sponsor different things and come to their things and say, hey, I need you to add this and I need you to add that. I mean, and you don't think lawmakers are corrupt? We got corrupt laws already, beloved.
Right, brother.
So if you thinking that they didn't make business laws to advance corruption,
I mean,
because the business people look at the tax code.
Look, if that's your premises, then that's you. You can always conclude that.
That's my experience.
Okay, cool, no problem. I just worry about me. I got a business, okay, and what I do is I got a CPA, and what I do is I sit there and see what I can do and I can't do, and then I make it do what it do. I'm not worried about if what you're saying is true. I can't prove that, and I ain't worried about that. I'm worried about me and growing my business.
That's the only thing, bro. I made one statement. I said they made this for this reason, and y'all two didn't.
I disagree.
I disagree. Topic. Okay. Only thing I did was try to support my statement. The only thing y'all did was try to. I never said I cared about it. This is something that when I recognized it, when I went to go to the office, and I didn't even know they had such a thing for trade name, and I'm like, why would they allow somebody to make up a fictitious name?
But there's
no good reason behind. So if you don't
get away though.
Well, sir, I'm
okay now. If you don't believe that, that's cool. I've seen people.
I know you don't get away.
I told you the businessman told me if he mess up somebody's car, there's nothing they can do about it. He gets away with it.
No, you don't.
He's not hurting.
Yeah, I'm telling you that he interpreted that wrong, and you're interpreting that wrong. That's what I'm saying. Now you can take it or leave it. I'm telling you, you're interpreting that wrong, and because I don't want you to be out here operating in business, whether you do it intentionally or not. If someone has a reason to file suit against your business, you are going to be looked at as a sole proprietor. You are going to have your assets on the line as collateral for any judgment that comes out of that. That's what I'm telling you. Now, you could take it or leave it. You don't got to believe it. You can believe what he said is going on. I'm telling you,
a trade name
you and him interpreted that wrong.
Trade.
Yeah.
A trade name is not a business. It's a trade name. I do trade under Sean Ali.
Right.
It's not a legal entity. It's not a legal business. It's a way for some. It is
a nickname. It's intended to be a nickname for a legal business.
Wait.
It's intended.
It doesn't say no. It doesn't say that.
I'm Amber, right? Lil A would be my trade name, right? But I'm still Amber.
Right.
It's intended to be a nickname for a legally registered. Yes, it is. That's what you just read, and that's what the law said. You just read it on Wikipedia.
Okay.
You just read it.
Now, I didn't read it from Wikipedia. I read it from the state thing. If you go on there, there's an application. We can.
Well,
Listen,
I'm
I
telling
mean,
you that exact same verbiage is on
okay, if
Wikipedia.
you
I can
go
pull
on
up
the
what you
state
just
of
read on
okay,
Wikipedia.
listen,
We
okay,
can share it on the
if you
screen.
go on the state of Maryland and you look at the form, none of that's on the form. If you look at the form, it's one page. None of that is on the form that you are saying. None of that is in the description that you are
they're
saying.
under no
in the
obligation. They're under
Okay.
no. The state is under no obligation to inform you on what's required. It's you. It's your job to know what's required by doing your due diligence and your research. The state puts the
That's not how
information out
Maryland
there.
operates.
Okay.
If
All right.
if you pick a business name, Maryland, and you file for your application, Maryland will approve it or not. And if they don't approve it, they will tell you what you have to change. I filled out several. If you for a sole proprietorship or LLC, they will tell you in the letter. They will tell you exactly what you have to change and why.
Okay, so
then
I'm
you resubmit your application.
Okay, so I'm here now in Maryland. How to register a DBA in Maryland? Okay, a Maryland DBA doing business as is called a trade name. Maryland trade name. Got you. I'm gonna finish reading though. Maryland trade name registration allows a business to operate under a name that's different from its legal name. DBA registration won't protect your personal assets. That's why it's a sole proprietorship. It will not. You're not getting away. It will not protect you. You're gonna take your damn house and your car. It will not protect your personal assets like forming an LLC or corporation will. Learn why in our DBA versus LLC guide. I'm going to click that next because say learn why. You click that. When starting a business, entrepreneurs often question whether they should start a DBA or LLC. A limited liability company is a business entity type that provides limited liability protection. A DBA, doing business as, name is simply a registered name for a business. DBAs can be used by sole proprietorships, partnerships, LLCs, and corporations. In our DBA versus LLC guide below, we will explain why forming an LLC is the best option for most business owners. Okay? So now, a DBA is not a business structure. That's the damn title. That's the headline. A DBA.
That's what I said.
I got you, so I'm going to finish reading. A DBA isn't a type of business structure. A DBA is a fictitious name, right? So just simply saying, right? A DBA is a fictitious name that can be used by sole proprietors, partnerships, LLCs, and corporations for branding purposes. A common misconception, slow it down. A common misconception held by first-time entrepreneurs is thinking that when they get a DBA, they are creating a formal business structure with liability protection. But this is not the case. They are essentially creating a sole proprietorship with a DBA name for branding and banking purposes. A DBA isn't a business structure and won't protect your personal assets against lawsuits and or creditors. You're not getting away.
Bro, it's okay now. If I said a person is doing it for nefarious reasons, do you think they care? I can make a fictitious name, get your money.
Yeah, he dropped off. When you call in, it will kick you out sometimes.
Okay.
Yesterday, let me just.
That's something maybe. But if you just register for a DBA and you bypass setting up a formal structure, you just default as a sole proprietorship. That's it. You just it's okay.
Yeah. So what happens is that somebody lied to him, and because somebody he was lied to, he's not understanding what we're saying now. Like he's in like cognitive dissonance mode right now. Like he's in I call it blockhead mode.
And I don't even think they lied to him. I think they was misinformed. They really believe that shit. That's what I'm like. I'm just telling you, you not protected. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
The minute it said sole proprietorship, I know you was fucked. That's the worst business structure as far as protecting yourself from liability. That's the worst. Single membership is second worst. Okay, but that's just bad information. And instead of listening and say, all right, well, I'll check it out. I'll read some material. You'll send me that. No, he ain't doing that. He's just gonna be in blockhead mode where his boy's right. They're gonna take if he own a house, they're gonna take his goddamn house. Stick out of his mind. But again, like when you think white folks are always up to something, these conspiracy theories, this is your logic it's like you're like easily misguided at that point.
Yeah, because I'm like, bro, just hear me out.
Yeah, the brother's back.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Hey, can I say real quick, please? Hey, I get a little high spirited.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know what I mean? But I don't want to never be like.
No, Lil A. You know what I mean? Lil A is an atomic guy. Her, we call Lil A because A stands for atomic bomb. She gets crazy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but this our first build, so I don't want. We just knowing each other. You know what I mean? So.
No, you good.
Like
you good.
Father. You know what I mean?
You
right,
good.
Right. Okay.
Lil A stands for atomic bomb, bro. She gets crazy.
Yeah. I just had to say that because I'm like, man, I don't, y'all don't know me. I don't want to come off like that guy because I'm not.
Nah, and Unbiased got on. He told me to be nice when I got on here, so let me turn down.
I'm gonna call you as A bomb.
Yeah. But sis, I'm saying when I was sitting there. And I was like, man, why would they put this clause in? I like my intentions was not nothing but because I'm like I'm ready to start. Yeah, I'm like, why would they put that in there? It just struck me as odd that.
Well, no. So
had,
it's really for your own protection, though. So like, if you're doing certain businesses or just doing business in general, you don't necessarily want to be operating off of your legal name.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, yeah, I'm here.
Now, I may want to give you my legal name once you become a customer, but I don't necessarily want to be associated through and through with the business. You know what I'm saying? If somebody has a bad review, right? Let's say somebody like, oh, I went to Amber Restaurant and the macaroni and cheese was dry. Like, damn, now everybody associates the negative feedback with me as a person, right?
Versus tied to that, right?
Okay, now can I say this real quick?
Yes, sir.
It's not that type of entity. It's so I can go open, like I can take Sean Ali and open up a bank account. I can take Sean Ali and I don't have to use my real name to do anything. Like not just like it's a trade name. So I'm doing not just business, I'm doing the whole scope of this stuff. Unlike with Jamie Foxx, like a lot of actors having those stage
I don't think you do a bank account under that name.
Yeah. When I had to set up my account, they wasn't going for that.
Okay, now see that's why I said Maryland.
I'm saying I don't know too many banks that's gonna go for it.
Okay.
Like I know my bank wasn't going for it.
Okay, now brother. Okay,
I don't know too many banks that's going for it. They want you to have your paperwork.
You getting paperwork. You have to go and fill out an application for this. You don't just make it up.
I know, but what I'm saying is they wanted specific paperwork. Like they wanted my actual like statement when I registered, like my EIN, my tax ID number for my business. Like they wanted that.
And brother read the description. Like in the description, it said you can open up a bank account. This is Maryland. I can't account for other states. And he read the description.
So he did. So Bro.Sean, did you pay attention that he named different business structures? So like if you're an LLC, you're gonna have a tax ID number. If you're a corporation, you're gonna have a tax ID. Like these are things. So they're saying you can get a bank account. It's
No.
not necessarily guaranteeing you a bank
No.
account. They don't even deal with that.
Okay,
That's up to the
now
bank.
I'm telling you what I have. So I'm not speaking from just that. I did it. My trade name is Sean Ali, like for the last a lot of years. And so I'm saying this is Maryland. I don't know about other states, but the banks in Maryland, they deal with businesses in Maryland.
So you have an account with
Yes.
that trade name?
Yes. At Feeder Navy Federal.
I'm pretty sure your name is somewhere in that paperwork, though, right?
I gotta show
your
my
actual
ID.
name, or is it just all the
You
trade
gotta
name?
show an ID.
Okay, so
But no, it's not. It's not. I have a bank account at Navy Federal. I have a personal bank account at Navy as well.
Right, but what I'm saying is for the business though, you do have to identify yourself on that account.
Yeah.
Right?
As one that can use the account, not as the account.
Okay.
The account holder is Sean Ali.
So let me read
That's
this.
me.
So let me read this. So he's right, but there's a catch. It says, yes, you can open a business bank account with a sole proprietor using a DBA. A sole proprietorship is a business owned by one person where there is no legal separation between the owner and the business. So it doesn't matter if you say John Ali, Muhammad Ali, doesn't matter. If something happens to that business, they're coming after you.
Bro,
you are the business.
Now, when you say come after you, I described how they come at. Okay, I just told you at the business owner meeting.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Do you think? Okay, now I want to know what's in your mind. Do you think if you have $20,000 in your bank account, do you really believe if I sue you, your DBA, whatever, for 20 grand, do you really believe that you don't got to pay me? Like there's nothing I can do.
Yes, if that was my intentions, yes.
Okay, all right.
This happens in businesses.
I got you. So,
as many people.
Wait. Hold on. I want to clean up that scenario just a little bit, okay? Because I want to be very clear on what you think.
Who, me?
So if you have 20,000, yeah. So if you have 20K, same scenario in your personal bank account.
I wouldn't have, if I'm doing a legal business, I'm not going to have 20,000 in my account. That's number one. And most people doing a legal business aren't going to have that either.
What I'm saying, illegal or legal. So let's say even the way your business is set up now, you're doing all legal business, right?
Yes.
You have 20K in your personal bank account. You have 10K in your DBA, in your trade name account, right? You have 10K there. You have a client feel like they've been injured by your business. They sue you for 30,000 and they win. Your trade name only got 10,000 in it though. Do you believe that 20,000 that's in your personal bank account is protected from them suing you?
You know how many? Okay, you're assuming that you saying if I? Okay,
no, I want to know.
Wait a minute, because I that's my trade name. I have 4 other businesses. I have a garden business, a health business. I have a home improvement business, and I have an automobile repair business. Sean Ali was the first thing that I had an opportunity to create because I didn't know they had a form where you could do a trade name. I wanted to change my slave name, but I didn't want to do it. I could go by Sean Ali and do business. As I was looking at the form, I said, why would they create this form unless it was an outlet for people that don't have good intentions to have a way to exercise? Because with an LLC and other ways, you can't because it's not a fictitious business. I looked at it and I was like, man, glad I don't have those intentions. But
But it's not a fictitious business as the trade name either. You're a default sole proprietor. That's
It
it.
said, okay, now
You just
I
a sole
understand
proprietor by
the
default.
definition. No, it said that's not what it says. It's that we can't change what they said the definition of it is. We read their definition.
It is a fictitious name, but it still traces back. It's a nickname. That's all it is.
Okay,
It's a
now,
nickname.
If I had
Same way. A lot of people change their name when they get into the nation, but their government name is still their government name. They under a fictitious name as well.
I don't know what a lot of people do. I'm saying, as a business owner, and I'm accountable and responsible, why would they put a way for people not to? Because if you're doing bad business like people do, all they do is shut down the business and start another one and go to another state and move. But there's no the enforcement from civil suits is not criminal if the police can't force them. If I'm doing legal business, I'm gonna have a legal account. I don't think like that. I don't know. I saw the form. I didn't see no good intentions behind that form. I'm glad it was there because it was a way for me to do business without having my businesses yet. But I could develop a business mind. But I just, like I said, for when we dealing with fictitious and words and definitions of words, the words, they use those words for a reason.
Okay, all right, dude, you're totally wrong. Okay, so the court. Now I'm at Maryland Court Help. My brother, you got to do more research. Yeah, like I'm helping you out. You should do more research. So
go ahead.
Okay. So once they get a judgment, the court will not do it for you. You have to take further steps. Okay. So it says, how do I collect on a judgment on the court issues an order? Once the court issues an order requiring the person to pay money owed to you. That doesn't mean the person will write a check that day, like you just said. Normally, the court will not collect the money for you. If the defendant in your case is not willing to pay the debt or work out a payment plan, so we are talking about the subject. It is up to you to take the steps necessary to enforce the judgment. This may require further legal action. To begin an enforcement action, brother, an enforcement action means they taking your shit. You will have to complete and file more forms with the court, pay the required filing fees, and appear in court for additional hearings. The court order requiring the other person, you got to just listen instead of trying to respond. Okay, because
I'm saying, okay, beloved, I'm listening to you, bro. We don't know. I'm listening to you. I didn't interrupt. All I said was, okay, bro, I'm listening. Because I'm not in disagreement with you.
No problem.
I said if a corrupt person don't want to pay, they don't have to pay.
No, they're going to pay. No, they're going to pay.
How? We know several business. I can name business.
Let me finish reading, though, bro. Okay, you want to keep the idea? Keep it. No problem. But let me just finish reading and you got it. I got no problem with that. If you believe that, that's your belief. The court don't believe that shit. It says the court order.
That's a reality.
Okay, I got you.
Businesses that haven't paid.
Dude, am I going to be able to read or no? The court order requiring the other person to pay you is called a judgment. It is automatically recorded in the court that heard your case. You usually have to wait 10 days before you can take further legal action to enforce the judgment. What type of case can I file? Once the waiting period passes, there are 3 different ways you can collect on the goddamn judgment. Garnishing the other person's wages.
Hey brother, don't use that type of. I'm not talking to you.
I got it. My fault.
I'm 48 years old, bro. Come on, man. I'm 48 years old, bro. I've been respectful to both of y'all, bro, regardless of how we agree, man. So I'll give you the floor. But you can't humiliate me, brother, because other people are listening to this, man.
My fault. I apologize.
I would never do that. I'm saying, bro, I would never do that to you because we're not private.
Right. My fault. I apologize.
So that would be a private something that my manhood wouldn't be offended with. But I've been respectful to you and the sister, even through our agreements and disagreements. Yes, I've interrupted, but I don't call. I would never disrespect or attempt, bro. We men, man. We God.
Yeah, right.
We have to have that through our discourse, man. Because I'm not one of them people to go to that language and those type of emotions, regardless to how I feel. You dig what I'm saying? When you said, "Can I let you finish?" I let you finish, bro.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
humble myself and I let you finish, bro. You dig what I'm saying? I didn't make no noises. I didn't even have to mute you. I gave you the respect that you asked for. You dig what I'm saying? Like, you gotta keep it like that, beloved. Please, man. You dig what I mean? Because I like you, I like the sister, I like the platform, I like the exchange of ideas. We're not trying to prove each other wrong. Only, like I said, like I'm not trying to never do that. But only thing I can speak from is not just what you can read, but what I'm living.
Yeah, my fault.
That has to account for something.
Right. Okay. I just want to read the rest. That's all. And my fault. I got excited. It is late. It is 1:30.
No worries, brother.
I'm a little tired.
I'm sorry.
I'm a little tired. I'm a little grumpy. So I apologize. I am sleepy. So matter of fact, we're gonna chop it up a little bit. Then we go all leave in peace. So let me just read the last thing. What type of case can I file? Once the waiting period passes, there are 3 different ways you can collect on the judgment. Garnishing the other person's wages. People who pay child support know a lot about that. Okay. Garnishing the other person's bank account or seizing the other person's property or real estate. You must. So, those 3 actions, that's going to happen. It says you must, so people can believe they want to believe. That's what's going to happen. I'm sure deadbeat dads feel like I ain't going to pay shit until that check come out there, then that money come out, that bag come out their check. It says you must file documents with the court and provide the other person with copies of all your motions or correspondence you file with the court in order to garnish or seize money or property. That means against their will.
Okay, now, did you see? No. Did you?
I got one more last line.
Repeat that, please.
One more. Okay.
Now, can you repeat that last line for a second, please, bro?
You must file documents with the court and provide the other person with copies of all motions or correspondence you filed with the court in order to garnish or seize money or property.
To provide the other person with copies. That's where they hide at.
How?
That's why I said it's not forcible, because you got to do that. I've been in civil motion.
Wait, so how do they hide
the copy?
Wait, no, I'm misunderstanding something. How are they hiding?
Like divorce papers. They have to have, it don't start until you have somebody say, I put it in their hand. If they never take the papers, they aren't served, it don't start.
Nah, it's not. So look, so now it just said garnishing wages. So now we know unemployment. I'm sorry, we know child support. They garnish wages. So you trying to tell now, brother, you know that
no, that's two different laws, brother.
Yeah, that's garnishing wages.
Civil, that's not civil. Civil, you have to, as a defendant, you have to do all of the legwork.
All right, so you know what I'm doing? Okay, so it says, watch this. It says, for more information on how to collect on a judgment in district court, see the brochure, Post-Judgment Collection, how to collect your judgment in the District Court of Maryland. I'll click that. So I'm going to do, so, but brother, you got, you got the...
I'm agreeing with, I'm just saying that process, I don't have bad business practices. Talking to people who do, such as the owner of Jiffy Lube, I was like, I didn't know people did that type of stuff. Because my brain doesn't think like that. So you did like I said, when I'm seeing these type of things, I just wonder why. Because it's a way to hide from that process, that due process. Like in the whole filing thing, there ain't no I've been involved in lawsuits, not for business. Go ahead.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, though, like you don't need to have a DBA or a trade name to have those
Exactly.
practices.
Exactly.
A business can be registered under a business name and still duck
Exactly.
a service for a court, or or avoid paying out of judgment. Like,
Yeah. But
so it don't
that's what.
necessarily.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, so it don't necessarily have anything to do with the trade name, so to speak. It has everything to do with the person or persons that's running business,
Yes.
or the fictitious business.
Yes.
It
That's what
because
I'm saying.
honestly,
And
it's a lot of it's a lot of registered businesses that are fictitious businesses as well, because they're not providing the service or product that they allege to provide. To me, that's a fictitious business as well.
with you. I mean, but that's what I was thinking too. I mean, I'm saying I'm with you. That's why I was like, well, why would they It's already It's no guidelines on business practices. Like you just have that lawsuit shit. But I'm like, why would they? That's what. Like, why would they let somebody create a fictitious name kind of outside of the loop? Like it was just weird to me. Like man, that's yeah.
There's
It just
no
makes it
like,
harder to get due process.
yeah, there's no like guidelines, so to speak, on business practices, but depending on the industry, they definitely do have board standards that you probably should be aware of if you don't want no smoke.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean you have to get in like in Maryland, like I said, when you fill out your application, if they tell you all of that. It ain't no guess. So if you asking for a health business, depending on the language you use, they'll tell you if you need this to supply this certificate or that certificate or whatever you need to do to get that particular license in that industry. So
yeah, and even the different fines and stuff that you may be open to.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very, like I say, in this easy process, very informative.
So I'm gonna put this in the back chat, right? Okay. Believe me, you're paying. All right. I'm gonna put it in the chat also. So I would say look at page 8. If you want to go backwards, no problem. You go to page 7. So what happens is that, brother, the serving part, that's a lie. All they gotta do is just send it to your certified class mail to your home address. You got 15 days to reply. If you don't reply, don't matter. They take on further actions. Okay. But eventually, the sheriff's gonna lock your ass up, and not just. I'm sorry, I'm cursing again. The sheriff is gonna lock the individual up. Eventually, when the person don't reply because they think that they got away, there's a warrant out for his arrest, and the sheriff locks him up. Now, this is assuming he's not replying. He's not being compliant. It's a warrant for his arrest, like child support. Like I said, like child support. They lock him up.
Okay.
He goes to court, and they're gonna garnish. They're gonna whatever property he has in his name, and any of those names that's tied to his name. They're gonna take it. If he has a job, they're gonna wages. Go ahead.
Do you know how lawsuits work, brother? You file it's a motion you file. So all I have to do is file a motion.
Do you
I'm saying, you don't automatically win because you filed a motion to come before a judge to get this settlement. But you don't look.
Yeah, but you don't. You lose credibility though. You put the ball in my court. If I file a motion, right? But if I file a motion and you've been ducking, yeah, you're right. So let's look at the person with bad business practices, right? If I've received the judgment on my behalf, if I've received the judgment on my behalf and I've sued this business with bad business practices, or this trade name with bad business practices, this fictitious entity, I receive a judgment. I try to get my judgment paid. They're not paying it. So then I file a motion to enforce the judgment. And they disregard that and a warrant has to be filed, a warrant has to be issued for their arrest, and they have to be incarcerated and all of that and go before the judge again. They are now helping my case because they've already shown and demonstrated an inability to cooperate with the court order, an inability to cooperate with at least responding.
I don't think it will get that far. See, y'all assuming that that's what I'm saying. If I'm a bad business, my intention was to open a trade fictitious business name to just scam people. The court process is not overnight, but I also can hire a lawyer that can file motions that could potentially win my case or keep this shit in court for years like businesses do. And then once we get there, I can still file a motion on my side to have it renegotiated, re-examined. So the court process can become an endless process, and a lot of bad people use that to keep that defendant tied up in it. And usually
you're right, but most of them are so
because they have the
proprietary.
burden of proof. And I'm saying that's what I thought when I saw this. When I saw this, because it's just one page in Merle. You just say your fictitious name, you sign it, and you give it to them. It's $15. Or it was when I filed it. So I'm like, why? Like, oh shit. I don't have, like I say, it just popped in my head. Like, because I know how people keep you in the courtroom on the legal side, on the criminal side. It's motions and dismiss and postpone and do this, and it's like it's a long way to that getting that money in your hand. Can be.
Like I'm not saying I don't understand what you're saying, but I've seen this happen even outside of a trade name. You can have an actual registered LLC, because I've seen this. Registered LLC, when you go to find information on that LLC, the owners of the LLC are other LLCs, right? You go to look into those the owners of those LLCs, those entities, because again, a business entity can form another business entity, right? So you may have Paul's Car Shop, Joe's Wash Laundromat, and McDonald's that owns Stacy's Daycare. You go to Paul's Auto Shop. Paul's Auto Shop is owned by Burger King and goddamn Wendy's. You go to Burger King is owned by, like, so then
but
it
none of those are
like,
fictitious
okay,
names, bro, sis.
But it doesn't matter though. The bottom line is when you go to make that entity responsible, it's another you understand what I'm saying? Like, so it never quite gets
okay. I don't know businesses. I mean, this is when you go, okay, that's a conglomerate. Moms and pops aren't like that. So a scam, like I said, this is an opportunity. But that's what I'm saying. That's checks and balances doing it that way though. Versus you got a piece of paper where you can make a fictitious name. Why would you want to give a person that opportunity? It makes no sense to do it in a righteous way.
But the only way that person benefits from that fictitious name, given your scenario, I mean, really nobody benefits, but you cannot do that as an LLC. Like, so if you pull up a DBA, if you fill out that paperwork and you're not registered, you pretty much are sole proprietor. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. Like,
you don't have to
that's
be
an individual.
Merle, I didn't say, if a person wants to scam people, they can create a fictitious trade name. You keep saying it's not necessarily just a business; it's a trade name, because I don't have to come as a business.
But what I'm saying is, sir, I'm saying is you are a business by default. Though, if you have a trade name and you don't do nothing else, You have defaulted yourself as a sole proprietor business. That's what they're saying on the website. You don't have to register formally as an LLC because a sole proprietor doesn't form. You can use your social security number as your tax ID number.
You don't have to register for a sole proprietorship in Maryland.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But you can.
You can, but what I'm saying is you don't have to. You can file taxes as a sole proprietor and you don't have to register at all.
Like a trade name you have to register for.
Right, but what I'm saying is
you
the business entity.
A fictitious trade name. It's not.
You mixing up the business with the trade name.
The paper says trade name or LLC. That was the heading on the title. Trade or means one or the other.
No, not or. It says sole proprietor or LLC or a corporation can go under a trade name. That's what the paperwork said.
Okay, now in the title of the subject, when the brother read, it said we're talking about Maryland. I don't know how where you're at does it.
When he pulled up the Maryland, that's what it said.
I'm talking about experience.
I'm biased. Can you please show it on the screen so we could just put this to rest?
I mean, we still, because it's my opinion. It's not, you can't put my opinion to rest.
But the thing, it's not your opinion. It's a fact that we can look at.
Okay, but no, I'm saying the only reason a righteous person will create a fictitious name is for a nefarious reason. Why? Why would they do that outside of the normal, regular business guidelines? I have that right to look at that and say it, just like you have that right to look at it and say you don't see it. I'm not.
So wait, hold on. Wait a minute, Brother Sean. We're not arguing over whether or not it's a nefarious reason or not. So on this show,
that's my only point.
Hold on, Brother Sean. So if you would have just left it at that point, we wouldn't have had no problem with that. But when you go into making allegations, we have people that watch this show. So if we just leave people believing that they can create a trade name and that they're free from liability, that becomes the problem. So that's what we're talking about.
I didn't say that. When did I say if a person with that mindset wanted to do it, that's the way I see, because it's a form that says they can damn near do it. You were not in Maryland. You can't tell me what I could do in Maryland with a trade name.
But he pulled it up and he read it. I can pull it up and I can show you what you think you're doing.
Business. I didn't have my business before the trade name. I had my trade name first.
Brother Sean, you are misinterpreting what they're saying. You don't have to register as a business. You don't have to.
That's what I said.
Again, and that's what we're saying. But what we're saying is a sole proprietor. Brother Sean, are you listening? Are you listening? You do not have to register as a business, but when you register as a DBA or a trade name, absent of registering as a business, you default as a sole proprietor business. This ain't shit you got to register for. That's how you're going to be categorized and associated under the law. You do not have to register. You don't. But by default.
I didn't say you're wrong. I said if a person wanted to take advantage of people, they had a way to create a fictitious name to do it. That's the only thing I said. I have all of this, so you're telling me something I already have. I appreciate it. But only thing I said was when I seen the form and I went in there and I was like, damn, why would they let somebody create a fictitious business name?
Because the individual is still responsible. That's why.
What you
because you're not evading responsibility. Because you create the trade name and the person is still looked at as a sole proprietor. We don't give a fuck what you call.
They didn't ask me was
the person is the individual is the business. They don't care. They don't have to ask you if you don't register a legal business as the responsible party. You did yes.
Everybody in business aren't responsible. I don't know. The first business owners weren't Rockefeller and all of them. They weren't responsible. All of the shit that they used.
Whether you're responsible or not, you're going to be held accountable.
White people.
That's what I'm saying.
White people aren't righteous, and I don't believe they do anything of righteousness. So when they start using things of a fictitious nature, they only dealing with trickery. Because at the end of that, a fictitious name is trickery. We live in a realistic nonfiction world. I appreciate that. But that's my stance. We can move on, but it's nothing
Brother
you
Sean,
can say or Brother Ron can
Sean,
say that's gonna make me think or change how I feel about a form that I filled out.
but Brother Sean, you saying
You're
that why
calling me
would
by
they
my
do it?
trade name.
Huh?
You're calling me by my trade name. I mean,
Okay,
that's
but
like we, you know what I mean?
but Brother Sean, you said that why would somebody do that unless it's for a nefarious reason? So tell me, why do you have a trade name if it's such a nefarious thing, and if it's nothing but trickery? Why are you engaging in the trickery? You said yourself that you have a trade name. So explain to me if it's nefarious.
I said it was a way for. I told Brother Ron. I said it was a way for me not to use my slave name and use the name Sean Ali. And once I saw that opportunity, I said, "Oh, I don't have to use that slave name, and I don't have to go to court to change it. I can fill out this form, give this lady $15, and I can change my slave last name to the righteous name that I wanted for me and my family, which is Ali, and I could tell the world this is my name and not be lying."
So you use the nefarious tool of trickery.
I didn't see.
For
I
righteousness.
said why. See now. I didn't see.
But I'm asking for clarity. You used it for righteousness, though, right?
See. First of all, you're not going to be. See, I told you when I saw the form. I'm sitting here and I'm filling it out. I'm going to say this for the last time. I was filling it out, and when I'm filling it out, I said, "Damn, why would they create this form?" This is a way for motherfuckers to get out of shit. And boom, I'm gonna trade my trade name. Boom. Okay, here we go. I'm not an unrighteous person. I've always been striving to think right. White people are the devil. When they do shit, I always question it. I'm a businessman. How I do business is I strive to do it righteous regardless to what other people are doing. So when I looked at that form, that thought popped in my head. I have a right to think like that. Did I carry it? No, this is the first time I've talked about it since then, because I don't talk about it. But we just happened to get on this subject, and I happened to say when I read that form, this is what I thought. Y'all said what y'all thought. And we had an ensuing conversation from there.
So I just want to clarify. So you're thinking that just as inception, that this is an idea.
I just said that was going to be all I was going to say on it, and you just had to come and challenge.
I just want to clarify. So you're saying
listen, I think I'm highly intelligent and articulate. I try to use words to express myself.
But you tell a long story.
To miss the
you
point.
told a long story.
But I said that was the last thing I was going to talk on that, and you can't respect me.
Oh, okay. And you can't respect me.
You
can't respect me clarifying?
Because we spending time.
Are you going to turn into a victim now? Now it's about me not respecting you, even though you want to allow me to clarify my understanding of what you said. You want to allow me to clarify my understanding of what you said. So you don't care about having a conversation. You care about saying what you want to say. So you don't care about clarifying my understanding of what you said. You don't care. You don't care about understand.
I gave y'all a dope. I said this is the last thing I'm saying on this.
Yes, you don't have to say anything about it. You could say yes, that's what I said, or no, that's not what I said. But it doesn't matter.
Because I don't want to do that. Because I said I don't want to. That's
fine. But I don't want to move forward until I can get clarity on what I understand.
Then we might as well go.
So now we're at an impasse.
And Brother Ron, I mean, we're at an impasse then. So I can leave in peace. And I thank y'all for this beautiful conversation. I pray we do it again, and all love.
Thank you.
Yes. Peace.
So yes, you guys, Bias still on here? I don't think so. Where he at? Maybe he is. So for me, I heard him say, and I just want to clarify that when he first read it, his first thought was, well, this is nefarious, right? However, he continued to fill out the paperwork. So then he, in filling out the paperwork and establishing a trade name, he made it righteous. Is that what y'all got from it? That's what I got from it. The creation of it was nefarious. However, he was able to make it righteous by using it and bringing righteousness to it, because he's not nefarious and he wasn't doing it for a nefarious reason, even though the reason why a trade name was created was for nefarious reasons. He was righteous in his usage of it. Also sounded like, if I'm understanding correctly, it also sounded like he utilized it as a economically friendly way to change his name. So versus paying for an official and legal name change, he paid for a trade name. So he wouldn't have to walk around with the slave master's name. So technically, it was to change his name and not to do business. But that's neither here nor there. Well, I'm biased. He ain't on here. And I'm not going to sit up here and talk to myself. So if don't nobody hit the link, I'm up out of here. Peace, Watcher. Watcher.
Hey, yo.
Peace.
What did I just miss? What happened?
I'm biased brought Bro.Sean on the show, and we started out talking about the NOI. And then it devolved from there.
Okay, so before we get to there, can I get like a quick mini recap on the NOI? Just highlights.
Really, he was doing a lot of skating around, didn't really want to commit to too much of anything. He looks at himself as an individual, and
well, real quick
he
question. Is he NOI?
Yes, he was NOI.
Okay, he was or is?
Is.
Okay,
I say
so
was because he's no longer on the panel. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So he's we had a brother from NOI. This is Bro.Sean.
Yeah.
He's like a part of the community.
No, he said this was his first time over here, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. So this is
another
yeah,
it's another transplant from Facebook.
Oh, okay. I'm biased bag. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the transplant.
Yeah, another transplant from Facebook.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I know how to get them though. What's up, Amber? How you doing, bro?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, wow.
Invasion of the body snatchers. So what was the what was the contentious part that I caught towards the tail end?
Okay, so we were talking about business or whatever, and he like, yeah, like when you use the trade name and you can create, and trade names, now why would they create something? This is some trickery, pretty much white people created it, to evade or avoid responsibility and accountability so they could be nefarious in business. And not have any responsibility for it. So I'm like, well, you're talking about like a DBA, and no, that don't absolve you from accountability. That's just like you can register your business or, be like a sole proprietor. He like, no, like, so he pretty much trying to tell us that he has a trade name and he didn't have to register no business. And we like, yeah, but like by default, you're a sole proprietor then if you don't register a business to establish the no, I didn't have to do none of that. And you can get bank accounts. And we like, okay, so we pretty much like, okay, so do you think that if one of your clients, customers, whoever files a suit against you and you have money in your personal bank account and money in your business bank account and you get a judgment and it's not enough in your business bank account, that they're not going to go after your personal assets? So he like, nah, because you can hide. So that was our biggest thing. Not that you want to use a trade name or you think it's a nefarious thing that white people I don't give a damn about none of that. I'm trying to figure out why you think that you can hide from legal and financial accountability and responsibility. And he kept saying this because he's from Maryland and we don't know the laws. But then I'm biased read it and they're not saying what you're saying.
Okay. So he's claiming to be outside the system, but working in the system, but critiquing the system.
Yeah, and so
as
then I brought
outside.
it up. Yeah, so then I brought it up. I said, well, if it's such a nefarious thing and it's for trickery, what you doing with one?
Right.
Like, what happened?
Right. Like, Monopoly is the board game of the devil. I hate Monopoly. But I own Boardwalk and Park Place, right? What the fuck is he talking about?
It was a little weird.
But to me, so what was his end goal? Like, was he saying like he's doing it the right way and what he's doing is correct and people are doing it wrong? He found the loophole playing the devil's game. I don't understand what was his point.
I don't think that it was necessarily about he was just saying people can scam and use it to scam and
so he's pro scamming,
do business, He made it sound like he wasn't pro scamming, but I mean, he was pretty much saying that people could use the trade name to scam. And we were like, no, that don't necessarily like.
Was he claiming being righteous and all this? I'm trying to.
Well, yeah, he said, why would a righteous person use something like that? And that's why I was like, well, so are you saying that you brought righteousness to it because you have a trade name? That was been your whole thing all day is that, well, y'all trying to tell me and I live this, I do this. And so now I'm confused as to like, okay, so now you got a trade name, but it's unrighteous and it's for trickery and it's nefarious. So what you doing with one? But then he said that he only did it because he didn't want to be walking around with the slave master's name on him. So it was really like he used it as like a cheap name change. That's what he tried. Like initially, he used it as like a cheap name change. So it only cost him $15 to register his trade name as the name that he wanted to be his new identity, I guess. So he said he could use that identity and not his slave name.
So if the whole point is not using this, okay, all right, I gotta stop. Okay, I'll discuss this. Okay, I can't try to make shit out of shit that don't need to make sense. It don't make sense, so stop trying to make sense out of it. Okay, I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I understand. All right. Okay. All right. I don't know if I'm offending the chat or anybody else is interested in that shit. I'm ready to move on to something else. Yeah. That sounds like some bullshit.
I see. I'm jumped off. I was just trying to figure out answer your question first, piggyback, because you came on the panel first. I don't know where Ike went, but yeah, I'm biased either sleep or fake sleep. I don't know what he's doing.
Wow.
He'll be sleeping, then come. Yeah. So, yeah. So
Say some fake shit about
I got this
vaccines.
article. Yeah.
Oh shit! I heard somebody was thinking that drinking your own urine will help out with the vaccine.
Wait, who said that?
No, I saw a little link, some article, and it was saying like 5 reasons why drinking your urine will not help COVID. And I'm like, who the fuck is drinking this? To the point they got to make an article to give up 5 reasons why you shouldn't be doing it.
Ooh,
Yeah.
and
then somebody else is, I guess, some Republican site was really trying to twist the vaccine reports. I guess they were saying like 75% of the people who took the vaccine end up passing away, but what they were not reporting was like of that 75%, I think they had like up to about 4 comorbidity or whatever is it. It's like I can't even think right now. What is it? Pre-existing issues or whatnot, like 4 various cases.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not using the proper terminology. You can get the professionals on here, but I thought that shit was hilarious. But there's people running around with the argument. So see, it doesn't work. If 75% of people are taking the vaccines and they're dying anyway, it doesn't work. So I'm hearing people spit that on what the hell. So when I referenced it, and I saw that they're misquoting that article. So I'm sure it's gonna make it to our community because it normally hits the Reddit and Republican sites and talking boards, hits them first, and then it gets diluted down, and then it hits the Black community for some reason, and then we're spitting their talking points. Why we gotta take the vaccine? 75% of people died, took the vaccine, and they were like, "Hold up, bro, you don't." Yeah, so I'm gonna throw it out there, plant the seed, and then just watch when people hear it from the wrong people and put it in their talking point. So I just want to see how long it takes to trickle down to us. Yeah.
Did you my dude told me about he seen on the news where I guess starting on the 19th they're gonna be sending out sending out, I guess you can get up to 4 free COVID tests. He said, wait, Corey said, so I take it y'all didn't tune into the pseudo killers. I'm disappointed.
Hop in and give us a recap. I
was told by somebody I probably was blocked. So I don't know. Shit. Truth be told, I've never really like watched the pseudo killer show. I don't really watch nobody in the community, if I'm gonna be honest. Used to watch Finetta. He blocked me from the chat. I ain't been back since. I really just come on the panel, and I find out about what's going on in the community from here. Now I'm starting. Well, Sister Nandi ain't even really like. I don't think her channel really crosses into this community. Maybe a little bit, but I'm starting to watch her now because I like
Nandi
her
has a channel. What's Nandi's channel?
Her regular name in the chat. You click
Sister
her
Nandi?
name and she got Sister Nandy.
Let me look her up.
I think it's Sister Nandy 3GP, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. I used to watch NBK channel a lot, but really I don't be. I get on here and I don't watch it. When I get on here, I'll be watching lock retwists and lock updates and
lock updates. What's that?
Yeah, like people who started their lock journey, and then they might show you an update of their progression from year 2 to year 3, how much their locks grew, and
hair.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I thought niggas.
Yeah, I'm into stuff
up.
like that. I watch lashing tutorials and stuff or something like that because I do lashes, so I watch different tips and tricks on that, and that's what I typically watch when I come on YouTube looking for content to watch.
Yeah, what did we miss?
I don't
know.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Corey, hop on the panel and tell us what happened.
Yeah, for real.
What happened? I'll go back and watch if it's a good show. But Corey said, "Ain't no way you blocked."
I think we all got blocked at one time. I got unblocked.
Know. I mean, I can't say that for sure. Someone said that they think I was at a point. I don't know, because like I said, I don't really. I'll be forgetting about all these channels. I'll have to make a goddamn spreadsheet. I'm serious, because people, they got a team channel, a personal channel. I don't know.
I used to rock with it hard. Yeah, NBK.
Yeah, I'll come watch. I'm not against it. I just, like, low key, I really don't be thinking about it. But I'll watch. Yeah. I can only do so much vaccine talk and evolution talk though. I'm pretty sure y'all talk about other things. But I'll come check y'all out. Let me see pseudo killers. Let me see what they let me see if I can find what their most recent video was titled.
Yeah. I mean, I rock with it. Like, I'd watch it a lot of times. Chef be doing a lot of the moderating. It just hit and miss with me because, like, some of the topics are beyond my depth. So I'm like watching, but I'm not really aware, but sometimes I can follow it and I'm involved because I don't like taking away. Because I'll fuck around in the chat, but if I'm taking away from it, then I just fall back. I like joking as long as I'm within the topic and the realm, but I don't want to be the kid distracted in class. People trying to learn.
Wait. Hold on. Let me see. Let me pause. It says C54 from I smell the blood of unscientific ones. Astronomy. I mean, if we being honest, and I don't think people want to be honest, but if we being honest, ain't nobody in this community as scientific as they claim to be.
Oh, that's real.
If we being honest.
Yeah. But I like the intros.
Discussion.
But to introduce scientific topics and understanding, even if it is entry level, watering down, it builds the interest, and then it deviates you from being just an ear, just listening to other people talk. It stimulates the mind, and now you feel like you can solve a problem, or you can second guess, or actually check what people are saying if you have an understanding of science, or
even know more than what scientists do know and do say. That be it for me. Like, oh, y'all know shit that the scientists don't even know, or they ain't even saying, oh, okay, do tell. Chef Ring said, we not being honest. Well, Chef Ring, I'm always with the smoke, so come on. I just dropped the link. I ain't ducking shit. Now, I always said what the fuck I said, and I stand on it, and I ain't changing it. Like I said.
I stand on what I say, and only if you provide some more logical shit, I won't change it. You got to convince me with some logical shit. And I can admit if I'm wrong, but you ain't going to come and bullshit me just to save face. But 9 times out of 10, I give Chef and Pseudo Killers benefit of the doubt because they're not on that bullshit. So I'll hear them out. I'll give them a fair ear, and I have an open mind. A lot of these other fuckers, I just let you talk.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my thing is people have to, especially when you're using other people's information and talking points, nothing that you can demonstrate yourself, you got to stay up to date on what they saying now. You can't be talking about what they said 5 years ago. You got to talk about what they saying right now.
But Amber, I bought this book 5 years ago. You got to keep your
information updated.
But I get to hold of this book and say I read it and I bought it 5 years ago. You mean I got to read new stuff and new articles?
Yeah, you do.
I got to stay updated.
You can't stay there. You got to stay updated. If this is what you do, then stay abreast of new discoveries and new conversations.
Yeah.
And the killing part is, for me, I really just be positing my opinion on things. Like, I can see how this can be true, or I can see, I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it isn't. I can see it. So like Bias pulled that move last night. I challenge anybody to bring me anything that say the Egyptians practice chemistry. Literally when he said that, I'm like, okay, fuck it. Let me Google the shit. Oh, what do you know? Shit. What?
He's waking up.
Like, I'm pretty sure he's gonna wake up soon. I didn't even have to look that hard. Like, I literally put this shit in and up pops information, and this is not just no bullshit sources. Like, they're still, the crazy thing is they don't feel like they know everything there is to know about Egypt. They're still learning shit. They're still trying to figure out new ways to analyze what they have. So the crazy thing is they're discovering now that a lot of the makeup that they used and they previously, they're testing it and they're finding out that these are synthetic chemical compounds that they created. Not no mistake, because some of these processes took fucking weeks. They would have
synthetic
to keep,
serendipity.
Yeah, it's synthetic serendipity. Now, people, they're still asking, of course, scientists are asking, how did they know that? Like, how did they know this when we hadn't even discovered certain shit? But apparently they knew fucking something. And the crazy thing is they say that they could trace these different things back thousands of years. So they know that it's not by accident. They actually are saying now the Europeans took from them.
Yeah, I don't know where architecture falls in the realm of science, mathematics, and intellect. But I mean, if they got buildings that can stand the test of time, and we got bridges and shit falling down made in 50, 60, 100 years and shit, I think that counts for something. But again, it's all, I don't want to say first world issues or modern mentalities, but again, you may be able to formulate and break down and solve all these
now it's
high
funny
mathematic
because
equations. But real quick, Amber, but when you're, to me, it goes back to the intellect and IQ test again, because you can have somebody in the Amazon that knows all the berries and all the antidotes and every plant and all its purposes and stuff. But if you were to take them out and put them in a test in Harvard or whatnot, and you're testing them in your realm, in your mentality, giving them IQ, they're going to fail. But if you were to take a scientist out there and put them in the Amazon or in the jungle, then they're going to fail. So it's more relative of where you're at. So when we're talking
they got to
about,
walk around with their goddamn binder and shit.
Right, but we're looking at in Egyptian times or whatever these historical time periods, we got to put it in perspective of what they were doing and what they know. It's kind of hard to try to say, oh yeah, well they made these ailments for their sicknesses. Well, how does that compare to a cell phone, nigga? Huh? I feel like we're doing something along that lines.
Now you know me. I was prepared, because when I brought that up last night, when I brought up the sources, I was prepared for Unbiased to try it today with some books that he was gonna pull out. I was prepared for that. So I took a little extra time when I got off the live to stock up a few sources, because I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. So now
Amber loading up magazines.
I was prepared for that. But the crazy thing is, I hear a lot of people saying Egyptians were a technical society. That's something Chef Reed said. They was technological. They wasn't scientific. However, it's been widely considered that they practice fire chemistry, which is them using metals and forming metal. That's considered fire chemistry. Now, wet chemistry is the mixing of different, but nobody makes the distinction between what constitutes as chemistry. In order for them to be a lot of ways that they were technical were still rooted in science, fire chemistry. So
yeah,
how
but
y'all
it's so much
that?
fun just to shit on the Egyptians. That's rudimentary. And they just making that shit up. Because it's just, I feel, again, I'm not involved in it, but I just feel those vibes when people are doing that. It's just like trolling to a degree, like people being Trump tards. They might even really fuck with them, but they know they'll piss off their family by saying some shit like that. So when you're dismissing any of their achievements to just like that's the Stone Age, they got lucky, serendipity, all those buzzwords and shit, it triggers so many people, make them so upset because they have an affinity to it. But to me, it's just human beings in certain time periods trying shit. They were very successful. Obviously, there's no internet and documents to tell us everything they did right, and everything they did right that was extravagant, I'm sure it was secret and was stolen by other cultures or lost in antiquity and time. So I mean, it's to knock them because we don't see the gaps is kind of pretentious, but
yeah,
I just
I
don't
also
see the
actually
benefit.
yeah, I don't see it either. And I actually came across a few analysis regarding Egyptian cosmology. So I actually saw
I'm
several
interested in
scholars.
that. What did you find? Unless you want to save them in the chamber.
I mean, I don't mind because I'm not out here, doing no debating. Again, if I say certain stuff, and I know in this space, a lot of people don't like to be wrong. Now, Unbiased went on ahead, told me he had talked to Sean earlier, and he got a clearer understanding of what's being said from them, and he gets it. Like he had a whole conversation. So he pretty much like, okay, like I don't have no contention with that. This and the third, blah, let's get woo woo. Now I asked myself, well, is it a lot of what I was trying to explain? He like, yeah, this and the third. So like, as far as the cosmology, most scholars say it's extremely complex. They actually say that Egyptians weren't very dogmatic at all. They actually say that a lot of their deities represent, nature. They actually say, like when Wujawu was talking about the how they describe pre-creation, and this is before creation, they describe it as, this limitless, expansive, watery like substance, of the universe. That's not something he made up. That's something scholars actually agree on, that's what they were saying. Not the water from the Nile. That's not where they said that came from. Like, so I looked at, because again, if this one had never came up, I don't just have no interest in this shit. Like, not to say I don't have but I'm not the person that, I'm not looking to find myself in none of this shit. So I don't.
You ain't
really
into the battle
care.
scholarship, Amber? You ain't trying to be
not.
world famous?
No, I'm not. So
only one can rule
mean,
them all. You're not trying to chase down to wear the number one headband and have everybody hunting you down.
I don't need the number one headband. I don't need it.
What is that? The conscious
now,
community.
when people be adamant about like, oh, you wrong, or you don't get it, or you don't understand, or blah blah, then I got to be like,
give me a jersey. I'm
know,
going in again.
I know one thing for certain, two things for sure. My mind works pretty damn good, and if I can see it, then I know somebody else can too. So let me go find a few scholars, because I know good goddamn well I ain't crazy. Now they might can say it in a better way than I can.
Amber, so that's what you do on the panel on the phone. As soon as somebody says something definitive, you're like, new screen, new window. Let me see what this fucker talking about. Let me contradict this shit. You seem to always have that article, and it ain't just some little.
But no. See, the thing is, Watcher, I just understand. Like, a lot of people, they scope be too narrow. When you take an actual logic class, you learn how to think. Like, for real. Ooh. Outside of, you learn how to think about things. You see the flaws and like, oh, that don't mean that. So this is actually possible, even if though this, you understand, like you learn how to expand your mind a lot more. So I just be saying like, oh, well, you're actually messing up because that don't mean that. Just because that doesn't, you're jumping to a conclusion that is not, that doesn't necessarily follow from the premises you've outlined. That's not a necessary conclusion. You're missing several steps. So then when they say no, okay, no, because here's a few scenarios in which this could be the case, right? So like I said, so y'all saying that chemistry couldn't have existed until the laws were defined? No, it's possible they could be practicing chemistry even though the field and area has not been so organized and defined. They could have still been practicing chemistry because that existed regardless to prior to the discovery of it, right?
But they'll throw off the trigger word. That's what is it? That's metallurgy. I think Zane dropped it in the chat.
Yeah.
Because every time I would hear someone like start to make that scientific claim, then I would hear like a counter that would be real dismissive, like, nah, they were just again, I'm not versed into the science, so I can't really validate it, and I don't choose to run down that rabbit hole. It's interesting just looking at the rim and hear everyone have their conversation. So whenever someone would try to posit or present something scientific, even with the information that you were, everything seems to be so easily hand waved away with a laugh and hold up. Now don't say this. And then it's just like everyone has their talking points that they can spit out, just like they would quote unquote say for conspiracy theorists. Again, not to be dismissive, but it just seems like I hear the immediate talking points, whether irregardless or irrespective of you presenting a new counter or a new point or something new, then we go back to the same three templates of responses of the metallurgy, serendipity, the comedy. It just goes down to the joke. So it becomes comical to those who are unlearned in it, but at the same time, it's kind of dismissive towards an African culture or people that we're just hand waving away because we're in the future with our European mindset, as Fitz was actually highlighting, because he was bringing up a lot of good points. So I'm not really in the middle on it, but I can see that both sides have.
I mean, and to be perfectly honest, like I would have these arguments if we were anywhere else in the world and this claim was being made. If we was talking about anybody else and this claim was being made or certain things were being said about their ability, I would have the same. No, you're conflating. No, that does not mean that. I would have the same argument because the same flaws in logic would exist there as they do now. So that's how I'm, gonna say it. Now, a lot of people get off into the blackology or it's blackology, and to me, that's no different. Like it's a way to dismiss people's feedback or their counter argument. Be more creative than that. Now, for me, you challenge me with something and I've made a stance or I support a certain view, I'm going to be quiet and I'm going to just go look for the source. Now, if you want to talk to me after that, go get your source.
Yeah.
That's all. We don't got to go back and forth and back.
But what I see most of the time when you, not specifically meaning you, Amber, but yeah, but whenever someone,
Peace, Amber, A-Bomb. I like that. I like that name. I like that name.
Unbiased did that shit.
That fits you
he messy.
all the way to the T. You can't even deny that name right there. Like, that's you right there. Like, that's you from here on out. Like, but yeah, peace to y'all, man. Peace to y'all, man. The Pseudo Killers is a big fan of this channel. We all of us enjoy the discussions that y'all have on this channel. And we always listening. There's always one or two of us in here listening or, trying to join the panel or in the chat trolling y'all or something. You know what I'm saying? So we're big fans of the channel. So just to let y'all know of that. But I just wanted to give a little bit of pushback, not much. I didn't come over here to debate or nothing. But like we on the Pseudo Killers, right? We actually give out rewards and prizes to people who correct our information. That's something that I started, and we're gonna be doing that more often. Like we're not an echo chamber over there. We don't deny that we're not the experts, and we kind of always push that we're not the experts. We just refer you to the experts, right? And now this we had this discussion about the universe, and this is what I've been saying mostly on our channel, that we've been painted as anti-African because we stay in the realm of the experts, right?
Hey, so I saw that slaughter of Queen Nzinga.
Pause. Hold on. Concrete. I just want to comment now. Painted. You talking about in this community because, or anyone that aligns with science is painted that way, or do you mean in this community?
No, just
pseudo killers is painted that way.
Just basically in this community, kind of like the pseudo killers is kind of painted as anti-African, basically. In this community.
Now, I'll say I don't think it's because you all align with science. I think it's the other things that you all say, like the blackology thing. That sounds anti-African to me. Yeah, to me that sounds anti-African. I'm gonna be honest. You know,
right?
But
and I can explain that. I can explain the blackology thing. Go ahead. You saying something, Watcher?
No, I was just joking about Queen Nzinga being a slave.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't understand like what. So like y'all want so like if we talk about the slave, the Queen Nzinga thing, right?
That was a joke.
So
that was a
right.
joke. Okay.
I understand that, but like it was that is one of the things that kind of gives y'all the smell, that leaves the smell of anti-African lingering in the air, like that conversation right there.
I don't know anything about the Nzinga thing, so I can't speak to that. I can only speak to different conversations. So like I can understand the frustration with so many people being enamored by the Egyptian civilization and not giving reverence or having an interest in West Africa when we're immediate, descendants from. I can get that logic. The problem I have though is that instead of being consistent to that, it kind of goes into anyone who makes any statement about Egypt or anyone who defends Egypt or anyone who counters misinformation that's put out about them. They're under the banner of Blackology, or that's Blackology, or that's spookism. To me, it's disrespectful, it's diminishing, it's berating, and it's anti-Black for me. Now, I don't judge people. They can feel how they feel.
Let me tell you this though, Amber. Let me tell you this. Like to me, like Egyptians ain't even necessarily Black in the way that me and you is Black. So like that just like when
I can
talking
agree
about
there.
Egypt,
I can agree there.
Right. Yeah. So like that to me, like that automatically like kind of makes me like I don't really understand what y'all talking about when like. How is that anti-Black? Them dudes ain't even like Black. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like them.
But
dudes
see, when you say Black like that,
like
then you like, Black like that.
What I'm saying is they not sub-Saharan Africans. These people are North African. These are this is a Mediterranean civilization. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like they don't like. Our DNA in Egypt is only 6%. Like so, like it's only 6% sub-Saharan African, and those Africans was brought in through slavery. You know what I'm saying? So like the whole Egypt discussion to me be beyond me. And we never like as far as the astronomy and that goes, we never was talking about the Egyptians. Like this was they was talking about the Dogon. I think like Wujawu brought the Egyptians into the whole conversation, which kind of convoluted the conversation and made it seem
Yeah,
like
so
we were saying something we wasn't saying though. But you know,
well,
go
well,
ahead.
I'm gonna say this. So I speak about the Wujawu thing because that's the only conversation that I actually was privy to and watched from the beginning to, you know. So whatever happened
that
prior
was
to
a
that and what's
sidebar
happened after
conversation.
that, I don't know. All I was
Yeah, that was
saying
kind of
was
a sidebar. That was
yeah.
kind of a sidebar thing.
And I
That the
kind of
whole
picked up that it was a sidebar, but I just couldn't understand, like, during that conversation, he wasn't even like, he wasn't saying what it was being alleged that he said. So I was a little confused. Ankh and Sosa explained that it was a carryover, I guess, from a previous conversation. But even when me and Ankh had a discussion on the show the other night, he was pretty much kind of said like, oh, well, you know, like, he trying to be slick, you know, that's not what that mean, and you know, this, that, and the third. Like, he was saying in the conversation Wujawu had, he was kind of misrepresenting the noon or the new. He was misrepresenting what the waters meant, right?
Yeah.
Now,
I wouldn't
I
get
had no
into what they
reason.
meant by their philosophy
Yeah,
like that. I don't, you know, on both ends of that, like who's to say what they meant by their philosophy? Like, that was philosophy. It wasn't something like it wasn't science in a way that we discuss it now. So that this was their
right.
philosophical understanding or their philosophical beliefs. So I wouldn't try to get into understanding or get into these people's mind, because you can't get into these people's mind.
But
You can
see,
only speculate. And that's all
here's
that is. When you're talking about ancient philosophy, it's all speculation. But go ahead, Em.
but see, here's where I have to offer a little pushback, because we view it as philosophy because it's not measurable in the way that we measure things today, right? As far as I'm concerned, though, like the same way in which previously it's been known that
no, because they actually did measurable science at that time. You know that, right? They actually did.
Yeah.
You know, astronomy. I said this before on the pseudo killers, and I explained it today on the pseudo killers. Astronomy is the first science known to man. Period. So even before the Egyptians had a civilization, people was doing real science and when I talk about real science, I mean producing a byproduct, right?
Right.
So a byproduct was actually produced out of their science, out of ancient African science. You know what I'm saying? Before Egyptians had a civilization. So you know, I went into that today, and I've been into that before, and so like I definitely appreciate the ancient African astronomy, because all science today that we have was built upon that foundation. I done said that 100 times, but yet we still paint it as anti-African. And like I said, Amber, they had real science that they got real byproducts out of. So they had a separation between their science and their philosophy. And we have to do the same thing. We have to appreciate what they did. They didn't mix that up. So we shouldn't mix it up. And then on top of that, we can't get into their brain and you know, talk about their philosophy, right? And so we shouldn't do that either. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't talk about all we know is what they wrote down. We don't know
but what I'm saying is what they wrote down.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying is what they wrote down, they're still trying to decode, and they're still finding new ways to analyze what was written down. Even the things that they think they know about their philosophy or what appears to, they're still analyzing and reanalyzing as new thing as we evolve.
Yeah, I think it's all speculation. So because the real science that they produced, we were able to build, and now we launching the James Webb telescope based off of the real science that they did. We got a byproduct off of that. We done built off of. We don't build off of their philosophy. That's all I'm saying. So you know what I'm saying? Like we ain't doing that. Their philosophy was their philosophy. And that's that. And we should appreciate that for what it is, and not try to bring it into the realm of science, because they didn't even do that. That's all I'm saying. And then you say they still understanding, some of the philosophy, and I can agree to that, because to me it's all speculation. All you can do is speculate. So I don't think they have an understanding at all about their philosophy. I think it's a whole bunch of speculation. Now maybe they got some of it right, through serendipity, like y'all say. Y'all don't like that word. I heard Watcher say he about tired of that word. But through serendipity, we may have an understanding of some of the philosophy, but I don't think we really have a grasp on people's philosophy from 3,000 years ago. You know what I mean? I just think we just can't get into the heads of those people like that, and I wouldn't try to.
I mean, it's not that I don't like the words. I think it's valid and it has a claim, but I also see how it's being used dismissively. If you're using it like directly, it's one thing, but when you're using it dismissively to hand wave it away, that's I'm like, hey, that's not necessarily fair, because it's
and I heard that too. I heard that we dismiss the science, and that's not what we're doing. We're trying to put it into the right perspective. You. I never, or nobody. I don't think any of the pseudo killers necessarily dismiss any of these ideas. What we're trying to do is put it in its proper perspective, in its proper aspect. You don't go, when you go to Barnes and Nobles, they don't have the science mixed in with the novel. You know what I'm saying?
That's the problem that I have, because they're still determining whether or not there were aspects of the science mixed in with the philosophy. There's not even a definitive. So we think that these are separate.
It's all speculation, though. So on either end,
when anyone, you're right. Right. So instead of people saying y'all mixing that up or y'all got that wrong, then you can say we do not know that this is actually scientific, but we also don't know that it's not. So you can't say it's not scientific or it's not this. Like, you have to be careful, because it's a difference between saying we don't know what that means. We don't know if it was just purely philosophy. We don't know if it was scientific. We don't know if it was a combination of the two. We do not know. Instead of saying we don't know, we're saying we know that they didn't know, and don't know.
No, that's not what the pseudo killers are saying. This is what Ja was saying. He know what they saying. He know the language.
And I definitely heard a pseudo killer say that there's no way that they knew that when they didn't have this, that, and the third.
Well, they
couldn't have been informed on that.
That's what they were saying. They was making that point that they couldn't see Sirius B.
But how would they know what they could see?
We know that for sure, because it's no way to see. It's not. Sirius B is not emitting. Stars like our sun. What it's doing is fusing. It's fusing hydrogen atoms together, right? It's a nuclear reactor. Sirius B doesn't do that anymore. Sirius B is a white dwarf. It doesn't emit light anymore. Not like that. You have to. The light is heat that is emitting. So you need to have something. You have to have a tool that's able to see the infrared.
To see it, right?
See that from the telescopes. You can't even use the telescopes on Earth. The big ones, like the observatories and shit, they're not even able to see that, because of the atmosphere and the temperature distorts that. So they can't. You have to launch a telescope into outer space where the temperature is very cold out there in order to see that light spectrum. You see what I'm saying?
Question. Yeah. So quick question. When was the theory of the Big Bang initially adapted?
In the 1920s or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. When was evidence of the Big Bang actually accessible and proven via background radiation?
In the 1920s,
the theory was posited, and then when was the evidence of that theory established?
It was the evidence. The theory was based. A theory is based on a set of facts, right? So like they had they had these set of facts. Now whether you can call it whatever you want to call it. You always have these set of facts, though. It's never once they understand these sets of facts.
Set of facts that established the Big Bang Theory.
Make up. This was in the 1920s when they had these sets of facts.
Right, but the explanation has evolved, right? Because they have a new set of facts.
Yeah, we know more and more. We learn more and more as time goes on.
More. Yeah. Right. But you didn't need to know all the facts to develop the theory, right?
You needed to, so they substantiate. So some of these facts were predictions, right? And so what we do now, how we advance now is we develop tools to actually observe these predictions, observe these facts that have been predicted by the Big Bang model. That's how we've advanced. Really, it's like the knowledge ain't really, you know what I'm saying? Like right now, we like the James Webb Telescope, right? We already know about the pop stars. The pop stars have already, we already understand that these is how we get the matter that we have now. The heavy element is because those stars went supernova. Now the James Webb, what that's going to do is going to substantiate that claim, because we're going to actually be able to view these pop stars, because now they have a sun shield and it's in a Lagrange 2 point. They send in the
I don't want to go on too long.
I just want to explain to you how they develop. I'm just explaining to you your question. You wanted to know, like, so we don't be knowing. They knew they had the theory, they had the facts, right? But now what we're doing is substantiating the predictions that these facts make. So they say, well, if this is true, then this and this will happen, right? So they had the facts that this thing is the true thing right here, right? But if this thing is actually true, right, then this and this and this will be the case, right? So this is how this is what we're doing.
But all of them build upon each other, right? So now the background radiation is an actual fact now, right? Isn't that an actual? It previously was a prediction, and now it's an established fact.
And the James Webb is building upon that fact. We already knew that fact. Now the James Webb finna build on it some more.
Now, but see, here's the thing. So all of these facts were previously predictions. All of these established facts. What are now established facts were previously predictions. So even the facts, we discovered them because we predict certain things.
No, the facts make predictions. You see what I'm saying? So if that's what I'm saying. If this is a fact, see, if we saying this thing is a fact, then this and this and this will happen, or this and this and this will be the case, or we'll see this and this and this in the future. So they already had the fact already. What we're doing is,
but if you building on it though, so if you're building on it though, because like you said with the background radiation, they had a set of facts, and they saying if all of these things are true, then this is going to be the outcome, right? So background radiation is that's not an opinion anymore. That's now a fact, right?
It was never an opinion. It was always a fact.
But they didn't have evidence of it.
They may have not observed it, right? But it was a fact all the time.
So then technically they're not making predictions. They're pretty much.
So if the cosmic microwave background, right, is a fact, right, then we have these pockets of cool regions and hot regions, right? And so we'll have where the mass is clumped up in some areas and it's less dense in other areas, right? this is how you get
You
mass
don't.
of the traction. So all of these things have to work. Like, I mean, this is just a fact. The background radiation is a fact.
So I know it's an effect because they have evidence of it now. That's why it's a fact now. But can predictions be
wrong? They didn't need to observe it. They didn't need to observe it to be a fact, though. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So all predictions don't need to be observed.
They got math. They got math to equate, and then there are already questions like that arise to that have to be answered, right?
So predictions aren't wrong then.
What do you mean? Some predictions have been wrong, though.
Okay,
like some people have made
but most predictions.
I don't know what you really mean by that.
In science, sure. So most predictions in science, they are predicted based off of a set of facts, whether it's a mathematical equation or whatever the case. They come up with this prediction based off of these set of facts, and sometimes, regardless of it being rooted in fact, the prediction is still wrong. Correct?
I have yet to see that. Like, I don't know. I don't really understand what your question is. So the let me explain a little bit then. So sometimes we have predictions like that'll give us like quantities, right? So that's a prediction that we've been seen before. We know like sometimes that we can predict that there's this amount of time or this amount of it's a quantity that it gives us, right? But other times we have predictions where it's something we ain't never seen before. So that's one of the criteria for a prediction. It has to be something that you ain't never seen happen before. That's what a prediction is.
Right. So when you predict something, you're using what you have available to make a guess on what is like.
You're using a set of facts. Go ahead.
I've already determined that. So previously. So I understand what you mean about the facts. I've already determined that. So what I'm a little confused about is what is science testing? If they make predictions and then they test, what are they testing if the prediction is true and there's not the likelihood that the prediction can be false? Because you said that they predicted it and it was always true. And I'm just trying to figure out.
I didn't
so
say that.
what's the point of?
I didn't necessarily say it was always true. Like,
I'm trying to show you.
I don't think I said those words or whatever. It was always true.
Okay, but you are trying to skate around
that part is kind of convoluted to me. I ain't really sure. I'm not really. It's hard for me to grasp on what you really meaning by that, and I tried to explain it the best way that I can so that you understand what I mean by it.
What I'm really meaning is that you have a fact, and then you make predictions. Then you test. It either verifies the prediction or it doesn't. Then once it's verified, you have another fact, right? So all of these facts build on, right? So it's possible to have a prediction.
The prediction is translated into a fact, right? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Exactly. So that was my point, and that's what I was asking. So it's possible that predictions could have been made.
You're right.
That predictions could have been made that they hadn't verified as facts. Would you say that's possible?
Predictions have been made that's not been verified as facts. That's the case right now. Yeah.
Or
so there's predictions that we have yet to.
Hold on. I'm not even talking about we. I'm talking about, is it possible? And listen, hear what I'm saying. Possible. Is it possible Egyptians could have made predictions that they could not necessarily verify or had not been verified yet?
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they would have had to have a set of facts, right? They would have had to have a set of facts, and then they would have had to the requirement is that set of facts determines what these predictions are. It's
right,
not
and they could
making
have had a. They could hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. But
She just said
Corey,
was possible. She just said
it's
was
not making
possible.
a guess.
Corey.
Go ahead.
But the thing is, you're assuming that we're the only ones that can establish facts or know how to do that.
We not. The Egyptians did it too. The Egyptians actually did that.
Okay,
yes,
so that's what I'm saying. Like, so you saying they could establish
about the
facts,
astronomy, but it's not their philosophy. It's not their creation story. It's their astronomy that they had, that their set of facts made predictions on, and they got byproducts out of those. That's what I was talking about. With
their geometry.
They did that.
But
But
you
this is
talk about their geometry.
Their geometry.
Their geometry.
They got buildings.
Exactly.
They did agriculture. They did. You have to have science, and you have to understand astronomy to do agriculture at that time. In those days, and that was the byproduct that they got. They got agriculture out of their astronomy. And that's the first science. That's what I'm talking about. That's the first science known to man.
Yeah.
And Corey, they was doing that. Let me tell you, people were understanding the celestial bodies and making predictions and making culture and making life decisions based on the understanding of the celestial bodies, right? And they did that before Egyptians even had a civilization. So why are we talking about the Egyptians? For what? You know what I mean? Like this goes before the Egyptians. That's the real science. That's what science today is built on. That is the foundation that the James Webb came off of. That's what I'm trying to appreciate. I'm not trying to appreciate their creation story, because every culture had a creation story, and you can make similarities and mirrors.
But is it a problem if other people? Is it a problem if other people appreciate it though?
World. You can't pick me a culture that you can't draw a line to. But go ahead.
Is it a problem? Is it a problem if other people choose to appreciate it though?
No, you're supposed to appreciate it for what it is, not pseudorizing.
But how do you tell somebody what to appreciate it for?
Because
when you don't appreciate it at all.
No, I just told you.
Well, no. You say you don't appreciate the philosophy. You appreciate the actual.
No, I said I do appreciate the philosophy for what it is. That's their creation story. So I appreciate it as a creation story, not as a Big Bang theory.
But I never heard anyone say it was a Big Bang theory.
But they did.
Well, they're trying to draw lines and mirror. They drawing lines and they mirror. And Asar Imhotep said directly that was the Big Bang. They actually understood the Big Bang theory. Like Asar Imhotep actually said that, like for real.
So. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I was only privy to the conversation with Wujawu, and
you can't trust it.
Yeah, he definitely didn't say that, and I'm low key definitely like tired of talking about it. I know
you can't trust.
Well, listen, I don't trust none of you niggas. If we being honest,
he mixes.
It ain't about being trusted or not. That's the whole thing.
He mixes
you know
it
what
up.
I'm saying? It's just about like like I said, I ain't here to be trusted. I'm just here to have conversations, these interesting conversations. And my goal is to, like I said, to disabuse the community of the pseudo thoughts that they may or may not have. You know what I'm saying? And even me, I learn along the way. Like, so it's not just the community. I still got pseudo thoughts. I still don't want to split a pole when I walk down the street with my kids. I take my kids bike riding or walking and shit. I'll be like, yeah, don't get hey, come back around that damn pole. What the fuck you doing? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I still have my pseudo ways. So like it's not I don't have an agenda. Our channel ain't even monetized. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I benefit off of having these conversations. So it ain't about trusting me. It's about going in and ask if you have an interest in what we're talking about, going in and actually knowing how to obtain the information yourself and learning the correct way to actually obtain the information and not listen to what motherfuckers say. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know some of y'all took Wu Jia Wu class and y'all think he intelligent, but you know, I don't believe a word the motherfucker say. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't
I'm gonna be honest. If I take anything in this community or do anything in this community, it's strictly to support another Black business. I'm gonna be. I ain't never came over here looking for my identity. I ain't never been looking for nobody to tell me, teach me, show me a goddamn thing. I've been doing a wonderful job all by myself. So I'm gonna just be very clear. So anybody in the future, I don't mind patronizing or supporting, but I'm never looking for nobody to show me a motherfucking thing or teach me shit. So it's strictly just to support Black business. So let's be very clear. That's for any book. That's for any class. That's for any strictly to support Black business. Let's be very honest, because that's what I'm gonna do.
All right, now let me speak on that because he said that and Amber spoke, and I feel like I need to speak as well because I don't know about anybody on the panel, but I actually took Wu Jia Wu's class. I bought the book.
I don't know who took it. I'm just saying, like, I just know people in the community. No, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't saying like y'all, like if y'all took it that way, my bad. I wasn't saying it that way.
No worries,
because I never knew y'all took the class or nothing like that.
That's why I'm speaking up.
Well, I didn't take the class, but I have talked about taking the class, and I may take the class in the future. But I just wanted to be clear and say anybody listening, if I buy your book, if I watch your show, and because I've bought people's shows and did if I do it, it's strictly to support Black business. I don't give a fuck really at the end of the day what you're talking about.
That's what I'm trying to get out. I'm really trying to get out. If y'all let just 45 seconds. Because what I'm trying to say from someone who's actually, I was sitting on the sideline and Chef's on the panel, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, matter of fact, I think you and Unbiased were the ones who actually encouraged me to take Wu Jia Wu's class. So we were having a conversation months back, but I was also given a disclaimer by them. No, hold up, let me finish. You may have been, but you guys also gave me a disclaimer. It's good to get into learn it and understand it because I was more coming from following Aunt, but trying to figure out what happened during the debate because I didn't study it, so I'm trying to figure out was it really translating all that type of stuff. So you guys were like, "Well, take the class and understand it." But what you guys told me, I'm sorry.
Right. I remember. Go ahead.
Okay, but what y'all told me was, don't take the class going in thinking you're going to change your mind and your lifestyle, and don't be running around wearing dashikis and everything afterwards. Because I said, I want to learn. I want to get information about it. Like, well, just take the class. And I was like, well, I'll read the book. I don't know about taking the class, but unless it's like a book club. So I took the class. I took all the tests and everything all the way towards the end. But I didn't do like the scribes. And I'm not trying to be a minister or learn how to translate it or use it. I just wanted to see if it was legit. And like Amber said, I wanted to support Black businesses. And at this time, everybody was scamming. And so this is when everybody was talking all this stuff and they were talking shit about Wu Jia Wu and all this stuff and discrediting everything. So I was, you know what? Let me support the man and actually see what he's saying. And majority of people were trying to misrepresent what he was doing because he's just trying to get an intro to what it was. And that's all I took it for. I wasn't taking it to become a priest or to change my life or to become a follower of Wu Jia Wu or become one of his students or one of his scribes. It was just I wanted to learn about Egypt, see if it was really transliterated and what information he can provide to get me entry level. And so I took it with that understanding. Unbiased and Chef explained it to me how I should have an open mindset going into it. And waking up on Sundays, taking the courses, reading the books with Wu Jia Wu and the other people in the class, it wasn't like he was trying to be a minister and put me up under him. It was just information he was putting out. And so I know where Amber was going with that because I feel that's where I was like, hold up, don't think I'm naive to anything or I'm looking for a leader. I'm feeling halfway filled and I need that other half. It was just interested. He has good character and I wanted to support him. Like I bought Unks, like people who I feel legit, I will buy their shit. And then when they feel like they're BSing, then I will stop. I used to buy Tariq Nasheed's videos and everything. But after a while, as I grew up, I'm like, this isn't my cup of tea, or maybe I grew it. or maybe it's only entry level to get people to some level. Like Sonnet, I feel like he's more entry level to break people from your chains and your shackles, and you get other perspectives. Now it's up to you to grow. Now, if you're stuck in that loop, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What I'm saying is I ain't come in this motherfucker with no chain or no shackles. Be very clear.
Facts.
I didn't come in this motherfucker need saving, and I ain't leaving this motherfucker need saving. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not looking for no savior and no conscious community, no motherfucking where. I'm here to talk my shit and have a good time, discuss issues that I like to discuss, but be very clear, I'm not looking to find myself, never was. Came in this motherfucker knowing who I was.
So you a pseudo killer then, Amber. So you just a pseudo killer. That's all you is.
I ain't that either, because it's already a group called pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. I don't do that. I'm Amber. A-bomb. Yeah.
But like I feel you. I feel you. And we just, like I said, we on the same shit. We just a group of fellas who have common interests. And we like to share our discussions live. That's all that is. You know what I'm saying? And
I was following you guys.
I never thought or said or would think that Wujawu is scamming or nothing like that. I wouldn't say something like that or whatever. Because I think you got a lot better character than that.
Exactly.
But
and that's one reason why I chose
to disagreement and like on what he said, and that's that. Like he put it in public. Like I mean, like if you publicize your ideas, then that means
you open for critique.
Right. So that's all we did. We not hating on nobody. We ain't trying to tear nobody down. We have great discussions with Wujawu. Asar had a good time when we did our thing with Asar. Asar, man, he came over there. He had a good time. He laughed. He threw shots at us and joked on us, and he disseminated some good information, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And we did the same thing. We all had a good time. It was a good discussion, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I get out of it. That's my whole purpose of the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? And that's why, like I said, I enjoy y'all discussions. Y'all do the same shit we do, basically. I mean, I don't see no difference, really. I mean, y'all have fun. Y'all have y'all guests on, and y'all talk y'all shit. Y'all bring out information that everyday people ain't privy to. You know what I'm saying? And have discussions and topics that need to be had. And
they challenge pseudoisms over here. That's what they do all day.
Yeah. So
that's all. Like that's what I'm saying. They challenge pseudoisms. If a motherfucker says or challenge it, that's the same thing we do. That's why we be over this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like it be the same thing. Like we
here to tear down.
But to be perfectly honest, though,
it's sacred. Though. We here to tear down what's sacred. I'm gonna tell y'all that.
But see, I'm gonna say this.
Sacred to you, tearing it down. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this though. Sometimes you gotta have somebody challenge y'all because a lot of y'all be aligned on the same shit though.
No, we get challenged up.
So how many people
killers don't even agree on everything?
Yeah,
like,
I'm not saying y'all agree on everything, but in this particular situation with the whole Egyptian thing, do most of the pseudo killers agree?
Yeah, because Egypt wasn't even in the conversation.
I don't agree with us on that. What are you talking? Which aspect are you talking about? The Cosmos thing
on the Big Bang?
Yeah, he agreed with us on that.
Big Bang Cosmos, right? Yeah, so y'all all agree on that, right?
That shit whack. That shit whack.
Okay, so to some degree, because to me, I feel like y'all misinterpreted, at least from what I seen, what was being said. For me,
that's why you can't listen. Wujawu messed that up. That's
no, but here's what I'm saying though. In that conversation that I seen that happened on Unbiased platform, y'all was interpreting something different than what he was saying. I'm not saying he never said it. I'm saying he didn't say it in that conversation. And it was frustrating to me that y'all kept addressing things that he didn't say. And then he would stop and say, okay, let me say this and be clear. Absolutely not. No, it's not them. See, when you say that, I have to say, well, then you don't understand the nuance of his argument, though. You don't.
That's why I'd rather not talk to him. Yeah, that's why I'd rather not talk to him. That shit is confusing as hell. Like
But see, but instead of saying I do not get it, and I'm just gonna walk away because it turns into flim flam. Now, when people say flim flam, what do they mostly mean most of the time?
A nigga bullshitting.
Exactly. So you call it bullshit, right? Because you don't understand the nuance of the argument. It's bullshit.
Amber, the way you talk, it sounds like you call shit straight down the middle. You feel me?
Right.
So it's hard for me. The way you'll come off to me like, all right, when you feel like you come out and say it come across. You know what I mean? But when it's like nobody get this shit. It's like I be fucking confused, Joe.
Well,
like, I
Chef,
don't know
now,
what.
Now, Chef, I will say, I feel like to a degree, he does try to lose y'all in the conversation. I feel like he does, but at the same time, I think it's just a mind game that he plays with y'all because he knows y'all want to hear shit a certain way. I really think he be fucking with y'all because I could understand what he was saying. I know what he was saying, and I knew what y'all was saying, and I could understand where the disconnect was, right? Like I could follow, okay, this is what he's saying, this is what they saying, and this is why it's a miscommunication, right? But it ain't like what he was saying was the flim flam or the bullshit. It's just y'all was hearing it a certain way because of what he was saying. And then I'm like, okay, so y'all, there's a nuance here that y'all missing. Now, y'all might need him to state it clearer or state it differently.
Yeah, that even
it's
her
the
saying
nuance
it
thing, because it's like we understand nuance. Like it's the thing is, Amber, listen to this. He says no, they didn't understand the Big Bang. Nobody understands the Big Bang before a certain time. Then he goes to talking about how they understood aspects of the Big Bang. It's like crazy. If that ain't crazy, if that's not crazy, like
no.
that's nuts to me.
He didn't use the word understood.
They had a creation story, Amber.
He didn't use the word understood aspects of the Big Bang. He said that aspects of their creation story mirror the Big Bang. And that is true.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. That's
do you want me to pull a source where somebody now they don't explicitly say that Amber, do you want me to pull a source?
I ain't mad at the source, Amber. What I'm saying is that I don't agree with it. Like it's crazy to me. Like
so if
source is the source lying? Did they understand the Big Bang?
No. So no. So let's
the source gonna say they understood the Big Bang.
Let's hold on. Let's listen to this. Would you say that space is expansive and limitless as a result of the Big Bang?
No, it's not limitless. Space and time. It has a finite. It's a finite. It's not limitless. That's why the static universe was knocked down. That ain't. We don't.
It had a point. It had a point of beginning.
Static universe was limitless.
No. It might have had a point of beginning, but is it?
No, it has a horizon. Now. It has an edge. The space time has a edge, a horizon.
That's the horizon to how far we'll be able to see. Is that the horizon of all space, though?
Yeah, but if it's expanding, right? It's obvious that it has a horizon.
But just because it's a horizon doesn't mean it's the end. So I'm trying to figure out, are you saying that space has a definitive end?
It's expanding, though, Amber. It's expanding.
So it's expansive.
It has a horizon.
It's expansive.
That's all in the whole thing. Like A balloon is start out as a finite, but even though the balloon is expanding, it has a horizon to it. It can get bigger and bigger and bigger, but the balloon has a horizon to the balloon. That's
you're
what
saying. Horizon.
Right. I'm lost. Like an edge, but the edge don't mean the end.
Yeah, that's what it is. That is. Just because
Okay,
we can only see so far to the horizon,
but that doesn't make it the end. That makes it the end of what we can see.
Actual horizon. It has an
define horizon.
An edge. It's an edge. The edge of the edge of it. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on. So because it's the end of what we can see, that does not make it the end, period. Right?
Right. Absolutely right.
Okay, so then it would be limitless.
And we don't see
even though we limit it.
We don't see the actual edge. No, we can't. We can only see so far, right? But it is an actual edge, is what I'm saying. Just because you own a balloon, right, and you can only see so far on the balloon, the horizon on the balloon, don't mean the balloon don't have an actual edge. That's the balloon is actually expanding. It's actually it's finite. It's not a static universe. We already determined that back before the 1920s. Like the static universe is not a it's been debunked. So yeah.
I got it.
So I see it says there's a limit to how much space we can see, just like we can't step outside our front door and see everything in Australia. The part of space we can see is called the observable universe. So so are you saying in the unobservable universe, there's a limit as well?
Yes.
How will we know that?
Because it's expanding.
Yeah. So the fact
expanding into what though?
In size, just increasing in size.
I know, but if it continues to expand, right?
Which it is.
Right. So if it's continuing to expand, then there is no end.
I think
you understand what I'm saying? But so he said there's a definitive end. I'm trying to figure out. So there's a point where it's gonna stop expanding, and that's gonna be it.
So I don't know. So Watcher, did you understand? You felt me what I said, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I understand her question as well.
Can you explain? Because I don't know if I'm explaining it. Like
she basically asking, is the expansion limitless?
Right, because
I don't know.
That's the only thing she could be asking.
Yeah, that's
how
what
the theory is. They said it's going to snap back.
That's what I'm asking. Like, because like a balloon, if you blow it up so far, it's going to pop. So are you saying that
there's a balloon?
They don't know. They don't know because that's something we don't.
Right, because they have other theories that pick up from.
They got the bounce. They got the bounce theory. They got the heat death. They got the big freeze. So these they don't know. We don't know. I like
to the point.
Me personally, I like the heat death.
Yeah,
so what
I
Amber's
think
asking
that makes more sense. From the dispensation, the coldness, that expansion, everything's going to die.
The universe gonna warm up like a fraction of a degree.
Right, because everything comes from space. Yeah. So the more you move away from that hot, dense place, you know what I mean?
But as you guys are explaining, real quick, Chef and Corey, but as you guys realize as you're explaining it, you see the conundrum or the loop that it's putting Amber in, because when you say there is no limit, but then you continue on saying it's expanding, meaning that if there was a limit, it expanded beyond that, but not understanding that there's different theories from that point saying that the universe can actually snap back or constrict, or it can keep going, or, there's all these different theories once we get beyond the point of recognizing the bang. So she's trying to narrow it down, like, are we going beyond that or are we stopping? But actually there is no correct answer. You're going to have to pick up another person's theory and then test it out to where they went.
Right. And as far as we know right now, it's
just
expansive.
a hypothesis. It's not even on a theory.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't really test it, but it's just the elimination. Once you get enough information, you can eliminate a theory off the table. I think that's how we're really doing.
You may be able to eliminate one of them. Or you're absolutely right. Yeah.
But what we do know, or what they know, is that it's expanding, and there's no reason to believe it's gonna stop. Like a water spill, right? You spill some water and it just keep going, spreading, right? So what I'm saying is, and Bujawu isn't the only person that said this. Now, to me, y'all look at that and y'all say, well, yeah, and this is a part of Big Bang theory, right? A part of their theory is expansive. Now, they say primordial waters, but they also say that what was above, they kind of referenced it to the sea below, like, on Earth, right? They looked at these things as kind of being like mirrors of each other. They used the concept of expansion, something without a limit, something that was moving out, and so for someone, y'all might think, well, that's a stretch to say that it correlates, right? That's a small piece.
No,
that's a stretch.
Is, though,
You're reaching.
You can do that with every culture in the world, though. That's
but here, hold on, Corey, hold on.
Go ahead.
See, and here's why I have to say, y'all kind of miss it. You absolutely, he said that. You're right. You can, which is why he took y'all to show y'all. Look at all of these different things, and y'all like, yeah. So what? Yeah, they got all of those things. All of this. His point was, you can.
So
why though?
What's his point? Because
yes, his point was.
You can do that.
Can you
pseudo.
Can you not cut me off though?
Pseudo right there. Like,
she's about to explain.
Cut me off. That's not the definition of pseudo. Can you not cut me off? The point he's making is they acknowledge their creation stories. They acknowledge, even though the science didn't exist to test this shit, they still give reverence to it. They still put it on the timeline. Meanwhile, none of the stories from African cosmology are in this motherfucker. Like, so his thing is to represent what he feels like are Black stories of creation or African stories of creation and cosmology. From now, his focus is Egypt, right?
To the science lab, though. They don't bring the Greek story.
But who gives? He don't give a fuck about that. The whole point is, they stories don't have to have entered into a science lab for it to get reverence and get attention. We only require that of our shit.
But we can't bring them to the science. That's thank you, Amber.
You don't bring your religion into science.
Again, you're missing it.
Back it up, Amber.
Whatever you choose to do, that's on you. You can't speak for what the next person should do. If he want to give reverence and he want to talk about this creation story, absent of science, even though we know we have advanced towards them, but he still wants to give reverence to the creationism, to their ability to think outside of themselves, to look at the cosmos and wonder, and to come up with the idea of an expanse of anything, and take pride in that, mirroring some aspect of what we know the creation of the universe to be today. That's his fucking prerogative. That's whoever's prerogative to do that. If you don't want to do that, then that ain't for you. But you can't get mad or shit on nobody because they doing that or call it flim flam or whatever. No, he paying fucking reverence, and that's his right to do. What you pay reverence to what you want to pay reverence to.
We gave him, he had his right to do it, and he did it, right? But we got the right to critique it, right? We have the right to be offended. I have the right.
You can critique it, but you're critiquing you're saying it's flim flam, though. Do you see the problem?
Let him go, Amber. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, like, I have the right to be offended and be able to critique it, right? Because I think it's disrespectful to try to compare the creation stories of the Africans to the Big Bang Theory. You know what I'm saying? I would like to pay reverence to what it was for them actually being able to think outside of the box and look up in the sky, like you said, and wonder and come up with ideas about where all this came from. And I appreciate that. I appreciate even more the actual science that I keep bringing up that we actually building upon, right? When they actually looked up in the sky and wondered, and then they saw patterns, and then they seen certain things happening over and over again, and they was able to pass this knowledge down from generation to generation. That's what I see in it, and that's my prerogative. He did his prerogative, and I critiqued it, and I did my and what I'm doing is my prerogative, and that's the real appreciation of the real shit they put down that we building on still today, still to this day.
But then you
not the Egyptians, but the Africans, the early man, the early
whoever,
Homo sapiens who did that because they had to travel. They had to be able to travel and navigate, right? So those people, hundreds of thousands of years ago, not the Egyptians, not these Mediterranean niggas 3,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of years ago. Real sub-Saharan African. Me and you.
But see, the same way you can critique and I can say that to me that sounds like anti-black. Like I don't know what it is about Egypt, but y'all have a real problem anytime somebody brings it up. Like anytime somebody brings it up, maybe because people identify with it and they try to. Because I don't even know who the Egyptians. I don't know if they was black. Now I just know the motherfuckers in Africa. I pay reverence to them as. I don't know. I do not give a fuck, and I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Because at the end of the day, a lot of
people in Africa.
Again.
It's a whole.
I know. I know.
Well, we gotta keep paying reverence to them,
right? But
my whole thing is, but see, here's the thing. It's a way to y'all do know that y'all still paying reverence to Egypt. Y'all still paying reverence to Egypt when you still paying reverence to Egypt when you counter it instead of highlighting the other places. You still paying reverence to it. You paying it attention. You giving it your energy, debating.
I already been doing it. I already been talking about the early astronomy. I keep talking about how the agriculture and everything that it brought, the real byproducts that it brought. I keep bringing that up. I'm not anti-African. These people are pro-Egypt and Egyptologists. You know what I'm saying? That's what we saying. They pseudo. We the real. We paying the real. I'm paying the real reverence. The real reverence that gave the real byproduct, not this Egyptian bullshit who we trying to draw lines to and mirror and all of that. I'm talking about the real shit, not the bullshit, not the shit that's speculation, not the speculation shit. I'm paying reverence to the real shit that the sub-Saharan Africans did.
But you do know that, like, even by arguing against but you do know by even arguing against it. You see, the thing is, I don't know y'all for that. Because I don't hear that. I don't see that. I don't go on the pseudo killers. I'm going to be honest. It ain't that I have anything against it. I don't know when y'all do shows. I have to follow the channel and see what y'all talking about over there. But I don't know y'all for that. Whenever I hear y'all or y'all engaging on the show, it's regarding something about this, vaccines or evolution. That's what I know y'all for. I don't know y'all for none of that other shit.
Let me speak from a position of someone who watches the pseudo killers, because I watch you guys. I was subscribed, but I stopped when all the vaccine stuff and so yeah. But I mean, like, I fuck with you guys outside of like all the medicines. I mean, I get it, the vaccines and all that, but when you guys bring up the science and the history and put things into perspective, I love it. And like you guys said, what we do here is similar to what you guys do. It's pretty much an offshoot. Bias was with you guys and he came over here and we did this. So it's like a subsidiary in my mind. People may not like it, but I'm just being buck. So when I watch you guys and I see the conversations with regards to Egypt and Africa, we got to be realistic
that we automatically put a divide there. We don't really consider Egypt full of Africa with regards to the Mediterranean, the Berbers, the light skins, and sub-Saharan, and we're East African. Like, we can break it down. There's a huge continent, over 50 countries, various language and dialects and all that type of stuff. So when we try to identify what seems to be, quote unquote, the most successful, or with historical lore, all the way down to the Europeans want to grab onto it. When we start identifying with that or taking it back, that's a viewpoint of a group of people like that's pro-Black. But then with another group, it's like, that's not pro-Black because you're ignoring all the other continents and you're putting this one up above, which is the same thing with the Europeans doing. And you're doing it based off of XYZ reason. Now, that's pretty much how the conversation normally goes. Then you'll have some people try to say that we are those people. Some people say we aren't those people. Some people, it doesn't even really matter. It's all of Africa. My question to anyone who represents the pseudo killers, when you guys address those people who are in quote unquote Egyptian mindsets or Egyptian mania, do you do so to strip them from their identity and let them know that they're not Black? Or are you doing it to say that, yeah, that's cool, but there's other options and there's other people that's more identifiable to you, that you're more relatable to, that you need to put up and worship, and opposed to justice? Not saying you shouldn't do that, but there's other options as well. I get stuck in the middle trying to figure out, are you trying to provide two options, or you're shooting, fuck that Egypt shit, let's go sub-Saharan?
Yeah, well, I just don't. I'm just tired of the Egyptomania and the disdain and the disrespect for sub-Saharan Africa. Like, that's all I am. I'm saying, like, I don't get, like, this whole thing, this whole love for Egypt, and like, okay, Egypt just happened to be in a geographical place where their antiquity is able to be preserved, right? And West Africa, right, is in a geographical location where things ain't able to be preserved in the same way. You know what I'm saying?
Wet.
So
right.
Yeah.
But you said disrespect.
Real quick, Amber, real quick. I also wanted Chef's point of view. So, because
Go ahead.
I just want to hear what Chef, like, on the record, his opinion.
Yeah, well, far-wise Egypt, you know what I mean? I think we were force-fed that it was Black. And I think that was our main thing, that if it was in Africa, then all original Africans was Black. And I think that, that was a mischaracterization of Africa, right? When you learn about Africa, you learn that Africa is a diverse continent, right? Where you have all of the different phenotypes in Africa. And North Africa, for the most part, it resembles Southern Europe and a Levant, far as wise phenotype. That's the makeup of those people. And for us to interject that, we had anything to do with it, I think that was an issue for me. Like, for me, I learned Egypt was Black from my parents, right? I have an Egyptian name. I was born with it. My parents was heavily into that. And I think we do push that at the detriment of where we directly come from. Like we do reverence that over, West and Central Africa, where we come from. So I feel as though it's the same thing that the Hebrew Israelites do, for the most part. You know what I mean? So that's my only issue. You know what I mean? Yes, it's on the continent of Africa. Yes, the Egyptians were African, if that's the case. You know what I mean? But African that's a broad term. Like, we don't even think of the Berbers and the people that look like Southern Europeans as African, and they are. When we think of Africa, we think of people that look like us and darker. Period.
Right.
So
right.
Well,
okay.
first,
Go ahead, Amber.
I got a question. So, and maybe, well, I'll ask Sheffreen. Well, I'll make my comment first to Sheffreen, and then I'll ask my question. So, in regards to, you were just talking about the phenotype as far as we pretty much their phenotype is different. That ain't really where we come from, and we need to be more concerned about where we come from.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything wrong with that. Like for me, I don't even really need to necessarily know exactly where I come from. It's great, you know. I got my little DNA test. It's great to kind of know, just for me. But I'm not looking to do anything with that information. I'm not looking to adopt, you know, their spiritual practices and like to me,
Me neither.
I'm already so it don't make me no different. Yeah.
We on the same page.
Right. So as far as I'm concerned, I just try to pay reverence to the entire continent. I'm not even that person no more, be it from West Africa, from Egypt, whatever. Like I'm so far removed from that. I'm in a different society and culture today. So as far as I'm concerned, I appreciate it. It's beautiful, and I just try to appreciate it for that. You know, period. Now, as far as the disrespect that Concrete Corey spoke on, I do not know what you're talking about and what you're referring to. So if you could be very clear as to how people who are into the Egyptomania disrespect the sub-Saharan, I would be interested to know, because I'm unaware of any of that. Now, what I do see is
what I'm saying is just disrespectful to me to spend so much time and pay so much homage and reverence to, you know, somebody who these people ain't even. I mean, they on the continent. Yeah, fine, they on the continent. But we talking about a huge continent. Like you can fit the United States in the Sahara Desert.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's huge, right? So these we talking about West Africa. Like most of these people, mostly are from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from the Gold Coast. Like y'all, like we are a set of specific people. You know what I'm saying? And like let's pay homage. Let's put more energy into that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I just feel that I feel disrespected. I guess I should say it's a personal thing maybe that I just feel disrespected me personally by how much reverence we pay to these Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? Which to me, in my eyes, like if you ask me, it's like it's no different than Egyptians ain't no different than like the Greeks and the Romans and all these dudes in the Levant and all of that area. Like they the same dudes. Like so, like what's the difference? And we keep paying reverence to these same group of people over and over and over again. Like it's just disrespectful to me in my eyes. That's all I'm saying, and that's just my opinion.
Now I'll say how I'm looking at it, and I can understand, but this is just for me to try to be, because I don't got no dog in this fight. Like I said, I don't really give a damn. So at the end of the day, I look at it like this. Regardless as to people's reasoning for doing it, and I know a lot of people, feel like you said, they like Hebrew Israelites trying to insert themselves somewhere where they didn't previously exist, right? So I personally feel like you can feel that way. That is your right. But a lot of people come into this community looking for an identity. And it just so happens that this place is in Africa, and it is one of the more notable civilizations of all time, right? And I can understand why people would try to identify themselves in that, especially considering where they've come from as a descendant of, African slaves. I can understand that. Now, while I can understand why you personally feel disrespected, I don't understand why the counter wouldn't be to just elevate that much more those areas where you feel like the attention needs to be placed. Because when you go back and forth about it, especially in this community, people love fucking drama over here. Like, so when it becomes a point of contention and there's debates about it, people tune in. People that previously didn't maybe even have an interest in it may begin to have an interest in it. Like it doesn't serve, because we still at the end of the day end up talking about Egypt. We still not getting the focus on these other areas that are responsible or that we should pay reverence to. The conversation is still centered around Egypt, whether it's positive or negative. So
we do that on the pseudo killers though. We did that tonight. We pay reverence to Neil McNear, and Brother Unk brought out a sister that did some mathematics. She debunked equation and showed them how to do the equation right. You know what I'm saying? And it was a sister that did that. And we brought that out. Well, like that's what we do. That's what we be doing. We be paying the actual. We trying to get rid of the pseudoisms. We trying to disabuse the community.
But concrete. But do you hear the the arrogance in your tone in which you saying?
It's not arrogance. I don't know.
You're saying, but we bring out the real. We killing the pseudoism. So like, do you see how people would be offended? Like if I was one of the Egyptomania type of people, right? If that was my thing currently, why would I come listen to someone who called me a pseudo, who said, like, even if I did decide, okay, I want to put this down, why would you be my first thought? Why would you be my first thought?
We're challenging what's sacred to you. What you hold as sacred, we here to challenge.
Even if I don't hold it sacred anymore, why would I come to the person that offended me and berated me though? Like, why would I come to the person that disrespected?
If it's not real quick, if it's not sacred, it wouldn't offend you. You know what I'm saying?
It's the same thing that Unbiased is doing when he have these dudes come to this panel. We're ripping apart something that they may hold sacred, or it's their lifeline, or their reality, and then we're just shaking it up because it may be keeping them together, but it's also holding them back.
Y'all be getting with them Nation of Islam niggas.
No. And again, I understand that, but see, I don't expect none of those people, because I'm not trying to lead nobody. I don't know what Unbiased trying to do, but I'm not trying to lead nobody. So I can have this discussion. I can beat up. So let me question the logic on this, and then I don't expect you to want to learn anything from me, because I'm not trying to teach you nothing. You understand what I'm saying?
Are you trying to unplug Amber?
We're not teachers.
1 second, Corey.
We barbers and construction workers. we ain't no teachers. We just a group of people who have a affinity for the science, for how science works. You know what I'm saying? And like, I know you've seen like Mythbusters before, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like an offshoot of the Mythbusters, right? They go in, they go in and they actually go to the ghost town. You know what I'm saying? And they see and they show you like, yo, she bullshitting, yo. She bullshitting, yo. There ain't no fucking ghost up in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like I mean, the community needs that, like, to advance in society. Like, nobody challenges the sacred ideas in the Black community. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. It's off limits. You know, to say that Queen Nzinga had slaves. That's a no-no. That's a no-no to say that. But it's
to critique the Black woman.
It's an actual fact, though. Like, And we can't say that. That's a no-no in the community. We got to get away from that. That's what's holding us back. I'm not here to teach nobody. I'm just here to show you, like, look, it's ways to get real information. You know what I'm saying? It's ways to look at information.
I'm not trying to be funny.
I'm learning how to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's all we here to do.
I'm not
we challenging the idea.
So who? Because I'm gonna be honest, and maybe this is because I don't know too many people. I don't know what they got going on, but the people that tend to center themselves around Egypt or are interested in Egypt, they don't seem like they being too held back to me, like mentally or otherwise.
No,
so I don't.
They get no doubt. They don't. I'm not saying it's holding you back and you can't get a job and this, that, and the other. It's to expand. It's to get you.
I mean, even intellectually,
I
don't
ain't
think
holding
like
you back. It's to help
even
to expand your thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
Can
Broaden
I say
your
something
horizon.
real quick?
Go ahead.
With based off of, because to me, I look at it just it's again what we're doing with Unbiased is networking with the Nation of Islam. You're unplugging people from their doctrine or miseducation. We're trying to realign them. So when the pseudo killers are looking at the Egyptian, quote unquote, Egyptomania, they're looking at it in totality, in opposed to someone like me. My Egyptian experience is going to be limited. So when I hear people attacking Egyptian, it's probably going to go straight to Wujawu, because in my mind, that's the closest to it. But we got to realize there's so many different offshoots and so many different people who are Egyptologists, and they may not be sincere or have the right intentions or looking at it from the right lens as someone like Wujawu. Because we have to realize, just like all these Hebrew Israelites or all these 5%ers or Nation of Islam, Muslims, there's so many different shoots, and not all of them are sincere. Not all of them have a correct viewpoint of how to accept it or.
Yeah, but I mean, but see, do you not think it becomes the issue when, okay, again, I don't know, but as far as I can tell, like you said, looking at Wu Jawa, since he has a pretty good understanding and solid foundation in a lot of different areas, right?
Right.
So, but if I come into a show where I'm hearing the name Wu Jawu mentioned in collaboration with Flim Flam, right? And studying Egypt is an interest of mine. I've now been turned off of one of the only people in the community that would probably offer me that teaching or that information with integrity, right? So now I may be trying to figure this shit out on my own and taking this stuff literally, or learning from someone else who is so like you're discrediting one of the more credible people that because when I hear Flim Flam, I think of Skim Scam. You feel
Amber,
me?
Amber, you're 100% correct. And where you're at right now, and the example you're giving is exactly where I was, because at that time, I didn't know anything about Egypt. I'm trying to ask Chef and Amias, and they didn't know too much. They were giving me information. And then that's when Wujawu must have heard it. And then he gave me more information like, oh, wow, that's a whole different take. But then once I got off with them, I went to another channel, and it was some brothers pretty much ripping Wujawu, saying all his books were this and all that type. So it was just like I was in that situation that you're describing. So it's like, okay, I'm trying to get information to it, but then I hear other people saying like, oh, it's BS, it's blah, 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 blah. So then I took a stance back. I said, you know what? Let me get out of the celebrity worship and not give a fuck about who Wujawu is, and let me just look at the information. So once I removed the celebrity worship or whoever the person is, and let me see what the information is, I was able to look at it at face value. Not trying to be a follower, not trying to become a leader or an initiate. It was just, so let me see what the hell this information is about. Now, anyone who's just going to come onto it, I don't know how mature they're going to be or in a knowledge seeking and opposed to a fulfillment seeking. So I understand what you're saying, Amber, but I also see the point of view as if you don't want to send somebody into a new doctrine of religion, especially one that's not even based in who they are specifically.
But so I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like most people that's looking for a leader are gonna find one. Just
Good or
point blank
bad,
and
you're
period.
right. You're right.
They're gonna find one because that's what the hell they're looking for. And I think what most people in this community are fighting over is the flock. It's better for you to be a follower of me than a follower of them. And that's just the way I perceive it, the way I look at it. As far as I'm concerned, this boils down to like when you hear the argument or women saying, well, y'all guys don't want good women no more. Y'all just want the gold diggers, or y'all want the Instagram model, or y'all want the this. That's how, like, Egypt is the Instagram model, and the sub-Saharan Africa is a strong black good woman that know how to, you know, cook, clean, and run her household and be submissive to her man. Like, that's the way I hear this conversation at the end of the day. Y'all salty that the Instagram model was getting some attention and some shine. Y'all feel like that ain't what niggas supposed to be looking at. They supposed to be looking at your character, and they should want a good woman at home. And that's just how I look at it. Like, at the end of the day, this argument is had a million. That's the same thing. Black women talking about niggas going to white women. Like, at the end of the day, this argument is repetitive. We just talking about Egypt and stuff, but it's the same fucking concept. You feel like people's attention to be somewhere else, and it ain't on where it should be. That's just the bottom line. But you can't tell nobody what to value, or like it pretty much, you know your worth, and fuck that.
Amber, that's true. But the truth is, if you're trying to shape a nation, that's actually what your job is, to tell them what you need to look at and what you need to do, because you're trying to steer them off of
That's
the
what I'm
BS.
saying. Motherfuckers is fighting over the flock. Point blank, period. I don't.
You're right.
We can dress it up. We can dress it up how we want to. Niggas is fighting over the flock.
But that's the whole point. Whenever people start a conversation, what's good for the black people? What's good for the community? What's the solution? Da, 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 da. And then for some reason, somebody puts themselves in the middle. I'm like, yeah, y'all follow me this way, or I have the solution. Or there's a team. We have the ideas. We have the solution. But that's all our people do. And I really believe the solution is individually, because there is no quote unquote black man as a whole or a group. Just like there is no quote unquote white man as a whole as a group. It's just certain individuals who are benefiting and a whole bunch of loser niggas who want to tap themselves up to it. Like, yeah, I'm a supreme Aryan on white race. This is what our culture do. We're the best. But it's like, nigga, you didn't contribute to the culture. And if you understood white culture, there is no white culture, because the Europeans battle and kill and have wars constantly. That's the reason why they were so superior at conquering, because they were conquering each other. There is no white identity and white culture and white philosophy, just like there is no black identity or uniform. If you can't run your family, you can't run no religion, no group, no neighborhood, no block. If your daughter looking at you sideways and your wife don't, it's just backwards. Everybody trying to start at the top and then build all the way down, but your foundation's fucked up. So we can always preach, woe to the community. We got to come together. Why we got to come together if you fucked up?
Man, listen. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if you're looking for a leader, whatever you get, you deserve. Shit, that's where I'm at with it. So I don't give a damn whether it's Egypt, science, or whoever. If that's what you're looking for, you get what you get, and you don't throw a fit. Niggas is fighting over territory. They fighting over the corner. And nigga, that's my corner. I'm selling on this corner. You need to take your ass down the block.
There can only be one.
Only be one. Shit. I mean, I ain't mad at it. Like I said, hey.
Is Corey still on?
I don't know. He might have fell asleep. The chef dropped off a little while ago.
Oh, okay. Now, I wanted to see if he was gonna more in detail of what their show is about, because it sounds. I might have to check it out.
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna watch, because I want to see the sister. Religion gives you a culture, which is a creed. Scientists are the new priests. The religion is socialistic scientism. I mean, truth be told, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even hear scientists doing all of this. Like, everybody do everything to the extreme over here. Everything is extreme over here. Like, scientists don't be doing all of this. They don't got time to. Shit.
Only reason why I would fall back on science to a degree, just because it's testable and it's it's a tool that you can use to break free from these mental shackles of religion and doctrine, but at the same time, it can give you a false arrogance or an air of self as if you can solve all your problems. And if you can't logically think it through, then it's BS to a degree.
Yeah,
and
you definitely
that's
not gonna
dangerous.
solve all your problems. I mean, I'm honestly, as far as I'm concerned, most of the things that people gravitate to in this space, whether it be science or even logic, or it just is something to give you, to make you feel like you have mastered an area. You know, as far as I'm concerned, even in science, scientists typically don't talk outside of their field of study. No scientist says, I'm a scientist, I know all science. They don't do that.
Yeah, they know better.
They typically have an area of focus, and they know that it's plenty that they still learning and discovering shit about their focus area. So it's plenty outside of that area that they don't know, and they are okay with that. They do not pretend to go around knowing everything that there is to know about science. That's just the reality. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, everybody has a limitation. Even if you are quote unquote scientific, or if you are, you know, quote unquote well-versed in Egypt or West African spiritual, whatever the case is, there's plenty, as much as you know, there's plenty that you do not know. So the extremism, like, just cut it out. Cut it out.
Yeah. I see people are chatting. I always hear that comment about science is a new religion, or it's the same thing. The scientist is your priest. I don't.
Yeah.
I understand that, but I don't think that's true. I think that's like a lazy attack, because it's I get how you can try to make that analogy, but it's like there's no scientist coming in your house, sitting in your couch, telling your wife how to manage your relationship. You know, I get it. It's a counter argument just to make a counter argument, but it's just not at that point. You're just replacing religion with science, but not understanding that science is just a tool. Religion is a tool for the minister. But yeah.
I mean, to me, people, whenever science is talked about in this area, typically, they're speaking about like physical sciences. They're not even speaking about the science of philosophy. They're not speaking about the social sciences like sociology or psychology, or, you know, like, these are also areas of science. The areas of science that typically inform you on human behavior. So to me, when people say, oh, you're not with the science, well, what science are we talking about? Like, you're not even being specific. Like, aren't all of these things science? Shouldn't we be, if we gonna be scientifically literate, and shouldn't we aim to know about all of these things? Not just the physical sciences, not just your chemistry, your astrophysics, and like, wouldn't it be more beneficial as humans for us to understand more about human nature? Maybe that's just me, which is why I was trying to explain earlier, like, I understand trying to help people, but if I was actually aiming to teach or lead in this area, you would get a different Amber. Period. Because I don't want to even potentially disrespect someone that I want to be open to learning from me. I don't feel like that's the way to do things. Now, I know we come from this quote unquote tough love background or whatever, but almost anytime you offend someone on a religious basis or identity, especially since a lot of people identify with their religious foundation or their spiritual foundation, almost always when you attack someone on that and disrespect them, you've lost their respect. You can't teach them shit from that point forward.
That's true.
So if the point is to grow your flock, if the point is to get the real information out, if the point is to inform people, the best way to go about that is to not disrespect them. Now you can learn that from psychology and sociology.
Thanks. That ain't how it's done in this community, but that is true. I would wonder, how would you address that to a child? Like, even if it's not your specific child, but how would you introduce them to that realm, whether it's a religious doctrine or science over fields, whether it's Muslim, Christianity? And how do you broach that to a child or your child? You just be matter of fact and just tell them that this is just stuff that people in the world follow and we don't? Or do you try to shoehorn them into a religion or a doctrine?
They wanna.
In other words, like, do you raise your kids or Christian, or do you teach them science, or you let the world raise them, give them a Quran? Like, how, be an educated woman, what would you recommend? Not specifically even to your children.
Wait, you asking me personally?
Yes, but not specifically to your children.
I can only speak to my kids and what I do for me and my household. For me and my household, I didn't raise my kids with a religion.
You didn't?
No.
Okay.
Now my youngest, he tended to identify with his dad. Like, he knows I'm atheist. My oldest child identifies as atheist. My youngest child, for a while, didn't identify as atheist. He said, well, Mom, why you don't believe in God and this, that, and the third, blah, blah, skippy, woo, woo. Probably this year, he started identifying as atheist. But it's not something I force on him, but it's not something I impose on him either. You know, like, I mean, I don't teach them about God, but I don't shield them from knowing about it. If that makes sense. Like, they've gone to church. They have the freedom to choose. I'm just not going to try to force them into something. When they ask me why I don't believe, I've explained to them why I do not believe, why it does not make logical sense to me. I didn't expect my youngest to get it at his age, but as he gets older, as his, mind develops and he's able to understand certain concepts and see certain things, now he's able to say, you know what? You're right. That don't make sense. You're right. I don't believe in it, but I haven't tried to push them one way or the other. I've just always tried to be very mindful that my kids know how to think about certain things, that they don't just trust that somebody told them something, that they learn how to ask questions and evaluate and research information. I tell my kids to Google even shit I tell them. Verify it.
Do you think it's necessary to unplug people from their religious doctrine to help them move forward, or they should hang on to it? In other words, because I see a lot of people's motivation for furthering religion is due to like behavior reasons or for morals. So they want to stick with the church or the temple or whatever because they believe like that's the best way to build discipline and brotherhood and all that type of stuff. My question is like, how is it done without it? Especially as a mother or raising boys, being concerned with discipline and morals and that type of stuff. You can tell them, but I mean, is an outside force needed, or do you have to supplant an invisible inner spirit that they got to question and think like, I shouldn't do this because there's consequence? Like, how do you raise boys with a code of ethics without
I
running.
mean, as far as I'm concerned, I just like as we go through life, things happen, you're placed in different scenarios, and I just have discussions with my kids about certain things. Like, first, I start out telling them how they're going to behave. Don't do this, do that, follow directions, blah, blah, skippy, woo, da, 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 da. My youngest is just now getting to an age where instead of me telling him what to do, I allow him certain choices because I want to see if the things I've been telling him to do for years, since he could understand, he's taking to, right? So I allow him space to make decisions on his own and reason through different things. I have these two options. I'm going to do this versus that, right? And see the outcome from that decision. So once you get to this outcome of this decision, might be a good one, might be a bad outcome, might be an okay outcome, might not be, might fall somewhere in the middle. Okay, so why did you make that choice? Justify it to me. Okay, well, this is the outcome. Was there a better outcome you could have gotten? Okay, if so, what would you have to do to arrive at that outcome? Okay, so can you see now? Yeah, logic. So can you see now why that outcome would have been better than this outcome? So that choice would have been better than this choice. Okay, you can see that. Okay, so next time you're in this situation, what are you going to do? Are you going to go for the thing that maximizes the best outcome? Or keep shorting yourself?
What gives your words weight? Because I mean, if I'm a child and I'm listening to advice, I would follow it if it works, or I'd follow it if the person who's giving me the advice, I see that when they go through that scenario, it works. If that makes, how can I explain it? Like, do they ever bring it back to you? Like, how does it work? Or do you do it? Or what do you do in this situation? Or how come you didn't do that? Well, my whole point is I'm trying to get to the point if they're testing the doctrine that you're giving them logic now. Because you're going to give kids religion, or you're going to give them a rule book, or you're giving them a code or whatnot. And they're going to say, okay, I'm going to take this code, I'm going to apply it to the world. When I'm finding out with my little daughter, every time I give her something, she also wants to see the alternative. She wants to see what happens if she doesn't do it. Like, kids want to test it to see where those boundaries are. So I'm wondering in the scope or the realm of, okay, if we're using logic as a tool to guide the kids, like what areas or what situation do you run across?
Well,
go ahead. I think
as far as I'm concerned, like that's kind of how you put certain things into your kids. So like, I know a lot of times when my boys was younger, they would do certain things, like, and I'm talking like 2-3 years old. I would see a lot of people like, oh, grab them, don't let them do da 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 da. Right? Me, I would do that the first few times. But I've always talked to my kids, like, even when they were smaller, like, I know you understand me. I said, don't do that. You're going to hurt yourself. Right? So then next time they messing with this thing, they hurt themselves. They come to me crying. See, I told you not to do that. You was going to hurt yourself, didn't I? Didn't I tell you last time? Then they looking crazy. So now they learn to, okay, maybe I should trust when mommy say something. Because when I don't listen to mommy, bad things happen to me. But when I listen to mommy, that for my youngest, it's still kicking in. Still, like, now I'm gonna be honest. My oldest, probably around 8, 9-ish, he started to listen. Like, as far as I only had to tell him something once. But and then once he became like a teenager, he went through a little phase where he wanted to do what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then when he became a teenager, he got to a little phase where he wanted to do what he wanted to do. Probably I'll say around 13, 14, he went through a little phase. And I said, okay, I'm gonna let you make these choices. You know, you want to do that? Okay. You gonna deal with the consequences too. Now, it's certain things that I don't allow to be a choice. Like good grades, that's not a choice. That's not an option. You gotta do that.
Facts.
Now, whether or not you want to play basketball or if you want to do extracurricular activities, you know, this certain, like, I would tell my kids quick as hell. When you decide you don't want, like, I don't make my kids go to church or I don't make them do anything but get good grades and like maintain their space, their room, chores, this, that, and the third. At the point you decide you don't want to do that, there is the door and you are free to go. And I mean that.
You verbally said that?
Yes.
At what age?
I already told my 11-year-old that. You have family. You can call. At the point you do not want to get the grades you need to get and maintain your space, you need to find somewhere to stay. And I mean that. It's not an option in this house to do what you want to do. No. Now you can make decisions, but when it comes to these two, you got to do that. You got to.
Do you have, I'm sorry to cut you. Do you have the link? I think anyone want to hop on in the chat.
You said who did?
Just in case Fitz or somebody.
Fitz, yeah.
But what was I gonna say there?
I ain't for Fitz shit tonight. Fitz, don't come over here with your shit.
You have any children, Chef? Or like nieces and nephews?
No, I got
children.
I got a daughter and a stepdaughter.
Okay.
So I got
like an age range? Like, oh, this is even perfect.
They 14 and 16.
Okay. I got a 5-year-old. All right. Yeah. All right. So my question is, with your children, did you raise them based off any religious doctrine for their morals?
Oh yeah, my morals is I definitely have my morals come from my religious upbringing, but I'm not religious no more. They still serve as a function. You know what I mean?
Did you pass that to your children?
Yeah, definitely.
Did you raise them in the same?
I didn't raise them in a religion though.
Okay, you didn't raise them in a religion. So what justifications did you use to set down the rules? In other words, like with religious doctrines, they kind of have the carrot and the stick, you know.
Yeah, the Bible say, God.
Oh no, not like that. That's
but
so you just saying the principles is where you discovered the principles and you adhere to the principles of, you know, like don't kill or, you know, be a good person. You don't necessarily
without having to put the religious connotation on it. Like for instance, you know, just, you know, it's certain things in this land where your character, right? How women supposed to carry themselves, right? I definitely taught my daughter that. Far as wise, you know, dressing modest, you know what I mean? You know, her respect level, you know what I mean? All of that, like and even down to like certain customary things, like standing in a person's doorway, you know what I mean? Making sure you take your shoes off before you walk in somebody's damn house, you know what I mean? Like certain things like that is just, I think, you know, me growing up, I would go over my friends' houses that wasn't Muslim, right? And they would look at me like, yo, why you just standing there? Because they'd be like, yo, you gonna let me walk through your house with my sneakers?
Yeah, you gotta invite me in, or you gotta
like y'all don't have no slippers at the door, so anybody could just run through the grass and everything else and just walk through your house, like, and those same shoes. That shit was always, you know how you got certain cleanliness things about y'all, right? That in your house is certain. Don't go on my refrigerator without washing your hands. You know what I mean? Like, you just don't come out the house, I mean, off the streets and go in nobody's damn refrigerator without washing your hands. Like that's
Oh my God.
fucking disgusting. You know what I mean?
Nigga, don't go in my kitchen.
I'm not even big.
Don't
I'm
go
not
in
even
my
big on
kitchen.
Yeah, I'm not even big on washing your hands in like the kitchen sink. Like,
Facts.
go to the bathroom, wash your hands.
Exactly. So it be things like that I taught my daughter. Like, yo, you just can't walk in somebody's house with shoes on. You was outside doing whatever. This where they live at. This is their, you know what I mean? Certain art is your house. Like, and I used to see that, and my friends be like, yo, come on up to my room. And I'd be like, yo, we just came from playing football. Like, you gonna let me, your mother and your father will actually let me come in their house with these shoes on. Like, you know what I mean? The shit just was crazy to me. You know what I mean? But you get used to it after a while, but you know it's totally unacceptable in your house. So you want to respect people space the same way you respect yours. You know what I mean? So
and how do you explain that to your child?
Because it's the same way it was explained to me, right? So before my children know, and everybody that come to my house, even though I'm not a practicing Muslim anymore, don't nobody walk through it's that respect level. They might do it in somebody else's house, but they know when they come in here, they taking their shoes off at the door. You know what I mean?
You bougie, you phony.
But I mean, to be perfectly honest, the killing part is I thought my dude was I was like, oh, you a former Muslim? He's like, I ain't never been no goddamn Muslim.
Exactly.
But the crazy thing is he said, you know, I read about it when I was in jail the first go around, this and the third, like it kind of intrigued me, but you know, I'm too much of a nigga to be subscribing to all of that. Like, but one of the things that he does, but he's a OCD person, period. I ain't never wore my shoes past his threshold of his door. He had slippers lined up, like, and not just, he had house shoes lined up for when people came over his crib. Like, you not wearing your shoes in my house.
Yeah, that's real, man. Like, so it's like I didn't raise her like, you know, having to go to the masjid all the time, and you know what I mean. She been right because my family Muslim. So like, if it's something at the masjid, it's just like you would have to go to church with your grandmother, whether you was Christian or not. If it was family and friends day or something that your grandmother was doing at church, y'all went, whether y'all was Muslim or not. You feel me? Whether you believe, if your grandmother say, yo, y'all gotta come to church this weekend, you know what I mean, this Sunday, then we just went. You know what I mean? It wasn't, we didn't have no say so in it. So yeah, my daughter been to the masjid, you know what I mean? Certain functions that go on, you know, yeah, my uncle and them, yeah, y'all gotta come, boom, boom, boom. So we go, you know what I mean? When we go, she know how to, you know, make wudu, she know how to make prayer. You dig what I'm saying? It's just customary. The same way I wasn't a Christian, but when I went to church or Sunday school with my grandmother, I knew how to recite the Lord's Prayer. Like I knew how to participate in fucking church. You know what I mean? Whether I believed in it or not, or whether I practice it or not. Nigga, I know how to act when I go to church. I know when they say stand and bow your head, I know what the fuck to do. You feel me? I know at the end of the benediction, I say amen like everybody else. You feel me?
Chef Ron.
Yeah.
You just proved my point. You just proved my point. Thank you.
What would I prove, Fitz?
Because you understand their perspective and you respect it, even though you don't believe it.
Huh?
You said you go to church, even though you didn't believe in it.
Yeah.
That's someone else's perspective, but you understood it and respected it.
The culture, the custom of it. You know what I mean? When in Rome, do as the Romans. Like, you know, you don't disrespect somebody's shit. You know what I mean? That's it.
Exactly. And that's what we're saying when we talk about the African perspective. That's their perspective. Don't disrespect it.
No, we not disrespecting it. We saying that shit ain't science. That's it. I don't understand. It's not science. It's religion. If it's just religion, I can respect it. I have no. So yeah, if that's your point, you dig what I'm saying? It still validates my point 100%.
And we've never, from the beginning, though, Chef, from the beginning, you know where it is. What's the problem? When you listen to Asar and Mujaru, they're very clear in saying that it's not science, it's a perspective. It mirrors science.
What?
That mirror, when you say mirror science, what do you mean by that?
Right.
Basically, it's a correlation. So you can find correlations within science and their perspective. And you can.
So you actually sitting here saying Asar. So you're saying Asar is not saying that it's science. No, how do y'all keep missing that?
I've never, Chef, when he says it's science, bring that to me, and then we can ask him what part where it comes down to science. Because I've never heard him say it. I've never heard him say it.
Yeah, I'm not. I didn't watch Asar. I didn't hear that, but I mean, if someone would provide a timestamp or whatever, like, cool. I did see Wujawu show when he was over here. He did not say that during that exchange, and that's what I have been kind of talking about. But going back to earlier, you all did express that y'all contention lens a little bit beyond, because prior to this argument with the whole Big Bang thing, whatever, there's been a little banging on the Egypt thing that I've seen here and there. And earlier in the show, y'all pretty much said that y'all feel like people is focusing too heavily on Egypt, people that y'all don't even believe we derive from or our ancestors. They're Berbers, they're whoever, and y'all don't understand why there's so much focus on that when there are other parts of Africa that are more closely and genetically aligned to who we are, and that our focus should be there. So it ain't just about the science thing. There's definitely
that's one aspect of it. You're right.
Yeah, it's one aspect of it. And I think that's what he's saying. He's saying is regardless as to whether or not you agree, same way you don't necessarily agree with the Christian belief or Islamic faith, the same way you don't necessarily agree, you do show respect for it. Right? So what he's saying is you don't have to agree that these people are from Egypt or that these are their ancestors, but you can respect that is their belief, even if you don't agree with it. That's what Fitz was bringing up and highlighting.
No, I have no problem with somebody saying that this is Egyptian or Kemetic religious practice or philosophy. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with somebody saying that the Kikongo people, this is their religious belief, right? And that's where it all started from. Wuja interjected Egypt into the conversation. So Egypt got hit because Wuja brought it into the conversation. That's what the whole thing. Like, we wasn't even talking about Egypt. See, how do Egypt even enter into a conversation about the Kikongo cosmology, right? That's what we saying, the Egyptomaniacs. We talking about sub-Saharan African, you know what I mean? Religious philosophy or whatever. They had to somehow bring it back to Egypt.
But y'all entertained it though.
Right? No. So that's my thing. So I don't know if y'all have to do Fukuyao book. It was actually talking about the guy Fukuyao. He wrote that the Kikongo people had a Big Bang theory, right? And in his book, he went. I can pull a book up but is you know what I mean?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Can you share? I don't know it.
Yeah, that was the whole discussion, right?
But my question, Chef, because I remember it. That's where it's supposed to, and it went from there. But my thing is, why? See, for me, I would have just been like, that ain't even what we're talking about. Like, you just bringing that into this conversation. We wasn't even talking about Egypt. Like, what that got to do with this conversation?
Because he good.
Like, no, what we're talking.
Like people like to bring the conversation to where they good at. You feel me? Like it always steers to, I read the Merunetta. Like, so I know, like, what the fuck do that got to do with the
Did he have any
Congo people and their cosmology all the way in the Congo? You feel me? Like, it's always that shit. And since we don't read Metal Netta, right, then y'all really don't know what y'all talking about. We ain't even talking about those people. Like, it's always, man, it's crazy over there.
But
man.
Chef, you know what the ironic thing is though?
Mm-hmm.
You want to know the irony? I think y'all do the same thing with the science though. Like,
but that was the whole issue.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think that at least from what I was saying, what I seen when they was reading the passage, yeah, that's what somebody wrote or said, and maybe they are being a little ambiguous. But I think that that ain't scientific, and y'all trying to, you know, compare that with the Big Bang. I think that's someone trying to pull that and make it a scientific discussion, because
that's
what was being discussed. Huh?
That's what had happened though. Like we didn't do that. It was posited as the Africans had a Big Bang theory, right? Before modern science did, right? And then they gave the source of the guy Fukuyao and the Kikongo cosmology. So now we had to compare that with modern science and see if the shit actually aligns in any way. And it didn't. And we said that. And they had a fit.
Who's they? Wait, two questions.
I think he's talking about Sean.
Yeah, Sean had did that.
Okay.
That's
okay,
what
you did this.
But then they said they wasn't doing that. So it's like,
okay, hold up, chef. I mean, it's water from a fire hydrant. I got to take baby steps. So you guys did a show where you broke down this Fukiao's book. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you spell this Fukuyao dude's name, or what show was this?
It was Sean. It was a while ago. I think it was on the Massey. Either he did it on the Science with Sean channel or the Massey. It wasn't on Kofi Pasai because they got three channels.
It was on Mossy. It's on Mossy.
Oh, it's on Mossy.
Okay, it's on Mossy, and this is where they break down Fukuyao.
I want to say Aunt sent it to me the other day, so I'm gonna try to find it and drop it in the chat.
How do you spell homie's name?
Sent it to me.
The difference is there. Yeah, Chef is right.
Can I get the spelling of homie's name before we get further?
Oh, Fukuyao?
Yeah.
I don't even know that shit.
Just loosely. It don't gotta be right.
F-U-C. I don't. Fuki
OU or something. OU.
Or it's something with a U and let me see.
I'm like, is it like Pacquiao but Fukuyao?
Yeah, I'm just writing these down because I'm tired of hearing fragments of the conversation. I just need to wrap my head around it to get an understanding. I'm trying to make a Venn diagram or something in my head. So I'm starting to see.
Is my screen sharing?
Yeah, you're sharing.
Yeah,
perfect.
There it is.
African Cosmology of the Band too. Okay, so that's the title. Perfect.
Yeah, Fukuyao was
okay. Yeah.
K-I-A-U.
Okay, so who brought this book to the community or introduced it as a
Sean?
Okay, so Sean brought this in. He was saying that this is evidence of
the Africans had a
African. Yeah. Okay, and did he cite the pages and the sources, or who gave him this information?
Here go right here.
Just mapping the universe. Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now who is this Fukuyao dude? Before I get into this, who is this guy?
This is his source.
Again, but hold up. Before I read it, I want to know who this guy is. Is he a doctor? Or is he? Where is he?
Yeah, he's a doctor. He's a doctor.
Okay. See, damn it, you're gonna make me go upstairs and get into the office and get on this computer. Because I want to make sure I understand his motivations for writing this. Not to discredit him or anything, but just understanding, because that matters. But anyway, so you guys went through this, and like, what was his most supportive information?
Well, if you look up if you do any Google searches of any reference points, it all come back to him.
To this specific Fukuyao guy.
Exactly, in this specific work, right? So
This is a lone wolf. We got a lone wolf out there.
Pretty much.
Okay. All right. Not to be demeaning or anything, but
no, not at all.
Okay.
We had to look at it for what it was because he is a doctor, right? So, I don't know what he a doctor in.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's plenty of doctors, just like there's plenty of NFL players. Not every NFL player is the greatest. Not every doctor, not every lawyer passed the bar with flying colors. So I mean, like, just because you're a doctor doesn't mean everything.
Watch out when you read it and you go through it. He's very slick in what he says. He's very slick. He does correlate it to modern science, but he does say it's his perspective. And he says he's saying it's from that cosmology. He's not saying it's a scientific cosmology. He does use words like, correlated to the Big Bang, even though that he's just using that word. He's really talking about their creation.
Yeah,
story.
like drawing the comparison and the correlation between their creation story and what we would probably equate it to today. He's trying to.
Yeah, he's not presenting it as a scientific fact and to go into the scientific field and say we should re-look at the Big Bang Theory. He's not doing that. He's saying
so what I'm saying, there's a difference between causation and causality and use an analogy between two things. Like saying this is kind of like that as an analogy is completely different saying that this is the fundamental founding blocks that started the
right, and they knew it all along. They knew it along, but like like up here, you could read on the screen. So I would like to digress here to give you a brief Bantu Congo concept of mapping the universe according to their teaching. So like even that, like now previously on the show they had read like a little excerpt from it, and that was my biggest thing. It was like, oh, that was a little too ambiguous. But I see in that particular sentence, he said according to their teaching, which lets you know that we're not talking about mapping the universe as we think about mapping. You know what I'm saying? He put that extra on according to their teaching. This is how they map the universe.
Right. So what Sean did, he was saying, that they had, like we basically, he was making a joke that we basically always going to quote unquote European sources about the cosmos when Africans, had, came up with concepts of the Big Bang outside of Europe, way before European, all this shit, and he used this as a damn reference point. So now,
I see.
Exactly. It was a shot at us, right? That, okay, we can go get that book. We can see if that shit has any correlation with modern science and our understanding of the goddamn universe. Now, when we read, oh, this is nutty shit. You feel me?
You guys did it.
Wait a minute. Hold on. So wait a minute. So it started,
and we don't believe Fukuyama. Let me be clear about, because when you read it, you got to know that he's interjecting certain things over top of the Kikongo language. So he's doing some wild shit also. Just if you read it, you know he's putting modern scientific words and concepts over some goddamn people cosmology. The same way if you ever seen Ken Ham. Do y'all know who Ken Ham is?
Yeah,
who Ken Ham is. Yeah, he's
remember he debated Bill Nye.
Yeah, Bill Nye as well, yeah.
Right.
Oh, wow, he did?
Bill Nye. He was positing that the Bible story actually aligned with science. And he read the Bible story and tried to act like certain things correlated with modern fucking science. And it's the same thing. Like, that didn't mean that to them. You just put that in there, Ken Ham.
Ken Ham
okay.
and Bill Nye, though. They're different, Chef. Come on now. They're super mega church owners, and they were trying to debunk science. Ken Ham, he thought he was a scientist in that sense.
Exactly.
Didn't he get locked up?
Yeah, he got locked up. They're big millionaires, these guys. They made money off of their rubbish. But yeah.
If I may say two things. First, so now I kind of understand a little bit. You're saying that you feel like the initial video that he made highlighting this was a dig at y'all, like, oh yeah, y'all want to keep referring to these Europeans when we've been had. Okay,
exactly.
All right, I can understand how everything evolved from there then. But then I also want to say
they doubled down on it. Like when we quit, that's how it all got here. Asar seen the video, right? Our video response. and we didn't do a major video response. We just was laughing at it, like, you know what I mean? So Asar said, I can prove. I'm going to pull up his text. He said, I can prove.
Now, while you doing that, let me finish saying what because I had another piece to it. Now, I haven't read this book, right? I haven't read it, and I just want to put that there. Now, I can see, because I don't know the entire context, I can see someone saying there are elements of this culture that and these practices and traditions that I feel like align with the Big Bang. So I'm not saying that this culture was. Hold on. Again, you asking where I'm just positing the potential for this circumstance, right? It's not to say that this definitely was a circumstance, but what I'm saying is I can have a culture and a belief, and 10 years from now, there could be some science that somewhat aligns, and someone from then can look back and say, I feel like they probably kind of knew this. That don't mean that at the time the people was claiming to know this shit. That means that's something I'm imposing there.
Exactly.
There was a link in it.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm with you.
But however, though,
keep cooking these niggas. Go ahead.
Yeah. However, I will say too that I can say that I'm drawing this correlation and not be saying that this is definitely what it was. So I just want y'all to be careful not to attack Fukiao and start calling him pseudo if it's not a claim that he was actually making, because just because someone asserts that this is my evidence of this thing doesn't mean that you understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, if he's just reporting what the Congo people believed, right?
Right.
Or
and he's drawing his own correlation.
Exactly.
And then somebody else takes him drawing that correlation as a definite claim. And now he ends up being pseudo when he ain't never even make the claim. Right. Somebody else exaggerated what he was saying. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Good
That's
point,
what we
Amber.
said.
That's fair.
That's what we initially said was happening. That's what we initially said before we read the book. Right?
Chef. No, but Chef, what's gone on here? Because even Sean didn't say that it's scientific. The problem is when it was said, everyone thought that Fukuya was the source of the scientific fact to overturn or even say that it's the Big Bang Theory. Whereas he wasn't. It's not that at all. Sean was defending that they have a cosmology. What kind of explains the Big Bang? Even though he said Big Bang, he's trying to say the creation story. So he wasn't. They weren't inserting it in science at all. They wasn't. That's the only.
Yeah,
I'm having a hard time here because it's like we the only ones that just keep fucking up what everybody is saying. So somehow, no matter what happens, it's always they're not saying this. Y'all misconstruing what somebody is actually saying. We the dumbest motherfuckers that come on the goddamn internet if this is the case.
No. Now, Chef Green,
gaslighting 101.
Hold on. Chef Green. Now, in the other situations, I cannot speak. I don't know what happened with Sean or what. I'm not going to speak to that. what I know, I definitely know that y'all was definitely saying something different than Wujawu was saying. Y'all was arguing against something that he wasn't saying. I'm not saying he had never said it, and y'all didn't have cause to say that he was trying to say certain things. In that particular conversation,
that's the confusion, right? Because he jumped into the conversation, right? Automatically trying to disprove what we were saying, right? Never said Asar and them was wrong. Like, that's the whole issue. They are clicked up and they're never going to say each other is wrong, right? So somehow him bringing Egypt into it was a back way of defending this bullshit or the previous statement. Like, they running in the same circle, and I'm not saying what he's saying, and he not saying what I'm saying, but somehow we saying the same thing. It's like
it's yellow.
Well, see, here's where I have to say, like, I understand what you're saying, Chef, but in that particular conversation, for what Wujawu was saying and the responses he was getting, to me, it would have been better served to me if y'all would have said, okay, we understand what you're saying, this, that, and the third. That's not part of our contention. We're not saying that they did not have some aspects, because a lot of people are saying now that, well, Wujawu changed the argument. That ain't what Asar was saying. But y'all were arguing against it as if he was saying the same thing Asar and Sean was saying. So at the point when he said something different, it should have been like, I don't understand what we would be debating if we don't have any contention with what you're saying.
Okay,
so
pause.
What
Amber,
is your point exactly?
I need clarity on real quick. I'm sorry, I just needed clarity because I understood the point that Sean was making. He was using Fukiao to further his point about the Africans, cosmology, origin story, and the Bang. What was Wujawu's contribution or his? Because from what I'm hearing, he didn't come out and say, like, explain it. I don't want to put words in it. What did Wujawu contribute to the conversation?
I'm not saying nothing about Wujawu, what he said, because he will come on here and nothing that I said. He never said what anybody think he ever said. It's never.
Okay, well, Chef, let me ask this question.
I'm
never understand what these niggas say.
I'm gonna tell you what I gathered.
That's where I was going to go, Amber. That's just where I was going to go. What did you interpret? You can admit you may be wrong. He may come back and have to clarify. But from what you heard, Amber, in the most simplistic terms, I want to hear what you heard. And Chef, I want to hear what you heard or how you took it. Because people are always going to tell us we misrepresented it. But I just want it clear. Because I'm writing this stuff down. So I'm trying to understand it. So just simply, what did Wujawu contribute? Or how did you understand it? What was he trying to say?
What I heard was Wujawu was trying to give an example of ancient African civilization from his perspective that shared or mirrored some aspects of what we now consider the Big Bang Theory.
Okay, pause.
Is a theory.
Pause. Just because when you say that, that's very general for saying some things mirror it. Did he have any points?
He said there are multiple aspects, but he brought up the example of Noon.
Who's Noon? The Potter's Wheel dude?
Noon is the
primordial waters and how the waves.
Yeah, it's the primordial waters.
And I don't get it fully, but he, in the way he was saying it, it does correlate in that sense. The primordial waters,
the expansive, formless, the expansive, formless, water or watery like substance from which all things kind of come out of or derive from. That was.
I got it. I got it. Yo, watch this shit. Oh my God. See, this is the bullshit. All right, hold on. Oh my God. Now, if this don't clear it up, y'all, Like, fuck it. Like, seriously.
I just want clarity. Damn.
Yeah, if this don't, we're gonna read Assad's shit. All right, let's read Assad's shit now. And he got multiple posts where he is asserting this shit. Like, here we go. Hold on. How the fuck it come up like this? So on here.
So you believe Asar, Sean, and Wujawu, they all are making the same claim, you believe?
Kinda. Let me see.
Dog.
They acting like they not. Damn, yo, how do I get? He got a post. He has a post that's like that is his summary of the video that he's about to do. How do I get to that?
Play videos.
No, it's not on the video. It's
is it on community or
it's on post?
What you
post?
It's like his the short or something. I know.
It's called the
MBK be doing them.
Yeah, it's called the post, but I don't see it on here. It's on my phone.
It's probably on his community tab.
Yeah. No. What about? No. Yeah. Well, what was it? An outline or?
Yeah. Where he made his claim at. Is this one? It's the one Egypto Bantu Big Bang Theory. Yo, we gotta read it. Like, y'all gonna be like, oh, these niggas can't get away from this shit. Like,
you done got me interested in this shit. You're gonna have me watching 3 videos, reading a fucking book, researching.
And then they say they not saying it. When y'all read that, oh, Amber, I need you to read this.
Hold on. I think I'm on his. So I do see. I've seen one post where it said join something. So let me go to the community.
Can you share it?
Show link. West Africa is the center of the world. Do you remember what day it was? The event.
It's 4 days ago. Is join me on Tuesday, January 11th.
Okay, join me on. Okay, read more. Join. I can read it. I can read it. You want me to read it?
Read it, Amber.
Okay. Join me on Friday, January 14th at 9 p.m. Eastern Time at the Mbongu as we have a discussion about the critiques levied at the research conducted by Marcel Rial and Jermaine Dieterlin regarding the Dogon of Mali by modern scholars. In this discourse, we will examine a few arguments made by scholars such as William Van Beek, Steve Medupe, and others, who essentially argue.
No, that's the wrong one.
Okay.
That sounds like he got some bullets for you.
You said 4 days ago. 4 days ago. Okay. Yeah. Join me on Tuesday, January 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at the Mbogu as we discuss the Big Bang Theory in ancient Kemet Egypt and among the modern Bakongo people of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yeah, so Big Bang Theory kills them. Mm-hmm. This discussion is in response to a recent series of online debates regarding whether it is correct to compare and argue that indigenous African societies developed independently a theory of the Big Bang. Okay, and he put quote unquote Big Bang as understood in the standard model of modern astrophysics.
Yikes.
And hold on, because give me a sec. I need to read that again. So because I hold on, Sheffrin. Hold on, because I can already see that this is
the next sentence is going to clarify. The next sentence is going to clarify. So reread that.
But hold on, but I'm a first I'm gonna screenshot it and then I'm gonna drop the link because Big Bang is in quotes pretty much asserting this is what y'all want to call it. This is what y'all, like.
And Amber, he said theory. Theory. That's the main thing. It's a theory.
What did you say?
So,
what the?
Someone who's in science, you should know that we say scientific theory, law, or fact. A theory is a theory. You can have a theory.
What?
Hold on. Chef. Because prior to when I read Big Bang Theory and Ancient Kemet, I thought that this was his assertion before the discussion. So then I was saying like, okay, well then, but he's now drawing in the Big Bang Theory because he's talking about debates that's being had around the Big Bang Theory when his whole point was they had a theory of quote unquote the Big Bang or the beginning.
I'm with you.
I'm a screenshot.
Just read the whole thing. Just read the whole thing.
I'm finna read the whole thing. He said, so my argument, hold on, but let me read the sentence before that. This discussion is in response to a recent series of online debates regarding whether it is correct to compare and argue that indigenous African societies developed independently a theory of the Big Bang. And not the Big Bang Theory, but a theory of the Big Bang, as understood in the standard model of modern astrophysics.
Bam!
He said
he's talking about the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah,
right there. He said the standard model as according to modern astrophysics.
No. There's
no way to twist that.
No, so Chef, listen.
God.
Chef. It's not even about twisting it. It's about the way you say things, it makes a difference.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, like
Can we just agree that we need to hear his points now?
No, y'all.
Hold on. Let me.
No. Just speak to both.
I'm finna finish reading. He said, as understood in the standard model of modern astrophysics. My argument is yes, and we can prove it. Bam! This will be a very powerful show that you don't want to miss. Please bookmark your calendars, like and share this link with friends and colleagues to support the documentary. Blah blah. Let's give you woo.
Amber,
let me change my other
you need
AirPod.
to read that little bit again. Just not before that. The little section before that. Then you.
I'm not gonna do it, Fitz, because to be perfectly honest, if they can read it over and they don't understand the distinction, it's nothing I'm gonna say that's gonna explain it to them. They believe that their eyes are telling, like, it's just I'm not gonna be able, like, I can look at it prior if that little spot wouldn't have been there and it wouldn't have been in quotations, like, this stuff means something. When you quote it and he did Big Bang and not Big Bang Theory and the theory of a Big Bang, like, that makes something different in context. Exactly. And I can't I can't get y'all to, no, it does. I mean, that's just the fact of it. It does. And I can't get y'all to see that if you dead set on, like, see, he said theory and he said Big Bang. I'm
not even caught up on those words. I'm not even caught up on that. I can agree with you. I can agree with everything you said. But that's not the linchpin.
He's saying from
you talking about as understood in the modern astrophysics, but Chef, and don't think that because I'm not trying to explain for him. I'm just telling you how I perceive that, right? Because Big Bang is in quotes, right? That means he's talking about what we like creation, period, right?
Yes.
Anything that falls under that,
right?
Even ancient explanations. So Big Bang Theory would be the modern explanation via astrophysics. That is the standard. So that's how Big Bang Theory gets into. See, he's talking about the Big Bang and how it correlates to, hold on. He said Big Bang as understood in the standard modern model of modern physics. So he's saying creation as understood through Big Bang Theory, it was just a clever way to say it. So he's still making the assertion that he's just wording it different, that we're saying that ancient creation or theories of creation, aka ancient Big Bang, they mirror the modern model of Big Bang through astrophysics, aka Big Bang Theory. It's just a different way of wording it and saying it. He's
And
not
Amber,
saying that previous model was the Big Bang Theory. That's not what he's saying.
Amber, not once did he insert that it was a scientific. He's just saying that
he
from the
definitely just said it.
No, he's saying from modern understanding, from modern. They've got a theory that correlates to the modern understanding, Chef. It doesn't mean that doesn't mean that it's a fact. They never said it's a fact. It correlates to it. From our understanding, you can draw correlations to a creation story from them.
I feel you.
I'm telling you.
You can't. The only way you can go into that and say that's wrong, Chef, because they ain't brought it into the scientific field, is going into their belief field and saying it's wrong. You have to know where they're coming from. So you can't from our, you see, when you say it from our view, if they tried to say that was a scientific fact, then we could go in on them and say, yeah, no, well, you can't say that. Where's your tangible proof?
I mean, in parentheses, he could have said developed scientifically in parentheses. He said developed independently. Like the independently is supposed to let you know it don't got shit to do with science. Like
no, he's saying that the Africans developed the Big Bang Theory independently of Europeans. Their theory. He's saying basically they came up with. That's what he's saying. And if you listen to his discussion,
it said develop.
Oh God!
Chef Reem.
He said
words matter. There. It said developed independently a theory of the quote unquote Big Bang, not the Big Bang Theory, of the quote unquote Big Bang.
And then he goes further.
The beginning, aka the beginning.
No, he goes. Fuck it.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's nothing I'm gonna be able to. You feel like you're reading and understanding it as he wrote it. I'm not gonna argue it.
Because according to his argument, he was on a panel with us. Like he stated it verbatim to me out of his mouth. And it aligns with what he just wrote on here.
I'm gonna share the link though so other people can read it and take what they.
He said that cosmology was a fact.
No, what
he could prove that. He could prove that scientifically.
No, that's not. Oh my God. Whether the Africans were right or wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said that. He said my argument is yes, we can prove it. He like basically that they developed an independent model, right? As understood in the standard model of modern astrophysics. He's putting them two together. He's doing that. He ain't saying that. He's saying that the African was able to develop a Big Bang Theory, right? That's on par somehow with the modern standard of astrophysics, independently of Europeans. That's what he's saying. And he's saying, yes, I can prove it. Y'all don't see it?
But so my question is,
I never heard him say that.
I have a question. So we know
y'all
that,
right. I'm wrong. We don't understand.
Hold on, Chef. I have a question. I have a question. So the Big Bang Theory because, okay, the Big Bang Theory as we know it today, right? Have there been theories prior to that that are different, but have also been touted as Big Bang?
No.
So the theory that we hold today has not undergone any facelifts, no changes. There have been the way we know it today is the way
there's
it's
no
always been.
Ancient model of a Big Bang.
No, I'm not talking about an ancient model.
But that's what they're talking about.
No, but I'm asking you because he didn't say Big Bang Theory, BBT. It was quote unquote Big Bang. So has the Big Bang?
When was the Egyptians around? Are the Egyptians modern?
You're hold on. You're inserting other thing. I'm asking a simple question. Has the Big Bang ever been known to be anything other than what it's known as today under the banner of Big Bang Theory?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
What is the yes? What is the yes?
No. Yeah, what is a
what
no?
Is that yes? Chef says no, but what is Fitz yes?
It's the theory, yes. Now the what we have to go on, there's laws to this. The theory of Big Bang, yes. It's always been there. There's always been they've always wanted to know the beginning. But the theory of how we've got there has changed many times until we got the background radiation to show that there was definitely an expansion.
No, the CMB proved it was further confirmation. It was another thing added on.
No, that was a hypothesis at one point, Jeff. It was still a theory. It wasn't a fact.
It's still a theory.
No, there's facts to it because we have the background radiation.
In order to get to a theory, you have to have a theory is a combination
and
of
that's
facts.
what I'm trying to say. You just see it. Me and you just discussed the change in the theory.
No,
things have come to develop.
A combination of facts.
Yes, Chef.
It was hypothesized.
Chef,
hold on.
One at a time.
It was hypothesized in 1920 by the priest, right?
So does that make it a fact?
That was the hypothesis.
Does that make it a fact?
What?
Just answer the question. Just say no.
I don't even understand what he's saying.
If it's been hypothesized, does that make it a fact, or are they waiting?
No, in science you have a hypothesis.
Yes.
Then you get facts, right? That support your hypothesis, and after you get enough facts, then it becomes a theory that explains it. You know what I mean? So it was a hypothesis at first, but the priest that made the hypothesis, right? That's why we still call it the Big Bang. You know what I mean? Because he said that the universe started from a single point, right? And he posited that the word Big Bang on it, right? Then as science went on, they started to gather facts to support it. That's how it became a theory. Now you got a working theory on it.
Okay.
Can I hold on? If I may wait. Okay.
One more question. So what phase are we?
Yeah, go ahead.
What phase are we in now? Because you know that they always thought that the universe got hot and then suddenly cooled down and planets came. Now that theory has changed again, and that's within the Big Bang. So it has changed. You know that there's a third cooling now. We've gone from reduction to third space expansion of space. That's where we're in now. Yeah. So that's changed. That's changed. The whole theory has changed. Before they thought it was a Big Bang, hot, cool, and planets. No, it took a long time to get there, and it took many different.
Talking about.
If I may, I'm gonna read two things. First from NASA, and then from Wikipedia. Okay. NASA says, what is the Big Bang? This is Q&A. What is the Big Bang? The short answer, the Big Bang, not Big Bang Theory, the Big Bang is how astronomers explain the way the universe began. It is the idea that the universe began as just a single point, then expanded and stretched to grow as large as it is right now, and it is still stretching. What's the Big Bang all about? In 1927, an astronomer named Georges Lemaitre had a big idea. He said that a very long time ago, the universe started as just a single point. He said the universe stretched and expanded to get as big as it is now, and that it could keep on stretching. What an idea. The universe is a very big place, and it's been around for a very long time. Thinking about how it all started is hard to imagine. Now, that's all that NASA is saying, but I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna go to Wikipedia, and we're gonna read Big Bang Theory, okay? So we can see if there's a distinction.
Let's
the
go.
Big Bang. Okay, hold on. The Big Bang Theory is the prevailing cosmological model explaining the existence of the observable universe for the earliest known periods through its subsequent large-scale evolution. The model describes how the universe expanded from initial state of high density and temperature and offers a comprehensive explanation for a broad range of observed phenomena, including abundance of light elements, the cosmic microwave background radiation, and large-scale structures. Crucially, the theory is compatible with Hubble-Lemaitre law, the observation that the farther away a galaxy is, the faster it is moving away from the Earth. Extrapolating this cosmic expansion backwards in time using the known laws of physics, the theory describes an increasingly concentrated cosmos preceded by a singularity in which space and time lose meaning, typically named the Big Bang singularity. Now, did we pick up that they're making a distinction between what that singularity or what that beginning is called, Big Bang, and then Big Bang Theory is the explanation around all of that? Are we clear on that or no?
I am.
Okay. Is everybody on the line clear on that?
Oh yeah, I'm crystal.
They make a distinction between Big Bang and Big Bang Theory.
Right.
You agree, Chef?
I don't know what y'all doing.
Just you have to just what I've learned that a lot of times people don't want to say yes to certain things because they think it's going to lock them into other areas. So I'm willing to walk down with you and say, okay, so far what you've read,
I'm just listening.
I get it. Okay, because what I feel is that Chef has, well, I can't even say Chef because I might be in the same boat. I feel that what these gentlemen are doing is they're positing or they're introducing or fuck it, they're playing loose with the words, but I understand the spirit and why they're doing it. So it's hard for me to necessarily knock it and call it out, but in the realm of science, it don't really hold. But I'm not sure if they're claiming it in the realm of science. I don't know if they're putting it next to the science jar or they're putting it in the jar. Put it in the jar, you fucking up. But if you want to put it next to it, I'm not gonna say shit.
I'm gonna keep reading. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. The theory describes an increasingly concentrated cosmos preceded by a singularity in which space and time lose meaning, typically named the Big Bang singularity. Detailed measurements of the expansion rate of the universe place the Big Bang singularity at around 13.8 billion years ago, which is thus considered the age of the universe. After its initial expansion, an event that is by itself often called the Big Bang. So the initial expansion is called the Big Bang. The Big Bang Theory is something separate. The universe cooled sufficiently to allow the formation of subatomic particles and later atoms. Giant clouds of these primordial elements, mostly hydrogen with some helium and lithium, later coalesced through gravity, forming early stars and galaxies, descendants of which are visible today. Besides these primordial building materials, astronomers observe the gravitational effects of an unknown dark matter surrounding galaxies. Most of the gravitational potential in the universe seems to be in this form, and the Big Bang Theory and various observations indicate that this excess gravitational potential is not created by baryonic matter, such as normal atoms. Measurements of the redshifts of supernovae indicate that the expansion of the universe is accelerating, an observation attributed to dark energy's existence. Now, I won't continue to read, but it's obvious, even under the Big Bang Theory on Wikipedia, they make a distinction between the Big Bang and the Big Bang Theory. I was simply saying that because Big Bang is in quotation marks, which Big Bang, as they referenced it, I'm not making this shit up. This ain't the SAR, this ain't Wu Jawu. This is the evidence this is what's on NASA's website and what's on Wikipedia. Big Bang typically refers to that point at which the universe was created. Big Bang Theory is the scientific explanation around that.
Okay, Amber, you make that very clear. So what are the implications of those quotation marks? What is he implying by using the quotation marks?
The quotation marks is the quote unquote Big Bang as understood in the standard model of modern astrophysics. So as understood as that point in time from which everything comes, the beginning of the world, the universe as we know it. Now,
is he trying to conflate we get it, but is he conflating the Big Bang and the Big Bang Theory, or is he distinctly identifying that there's a difference between the two?
There's a difference.
By what you read. By what we understand, but I'm saying by what you read.
As far as I'm reading,
right.
I feel like he's distinguishing. Now, I feel like he's distinguishing a difference between the two, but he's not explicitly stating it. And I feel like it is a trap for people. It's a reason why he wasn't as clear as he could have been. Could he have been clearer? Yes. But I think he's
based on his topic, his genre, nobody's clicking it. This is clickbait. People gonna click this shit now. Continue on.
I think as far as I'm concerned, he worded it that way because people who understand the Big Bang and the Big Bang Theory will understand the distinction that's being made. I think it was intentionally ambiguous because you don't even understand what I'm saying. You do you understand what I'm saying? Like
that's a very, I think that's why a lot of people be critiquing him. That's why he rubbed sheep the wrong way to take that stance.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Fitz.
When they say the Big Bang, there's facts that come to the Big Bang, like as I said, the background cosmic radiation, how we've seen how matter formed. We've got them there tangibly to see. The theory behind how that comes always changes. It can change. That's why they say theory, even though we've got the scientific fact behind it of the background radiation and stuff that we see. There's a theory behind it. There's always going to have a different theory.
Well, hold on, Fitz. Like, I'll say this, because I disagree with the statement you just made. I think the Big Bang Theory is the collection of scientific facts and the explanation of those facts, which is very different. Which is very different from the Big Bang, which is just kind of like the prediction that started all of this, right? The idea that we must come from somewhere, and under this particular thing, we come from a certain point in time.
A single point.
Yeah, a single point in time that expands into everything else that we.
That's not right. It's not a single point in time. We don't know what that is. We just know 30 seconds after that point, it's an expansion. We only know about the expansion. We don't know about a single point. Let me say this, Amber. Let me finish. They don't.
Fitz, I don't even think you just understand what I don't think you understood what I said. Like you're trying to argue something that I'm not. I do believe that, but that's Big Bang Theory, what you're talking about, right? After,
when I
after
say the
the
Big Bang Theory,
singularity.
when they say the Big Bang Theory, they say a singularity. Yes, they mean from that point. That's the single point. That's from what we know. We don't know from the actual Big Bang. We don't know actually what happened before them 30-something milliseconds. We don't know.
Tia is ready.
But I don't think anyone is alleging that they do.
That's it. So that's why I say they only know, they've collected the background radiation from there. They've got that as a fact. The theory behind it, they don't know. They don't know how we got there. They can say it was from a certain point. Some people say it was from multiple universes. Some people say it was from whatever. But we only know that. And it goes on from there. But behind that, that could change. That could easily change.
How would you define Big Bang, Fitz?
But what I'm saying is you're absolutely
There's no such
right.
thing as a Big Bang, Watcher. It's an expansion from that point there. We only know expansion. It was so fast that to us it seems like a Big Bang. It seemed like an explosion, but it wasn't. It's a rapid expansion.
Okay,
so
I get it. So then let me ask you this. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
what is the simple man's understanding of Big Bang that you're saying doesn't exist?
Because people think that there was a point, like we can actually see a point, like there was like a spot or something, and it exploded from there. No, we don't know nothing before that little. It's seconds after we have a reaction to something, if you get what I mean.
So yeah,
seconds after we have a reaction to something, and that's where we see the universe as being really hot because it was so fast. It was. Do you get what I mean? So we've got the evidence of that, but we don't know what caused that. So there's a theory behind that. There's many theories.
Go ahead, Amber. Go ahead, Amber.
But Big Bang is the as far as NASA and that's where that was the first name given to the idea that all of this comes from a singularity, right? Now, the Big Bang Theory, it incorporates facts that lend to at least the expansion of the universe. So the Big Bang is everything began at a single point and it expanded into the universe, right? That's just Big Bang layman's terms. Anybody can come up with that. Egyptians can have a Big Bang concept, right? If they believe that it started at a single point and the universe expanded, technically, by the layman's definition, that's a Big Bang, right? For what we know it.
You know why, Amber? They would call it a Big Bang hypothesis because it wouldn't have enough evidence to say that it's a fact. Or a theory, in fact. So this is why
right.
A theory does come with evidence. It does, but it's evidence that are not facts, so they can be changed. That's why we call it a theory. It's theorized that it could go this way. We have some evidence to show, but it's not a fact. Do you get that?
Yeah, I definitely understand. So again, that's why I'm saying that. So Big Bang Theory, it incorporates facts, evidence, and an explanation of what these things mean, regardless as to whether or not they can prove it all. So like you said, prior to that singularity, well, they don't even know that it was a singularity because all they know is after that, all they know is the expansion forward. They can't take it back to that beginning point. So they don't know if it was a singularity or if it was multiple. I understand what you're saying, right? I get that. So you're saying that this thing can change. But what I'm saying is, what they believe now is that it did come from a single point, and they believe, and that's kind of implicit in the Big Bang Theory because that's what the Big Bang means. So before they built all of these evidence and facts around it, they had the idea that everything derived from a single point and expands out into you understand what I'm saying? Like, so I think that what people, the argument is because everybody is trying to make him or the Big Bang being the Big Bang as in the idea of a single point and then everything expanding into space. they're trying to make that equivalent to Big Bang Theory. And the reason why I wouldn't be frustrated if I was, well, first off, I'm not going to challenge someone if I don't know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. That's me personally. So if I was a star, I would not be out here explaining and breaking it down and all of that. Because if you really do this and if you really know, then you should know that there's a difference between Big Bang and Big Bang Theory. You should know what Big Bang is and you should know what Big Bang Theory is. And this is what I was saying earlier. I do not study this shit. I do not do this. I do not look up stuff and try and get a gotcha moment. I just merely pose, okay, well, could it be possible that, because I can read and see that it's a reason why he didn't say Big Bang Theory. It's a reason why he said Big Bang, quote unquote, Big Bang. So is there a separate meaning that we don't know about? Is there a separate concept? Because he purposely didn't say Big Bang Theory. He said theory of Big Bang. So that lets me know that there must be something. Big Bang must be a thing. When I go look that up, it actually is a thing. And it's on NASA website that it's a thing. So as far as I'm concerned.
Do you know what they should do, Amber, to kill this argument? Is get Asar on a live and say, Asar, are you inserting that your cosmology is you could prove this in the scientific field? That's where you need to pin him down with. Because the words, he's very ambiguous in what he says. You can't pin him down. When he's saying a theory,
but I don't think he's ambiguous. I think people just, they are assuming because they know of a certain thing, they think he's saying, oh, he's definitely saying that. No, I'm not saying that. Yes, you are, because you said Big Bang. That ain't what that means. I'm not talking about that. If I want to say Big Bang Theory, I would say Big Bang Theory. But if he don't say Big Bang Theory, then they're like, oh, he being sneaky or he's being evasive. When no, I think he's just communicating in a certain way, and you all keep missing the distinction between Big Bang and Big Bang Theory. Now, to be perfectly honest, I feel like for his audience, if his audience does not know the distinction and the difference, then yes, he definitely should be clearer. But if his audience knows the difference and the distinction, I don't see a need for him to clarify and be clear.
There's no need for him. It's his theory. He's allowed to have that perspective. As I said, if he says he's coming over into the science and he's allowed to have his own perspective. But if he comes and says, I'm presenting this as scientific fact, this is what scientists are saying, it correlates and it's a fact. That's when we can go in on him and say, well, show me. Then we can go into science and say, well, that doesn't say that, Asar. But he's not saying that. He's not saying that.
Or at least ask him directly, what's the difference between Big Bang and Big Bang Theory? Like, is Big Bang the same as Big Bang Theory?
Basically said, get Big Bang out of it. It's a creation story. He's saying it's a creation story that lines up with modern theory, the theory of Big Bang. He's not saying it's a Big Bang. He just says that it's the name Big Bang what keeps getting everyone pulled in. They have a creation story before the Big Bang.
Oh, I understand. Yeah. We explained this whole thing yesterday. Mm-hmm. But I mean, again, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I just, I'm only into this because I watched the show when Wujawu was on, and I was a little frustrated because I'm like, okay, why they keep arguing over something that he didn't say, but then everybody's saying he did say that, and I'm trying to figure out, well, what did he say? Because he did say it in that show, but he meant it this way. Like,
I'm just tired. I went back and got the video.
I'm just tired of being wrong. Hold on, Sosa. I'm just so tired of being wrong. I'm so tired of not understanding English, right? I'm just so tired of not being able to read, right? It's just, it gets to the point where...
Shafreen, like, you do realize, though,
Big Bang...
But you do realize...
And Big Bang Theory is a difference between Big Bang and Big Bang Theory now. Like,
You're saying now they say it.
I never heard that before. Like, all of this is crazy to me. Wujawu is crazy.
Hold on.
Assar is
After
crazy.
its initial
If you
expansion, an
understand them,
event.
you're crazy too.
Hold on.
The theory is just the explanation that
After its initial expansion, an event that is in itself often called the Big Bang. I'm not saying this shit. This is
I don't even know.
that y'all regard. That's what the
Amber,
fuck they saying.
I don't know what you're reading. I don't know how you drawing this conclusion.
That's all it is.
It's on Wikipedia. I'll drop it in the
Amber.
y'all know I don't mind dropping the damn source.
Just all you gotta do is understand what a theory is. The Big Bang is the mechanism. The theory explains what's going on. That's all it is. Theory is just the explanation.
Right.
That's it.
So you're saying the same shit I'm saying. So he's saying
really
Big Bang is
from the Big
right.
Bang.
It's no difference between
it is
Big Bang and the Big Bang.
Hold on. No, now y'all being disingenuous.
No, I just didn't want to argue.
Yeah,
with
you are.
What is the Big
No.
Bang?
No.
I'm
a fall back.
What the Big Bang
I'm gonna read it. I'm
gonna
read it from NASA. I'm gonna read it from NASA. Cause I'm not gonna tell you what I say it is. I'm gonna tell you what they say it is. Hold on.
Fitz, this your fault.
Listen, because I went back because I was riding up a day because they kept saying well Jawa didn't say it on Unbiased show, and I had a timestamp it at the 2:06 mark, in the 2 hour and 6 minute mark, and a 3 hour and 11 minute mark. Like he doubled that.
This is what NASA says. This is what NASA says. What is Big Bang? They ain't say Big Bang Theory. What is Big Bang?
Fuck.
Hold
Don't. Just let
Hold on. The short answer, the Big Bang is how astronomers explain the way the universe began. It is the idea that the universe began as just a single point, then expanded and stretched to grow as large as it is right now, and it is still stretching. What's this Big Bang all about? In 1927, an astronomer named George Lemaitre had a big idea. He said that a very long time ago, the universe started as just a single point. He said the universe stretched and expanded to get as big as it is now, and that it could keep on stretching. What an idea. The universe is a very big place, and it's been around for a very long time. Thinking about how it all started is hard to imagine.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Like. Yeah, so then the theory goes further in depth into what he just said. That's all it does.
So a theory does what? Go ahead.
The theory just goes more into depth to explain what he just explained. That's it.
Well, it said he had a big idea. That was an idea that he had. I thought theory was the fact and evidence. That's what y'all said. It's beyond an idea.
The theory is a collection of evidence to back up
right, but the Big Bang is just the idea though, right? And then Big Bang Theory is with the evidence and the facts plus the idea.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. Definitely.
You're making this hard.
It is, you're making it way more difficult.
No, it's not. But now you see when I have a disagreement and when I make a distinction, now I'm making it hard. Now, like you said, Chef, you tired of not understanding?
No, because what I'm saying is that when you're reading an article, right? It's not a scientific journal.
I'm not reading an article. I'm reading from NASA. I'm reading from NASA website what they say Big Bang Theory is.
Well, it's not a journal. It's for the layman to read.
Absolutely. And then I went to Wikipedia. Then I went to Wikipedia and I read what Big Bang Theory was. They also made a distinction between the Big Bang, which is the quote unquote event, and then the Big Bang Theory, which is the explanation of the event.
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Amber, it's like if I stab somebody, right, and it's called the stabbing, right, and then you have the stabbing theory. It's still the same thing. It's just that one is the event. I stabbed the nigga, The theory is talking about all the things that come with the stabbing.
Right.
That's it.
Well, hold on. It's interesting that you say that, because let's say that a person is stabbed, right? Now, not you stabbed the nigga, but someone got stabbed. We know they got stabbed.
Why we just?
But isn't the theory important because in order to figure out who stabbed the motherfucker? Isn't that separate and distinct? Yeah, the nigga got stabbed, but the explanation around that may change, may differ.
That's what it is. A theory can change, even though it comes with evidence.
It don't
change.
Man,
if it changes, then the theory is thrown out.
This is your fault, What are you saying?
The theory gets stronger. Either the
Are
evidence
you talking in a scientific field, or you're talking about a theory? The word theory. Are you talking about scientific theory? Because there's different.
Scientific theory ain't gonna change. It just keeps either gets stronger. If it does change, you got to throw out the whole theory. You got to throw the whole shit out.
Basically what you mean, a theory can be added to in the scientific field. Yes, it can be to make a fact. But
like put pieces to a puzzle. You got certain pieces of puzzle that keep.
Hold on, let me see if they say the theory got to be thrown out. If there any aspect of the theory don't, because y'all be saying a lot of scientific shit that even scientists don't say. Let me see.
Like we're digging in weeds that ain't even a part of the conversation.
Exactly. No, because you're talking about.
I know I'm correct.
But y'all do realize y'all create the weed. Like y'all be trying to talk to people like they stupid. No, that's not how I go. A theory. Like, baby, I'm real quick. I don't do this. But I know when the fuck I'm reading something. I know nuance. And I know when you're trying to tell me some shit to try to diminish the point that I'm making. You saying that a theory, no, if the theory is wrong, theories don't change, this, that, and the third. So you mean to tell me now, because now it's a different argument.
I said if the theory changes, you have to throw out the theory. That's what I'm saying, bro. If the evidence come and contradicts the theory, it's thrown out. You guys started.
So that means it's not a scientific fact. It's a theory. It can change.
No, man.
It can be. A fact is different from a theory. That's why they call it a theory. You're still theorizing.
No. A fact is just a fact. A fact doesn't come with an explanation. It's just a fact. You can't listen. Hold on, bro. A theory explains facts. Facts are not an explanation. It's just a fact. It's like if I stab you, that's a fact. We don't know how you got stabbed. It's the theory. So a theory is an explanation of facts.
I'm not saying it's not, Sosa, but I'm saying a theory can't change. Is that what you're saying?
I said you can add on to a theory, but if the theory has to change, you have to throw it out.
And that's a change. You're throwing it out. It's not a fact.
Man, what the?
Oh my God!
Don't Sosa.
So am I saying something?
Like I'm twisting you up. I know it sounds like I'm twisting you up, but just stop and think. You can't chuck a fact out because it's a fact. Yes?
Okay, so
you was clear. Don't run down there.
This from Wikipedia. This from Wikipedia again. I don't know if y'all accept it when it's, again, the strength of a scientific theory is related to the diversity of phenomena